leaders from the education, skill, HR, and also from the medical sector, talking about innovation, best practices, and also about the policy interventions that are much needed. So, without further ado, starting off the inaugural session, let me introduce a transformational leader who stood All India third rank during his year UPSC examination in IAS. And he's the one who could bring in reformation, reorganization in the higher education space in Telangana, which ultimately led to several revolutionary changes and that set the milestones. I would request my team members to play the video that will talk about the kind of transformation that happened in the state of Telangana.
Telangana, the youngest state of India that came into being on 2nd June 2014, is making rapid transformation in its education system. Especially in last 3.5 years, it has been making rapid strides through serious re-engineering in higher education space. Outdated and timely inappropriate courses and syllabus were modernized and reorganized. Students' choice and flexibility have been increased dramatically. Over 53 combinations were made available for students to choose from. Extracurricular skills in the courses, including computer and communication skill, industry-friendly and practical hands-on training is making students future and industry-ready. Digital technology has been embraced and integrated in a big way in the education system of Telangana. One of the key initiatives, DOST, Degree Online Services Telangana, an online admission platform which is considered as one of the best in the country and is being replicated in many states. It's been proved as student-friendly admission platform besides an easy e-payment facility platform through mobile. Over 220,000 students took admission through DOST the last academic year. The university management system, which is under integration, will remodel and reintegrate all the modules of last 2 decades.
The quality of education we are offering is very high. The main strength of our college is highly qualified teaching faculty. Under the able guidance of our Commissioner, Sri Naveen Mittal, we are implementing new technologies to improve technical education. Sir has introduced biometric attendance, which is useful for both students and staff. Sir has introduced dynamic curriculum to achieve the goals of outcome-based education.
The overall digitalization has rejuvenated the system both for the administration and to the students. This new and exciting way is making students to embrace the benefits of education in Telangana. There is not just modern combination of courses in the offering, but education is being imparted in English in parallel to the regional Telugu language. This changing scenario became highly popular with the student community, and they have now become the brand ambassadors of what is being offered in government colleges, spreading messages of positive change and influencing more and more students to get associated as pupils.
Good morning everyone. I am Devishri, a student of Jawaharlal Nehru Government Polytechnic College. Currently I am pursuing Electronics Communication Engineering. The faculty in our college are well qualified and friendly with students. The academic standards in our college are very good. Apart from theoretical education, we give equal importance to technical education as well. The environment in our college is very calm and peaceful. We have a library facility which aids us to gain more knowledge. I am proud to be a student of JNGP College.
It's not just the student community. but the faculty too, who underwent change in mindset. Inspiration and motivation were instilled in them so that they were able to identify their own potential. They have realized that they are not second to anyone in providing quality education. The change in their mindset has been great change factor of growth in the education system of Telangana. As a result, more than 60% admission increased in government-run colleges.
We have, under the able guidance of our Commissioner of Technical Education, in the entire state of Telangana, we are able to implement new technologies for the development of technical education. They are like continuous evaluation for the students, EDEP for conducting examination, and for evaluation of the students we are using OSDES. We are also implementing biometric attendance to the students as well as staff, and I am very proud to tell that this particular education, part of education, is very useful to the students. They will provide 100% job opportunity to the students who are completing diploma, and also they will be in a position to join for higher education and higher level studies. Thank you, Anand.
Which has been unprecedented over last few decades. It wouldn't have been possible without an able leadership with devoted efforts and larger vision. The officer, the transformational leader, and the mastermind behind this rapid progress, Mr. Naveen Mittal, IAS, has been at the helm of higher education system as Commissioner for Collegiate Education and Technical Education Department, Government of Telangana, for more than 3.5 years. IndiGlobal Media Network, which believes in taking the innovation, collaboration, and growth to the forefront, takes pride in presenting the story of progress in education to you. Thank you.
So, one thing is that if we look at this year, then we are almost 61% higher than what our number was in academic year 2017-18. So we brought in these changes for the academic year 2018-19, which was nearly about 3+ years back. When we looked at the courses in the government colleges, we found two things. One, the courses were very outdated courses. The combinations were very outdated, whereas in the private colleges, much more modern combinations were being offered. For example, let's say computer science as a combination for physical sciences, then biotechnology or microbiology as a combination for life sciences, or computer applications in BCom. But we didn't have those combinations in our government colleges. That was one. Two was most of the colleges offered only Telugu as a medium of instruction. And aspirations have changed. Most parents, if you see across the state, you would find that they want their children to study in English medium. Not because they are against the language, local language, but because there is this parental feeling that their child will do well in the corporate job. Let's say when they offer themselves for a job in the job market, they will do well if they are able to converse in English, or they work in English, and they also have a more, I would say, mobility in terms of moving to other parts of the country or other parts of the world also. So that's a social reality. We may feel whatever, but the social reality is that.
Thank you very much. The video data is not updated, but it is not just 60%, it has crossed beyond 70 or 80. We'll get to know from the officials directly. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Naveen Mittal, the transformation leader and the program chair of this particular 2-day mega summit.
Thank you. I would further like to call upon Shri Ronald Rose, IAS Secretary, T. Swearies and T. Waries, and also Special Secretary Finance, Director of Mines and Geology. Commissioner and Director, School Education Department, who is yet to come. And can we call upon Dr. Nagarajan Ramamurthy, Director, IIM Amritsar, Punjab. Director, IIM Sirmaur, Himachal Pradesh. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Anil Kashyap, President and Chancellor, NICMAR. I would like the audience to please give a huge round of applause to all our speakers who are here. A very warm welcome to all our speakers here. And to mark the auspicious start of this summit, we will have the lighting of the lamp. So I request... lighting of the lamp in a short while. We are waiting for one of our guests. By then, I request the team to arrange for lighting of the lamp.
So, till the time the chairman for Telangana State Council of Higher Education, Professor Limbadri, would join us, I would request all our esteemed speakers and the program chair to mark the inauguration of this two-day second IndiGlobal Education Festival by lighting the lamp. I would call upon Mr. Srikanth Sinha, the CEO for Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge, also to join.
जय मंगल मूर्ति दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ति जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ति दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ति जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ति दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ति जय देव जय देव रत्न खचित फरा तुझ गौरी कुमरा चंदनाची उटी कुंकुम केशरा हिरे जडित मुकुट शोभतो बरा झुळझुळती नूपुरे चरणी घागरिया जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ति दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ति जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ति दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ति जय देव जय देव जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. Yes. I would also request Srikanji to please take the seat on the dais. So this particular inaugural session would be themed, it has been innovation, skilling and learning, evolving landscape in school and higher education. It will also touch upon the pedagogy and experiential learning, emerging courses and curriculum, digitalization of education, National Education Policy 2020, its implementation and challenges, placements, modern skills and industry-ready skills. So, to go ahead, calling upon the first speaker, I would like to call upon Dr. Nagarajan Ramurthy, Director, IIM Amritsar, Punjab. A round of applause for our guest all the way from Amritsar and Punjab.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me for this second annual summit. Let me just focus on one aspect. I think the future of any country, actually particularly in India, depends on the level of skilled workforce that we have and the innovation that as a country we can make. A couple of days ago, I was reading this article by McKinsey and others that, this is not the decade of India, but this is the century of India. In 75 years since independence, we have come quite a way. But still, what I find is that there are disparities or access to education is missing. Why do I say this is that I was just looking at the top 100 institutions as per the latest NIRF ranking. They are sort of lopsided with Delhi and the south occupying most of it. And what's happening to the rest of the country? When I took over as the director of IIM Amritsar, one of the things that I realized was that these should not simply be only for some elite or select group of people. And reskilling and upskilling of our youth is quite critical for the next several decades. If at all we have to be on the world stage as a forerunner of innovation. So this year we started, for example, a program on data science and business analytics. This is for young engineers. This is not for people with experience or even for that matter executive education. So I personally believe that every person should have access to education, regardless. I mean, of course, like there are varying capabilities. I'm not going to deny that. But access should be there for everyone. And I was impressed to find that, in the government colleges in Telangana, the enrollment has gone up by 60%, or as the latest one, maybe more than 70%. I wish to see that, this happens throughout the country, across all states, even remote areas. Without a skilled workforce, we cannot have innovation. We cannot have creativity. And I would say that if we have to be in the next 20, 30 years, I think the PM also had mentioned about the next 25 years vision and all that. One of the things that we have to make sure as educators is that we provide the highest quality of education. Even the NEP talks about applied aspect and hands-on and experiential and so on and so forth. Having taught in the US for 30 years, I just returned to take up this assignment. One stark contrast which I found was that, so there we focus more on applied aspect of it, rather than just clearing an SSLC or +2 or whatever it is. One exam should not determine a person's future. So learning, education should be a continuous process, and the access should not be denied, and regardless of the social status. So with that, we introduced this program the first year, and then next we are going to do it every 6 months. A new program will keep starting. So with that, I wish this conference a great success. Of course, rest of my colleagues on the stage would have a different perspective, also share their vision. Let us just focus on one thing, that as education leaders, it is our responsibility to ensure that we provide the highest quality of education to our students, and we make India a global hub for education. I would like to see a day where instead of our students going abroad for studies, we ask other students from other countries come to us. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking us through the vision. As you said, the the kind of skills and the innovation and the kind of management leadership that is needed, and rather than, there is also an ecosystem that is needed where the students and the graduates are in India and establish the companies and the industry over here rather than going abroad. Next up, I would like to call upon the CEO for Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge for a brief perspective on this inaugural theme. Mr. Shrikant Sinha.
Thank you, Sudhir. A very good morning. Honorable Chair Sri Naveen Mittalji, who is extremely well known to everyone, Sri Ronald Rose Garu, IAS Secretary, Telangana Social Welfare Residential Education Institutions. I think both these people have been doing phenomenal work over here in Telangana. And whatever we see today over here, thank you very much. You read my mind. That's what I wanted. I wanted you to give them a big round of applause, and thank you for that. I think today we are standing at a juncture where we don't know how things are going to be in the future, right? We are rowing a boat. Have any one of you seen how a boat is rowed? Right? You have seen boat races, etc. Anyone on TV or otherwise? You're always facing against the side you're moving, right? You're moving in this way. And that is what we are trying to do. We are trying to predict the future. We are trying to work for the future, create skills for the future, create education programs for the future by looking at the past, right? Because you are seeing the current which is behind you. You are seeing the journey you have already traveled. But the need today is looking forward, where you are moving, and that is what is most crucial today. I'm extremely happy that Sudhir, that's IndiGlobal, along with Telangana, State Council for, the SVTAT board, etc., collegiate education, has started this thing, and this is the second year, the second IndiGlobal summit itself, which is very, very important because we need to understand as educators what is expected out of us, be it in school education, be it in higher education, be it in skill education, be it in any kind of life. We need to look at how do we do things differently. Whatever we have seen in the past, there might be a stone behind, you are rowing the boat towards that, looking behind, everything is okay, right? And that is where we need to start thinking differently. We talk about school education and we say, if the problem would have been fixed in school, then higher education would not have a problem, right? But higher education might change because today the pressure is extremely high. Technology, industrial revolution, there was only one technology that made the change. Internet revolution, again, one single technology that made the change. But if you look at IR 4.0, there are more than 10 plus technologies that are working together, and that is where change is happening. Are we ready for it? Of course, COVID was a great accelerator where a lot of things suddenly changed overnight, right? All of us never were used to teaching online, but yes, we went online, right? And online is here to stay. Good, bad, ugly. For me, of course, with 25 plus years of experience in online education, for me, it's a very good thing that finally, education since the time of Socrates has now finally changed. And that is where the change has been. It's how soon we are able to adopt. The only person who likes a change in the world is a baby who has spoiled his diaper, right? Apart from that, all of us are resistant to change. But change is a reality. How soon we are able to adapt to that change, how soon we are able to take it forward is exactly what is required. I think I would like to end on that. Wish you all a wonderful conference and talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for bringing in that energy, which is much needed. We are also joined by the co-chair and the chairman for Telangana State Council of Higher Education, Professor Limbadri. A round of applause for Professor Limbadri. So, what is special in this second edition of IndiGlobal Education Festival? This is bigger and much more creative. How? Besides the education, higher education and skills, this time we have school education track running. We will be, soon after inaugural session, we'll have school education track running in the Synergy Hall. This is the main Kohinoor Hall. This time we also have sports as one of the key themes. We have esteemed speakers and the champions, the former champions, national and international, associated for this particular summit. At the same time, human resource is one of the key themes of this edition, where you'll get to see leaders from the human resource from various organizations. You'll also be given the program agenda, which will have these focused sessions. And one of the key guests who wanted to join us, but we have a special message from him. Let us hear the special message from the national coach for the Indian badminton team, Mr. Pullela Gopichand. So, on the day 2, sports is one of the key themes that is going to be there. And we also have many of the a national champion in cycling, Dr. Maxwell Trevor, who is in the audience. He would be also speaking in the day 2 on the sports session. A round of applause for Dr. Maxwell, who is giving back to the society. Special message from Mr. Pullela Gopichand.
The IndiGlobal session this September. It's great that the government of Telangana, through its Department of Collegiate and Technical Education, is hosting and being part of this wonderful summit. Unfortunately, I am not able to come as one of our top players, H.S. Pranoy, is getting married today. But my best wishes with the entire event, and I hope that sports, which is included in this part of this event, will be a great success and will help many more in their careers in the future. Sport is a very important facet of development. Education without the development of sport, which teaches us life lessons about failure, about handling success, about taking care of ourselves and things like discipline, are very key components. I am very happy that today in this summit we are going to take care of many of these issues. A career in sport is something which we look forward to for everyone. A career in sport is something which is very important. And today, more than ever before, the opportunities for people to be players, to be coaches, to be support teams, to be physios, and sports administrators are many more in this country than they've been ever before. We've had a surge of awareness at various events, and I only know for sure that the initiatives of the government, we in the future will be a great sporting nation. Today, education itself, without sports and the knowledge and the experience of sport, is something which we all feel is inadequate and incomplete. If we cannot, as young kids and students, explore the length and breadth of our physical body, the way we can run, the furthest we can run, the furthest we can throw, the highest we can jump, jump the highest we can lift. If we can't explore the length and breadth of our body, the physical being, how are we going to be visionaries on the medical side? So I believe it's very important that education and sport are combined together, and sport becomes a key component in the entire growth of the individual. Along with this, if people win, I think the sporting stars of the country today are testimony to the fact that there is aviation, there is money, there is career prospects in sport like never before. Wishing to see many of you in the future take up sport very aggressively, not necessarily only to make them as career options, but to make them as holistic development of the children. I think education is very important. Education and sport, education without sport is incomplete. Thank you, and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. So that was our national coach for Indian badminton, producing stars and champions for our country. A round of applause once again for Pulela Gopichand. Next up, I would like to call upon a leader in the education space with over 30 years of experience, both in practice, academia, and research, both in India and abroad, with a global exposure in research and also in education. He has held key leadership roles. He has been head of UWE, Bristol in Britain, United Kingdom, School of Geography and Environmental Management, Deputy Head of Coventry University School of Energy. His expertise lies in infrastructure development and finance, urban regeneration and real estate research, and a lot more. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Anil Kashyap, who is the founding president and chancellor for NICMAR, National Institute of Construction Management and Research. Congratulations to the NICMAR team for the new status they have got in Telangana. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Anil Kashyap.
Shri Naveen Mittalji, Program Chair for the second edition of IndiGlobal Education Festival, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries and delegates of the dais. It's a special moment for education in the state and even in the country that we are having these dialogues and these discussions very often in the state of Telangana. And I really like to come back again and again to be part of these deliberations, share and learn more from you all and from the leading institutions and the speakers. And I get special motivation from the kind of buy-in we get from the state administration as well as the political will to improve the education in school and higher education in the state of Telangana. There are a number of initiatives which have been launched, which are working very successfully. We had glimpse of some of these successes under these dynamic leaderships. It is quite an exciting phase, and as NICMAR University, I'm really delighted to be part of this exciting part of the state education journey. Coming from the inaugural topics, I would like to pick up one which is around placements, modern skills, and industry demand. Whenever we talk about higher education, the major emphasis of each student is on industry engagement and the kind of placement those students are expecting out of their education. In the institutions or education setup, there is always curriculum which is designed to impart lots of knowledge. lots of skills, attitude, and behaviors. I am of the firm belief that if we have a really good blend of these knowledge, skills, attitude, and behaviors, we will be in a position to produce industry-ready graduates. Sometimes our management institute or engineering institute are criticized by producing graduates who are not employable. That's where the major challenge is, and in particularly my university, we are addressing this challenge really well, imparting those skills which are needed by the industry, embedding those skills and knowledge and behaviors into the curriculum and into day-to-day life of those students through various means, which can be classroom teaching, which can be role plays, case studies, and even real-life practical exposure in the industry itself, which gives immense benefit to all those prospective graduates to gain confidence when they go for summer internship, they go for summer placements, etc., and then they come back with a fire in the belly that they want to be that level of professional which they have worked recently. They call them as mentors. I have been talking to some of my recent returnees from the summer internship, and they have already got lots of pre-placement offers because of those type of industry-engaged curriculum. And that's where we want to, bring our point across that all the universities which are represented here in this hall strive towards getting that kind of outcome which is beneficial for the graduates, which is needed by the industry, and that is a win-win situation, and that's where we drive a lot of satisfaction. So in terms of our numbers, the kind of demand we have got students and the population in the country, almost like 500 million plus population under 24, which is really sort of a kind of a dividend. We can actually, train them into industry-ready professions through these education setups, and we would like to, bring that actually into the mainstream of our workforce. Employability skills are the key things because it all depends on the kind of knowledge, skills, behavior, and attitude people, students get on their campuses, and that's where the focus lies. I would like to see a little bit more engagement from the industry side as well, that these opportunities for work-based learning opportunities should be built into their businesses as well as part of their CSR. Even, taking, example from my own, home, my son who had just graduated his engineering and gone into an industry called Dyson. We have got those, Dyson really funky gadgets. And I was asking him how many interns they have. And he says entire floor is actually dedicated. Hundreds of interns are there in Dyson, and these are young minds. And I think industry should use those young minds and brains to actually get them ready for the future, also make them work on new and innovative ideas. I think this is really, opportunity for everybody, for education, as well as for industry. Very, very strong message in terms of how we want to, we should be going ahead. And as a Nikmar University, I think we are really there in terms of our placements and all those opportunities, and we would like to continue doing that. At the end, I would like to wish second IndiGlobal Education Festival a huge success. We have got really rich lineup of speakers. I'm sure everybody would be benefited by these discussion and deliberations, and everybody would go home with sort of really energized in terms of how higher and school education should be given in the state. And this is really proud moment. And I'm really thankful to the leadership and to the administration of the state government that these kind of dialogues and deliberations are supported and very well organized here. And I would like to be part of the future ones as well. And with these words, I would again wish Sudhir and his team a success for next 2 days, and everybody should be benefited by their deliberations in these 2-day panel sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil, for constantly supporting us. Next up, I would like to call upon yet another leader in the field of education with more than 30 years of experience in the industry. He holds a master's degree in management, a PhD in international marketing strategy, and he was also a visiting faculty in Euromed, Marseille province, Cream, Sofia, Antipolis, and France. Please join me in welcoming Professor Prafulla Y. Agnihotri, Director, IIM Sirmaur, Himachal Pradesh. A round of applause.
Thank you so much, Sudhirji. And in the beginning, let me just congratulate the organizers for holding this convention on a very relevant and very valid topic, which is need of the day. Rather, it was required long back. India was a global hub for education. That's what we have all heard. Nalanda, Takshashila, and so many things. So many scholars used to visit India and study or Ved. You may not understand if I say Ved, so let me say the wrong pronunciation that is more popular, Vedas. Okay. And even today, just for your information, I have some association with Germany. I used to work with some German companies before, and still some of them are my clients and keep visiting Germany. There are more and more Germans and German universities who are studying Sanskrit, okay, to the or Ved, especially Atharvaved and Ayurved, because they feel that there are so many diseases for which there is a cure for that. And whenever I go over there, and sometimes when I have dinner with them, that's the most nervous moment for me, because I cannot answer most of their questions. They think that being an Indian, I should be aware of them, and every Indian knows about it. They are fond. I teach in France, and once I met a lady. She and her husband had come to pick me up when they came to know that I'd come from India. And they took me there to their home for a dinner. I was feeling like running away, but I could not because I didn't have a vehicle and I had to depend on her husband to drop me back to my hotel. Because when the Indian dinner was being cooked, she took me to the mezzanine floor of their home and showed me her library. She had all the Indian philosophers. I could name only 1 or 2 of them and forget about reading their books and other things. And she was more well-read than me. She has started an Indian center in France, south of France, where I used to teach, Marseille, okay, in the name of Tagore Cultural Center of India. She visits India. She has adopted 2 Indian students, orphan Indian students, and looks after their education. That was her affiliation to India and Indian philosophy. And her husband was telling me that his only fear is this lady would go to India and may not return at all, because she would just love to live over there. This is what India was at one point of time, during the time when Veds were written. They were propagated, they were practiced. And what happened thereafter? When was the time when we started looking towards the West for knowledge creation, or rather, not knowledge creation, but they would create the knowledge, we would simply acquire them and borrow them. We all know this is an era of intellectual property rights. Those who have the IPRs will rule the world. Where did we lose? But I'm glad that this new education policy, partially though, addresses this issue. Okay? And that is why I would say I would like to congratulate you for organizing this event on a very contemporary theme. It's on innovation, skilling and learning. There are, especially in education, there is a huge potential available for us to innovate. Okay? Basically because so far we have been following the traditional method. Look at management education, the field that I come from, MBA. It's such a popular degree. Everyone must have an MBA. Whether the person needs it or not, whether the person is suitable or not, his parents will force him. About 10 years ago, when I was at IIM Calcutta, we were interviewing a candidate for our next batch. And he was a brilliant student. During the group discussion, he had not opened his mouth at all. So we gave him some marks just for the sake of showing his face. We used to call it muh dikhai, okay? Show his face. And then we thought that he is a dumb guy and he is not going to be featured anywhere subsequently. And as the luck was to have it, some other panel had taken longer time, and therefore the same batch whom we had observed in group discussion came back to us. And we got a chance to interview him. During group discussion, we don't have the identities of an individual. We just know the numbers and we give them marks. But at the time of interview, we had all his resume and application form, so we could know everything. And when we went through it, I was shocked. He was from IIT Bombay, a topper, and continuously above 9.5. You know, a 9-pointer itself is a great thing, and he was consistently above 9.5. And my colleague said, Prafullo, you continue. In Bengal, my name becomes Prafullo. Prafullo, you continue. I'll just take a break and come back. Because it was sure that this guy is a dumb guy and he's not going to make it, based on his performance in group discussion. So I just started casually. So tell us something about yourself. And the person said, oh, what do I tell about myself? And he said that in such a tone, it was genuine tone, that my colleague who had already got up, sat down. And we conducted his interview, and then during the interview we realized that the person whom we were talking to was maybe the future Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam or Bill Gates, a person of that type, of that intelligence, that genius. Okay. And then we asked him, why do you want to do MBA? Why don't you pursue MTech or go to US, do your MS and come back, or do PhD thereafter in your chosen field? He says, that's what exactly I want to do. But then why are you doing this? Mind you, he had not gone to any class. He had not appeared for any coaching center. It was his first attempt for CAT. He just got up and went just because his parents insisted that he should do. And he had 99.5 percentile onwards. That's why he got a short list in the first attempt without preparation. The point is, why were the parents insisting on him doing MBA? What is so great about it? Would he be happy in his life? Or he would be better off and contributing to the social worth to an economy like India if he becomes a scientist? We don't think of it. So, the pedagogy. Coming back to this topic, that's what actually I remembered it when I opened this topic. Okay. We have to also look at the pedagogy by which we teach. I always remember this example. When I have 60 students in my class, not all 60 would be the same. If you have studied psychology, you would know there is something called as learning style inventory. Each one of us who is sitting over here has his own learning style. And there is a famous saying in andragogy that an adult learns what he wants to learn, when he wants to learn, and the way he wants to learn. So we can't force feed anyone. Why have the same pedagogy which has been dictated to you by someone? Case studies are great, no doubt about it. But are they the only methods of education? Just because Harvard practiced it, practicing it for more than 100 years? Not necessarily. They also have their own defects. What else can you do? How can you bring in experiential learning? There are so many things which you can really understand. If you want to make a better human being, no amount of case study, no amount of assignments will do it. It has to be an experiential learning. If I want to understand the feelings of someone else, what that person is feeling at this moment, I should be able to learn to empathize with that person. And only then I will understand why that person is feeling what he is feeling and how he is feeling. So, experiential learning matters a lot in so many fields. Okay. Pedagogy. Today, management education believes in interdisciplinary field. Ask all these gentlemen who are at the helm of affairs and they have proven themselves in their field, or all of you for that matter, who are working in industry. There is hardly any subject which can be studied in isolation. If I am a marketing manager, I should also know about the basics of finance, contribution, how much my products are making. I must also know about the supply chain and logistics, without which I cannot make a holistic decision. And therefore, there are no watertight compartments in management, or in any education for that matter. And that is why when I was watching that telefilm, I congratulated Mr. Naveen Mittal for all the initiatives that he had taken in the state of Telangana. They are really required. Okay. We have to give not just education, but a holistic education. We are not here just to grant degrees and create a literate, but we are here to make a better human being, a more civilized person, okay, who, as an individual, understands his social responsibility too. When I say this, I remember an example. Several years ago, an American professor had come with his family and he was staying with me at Calcutta. And then we had gone to certain places. They are all crazy after Taj Mahal. So we had gone to certain places. I almost had Bharat Darshan Yatra with him. Okay? We had gone to Taj Mahal. And his 5-year-old son was holding a piece of paper, the ticket that they had bought, okay, in his hand, looking out for dustbin, but he just did not throw it anywhere. Okay. For full 45 minutes, till we had the round of entire campus, he was just holding it in his hand. And then kept asking me, where is the dustbin? Where is the dustbin? And ultimately, when he saw the dustbin, he threw it out there. That 5-year-old son told me so many things. The education should start, the foundation start in the school. If you have traveled to the US, you would know how they disembark from the flight. It was a major learning for me. I am an Indian, born Indian, travel in Indian aircrafts all along. And you know what happens when the flight lands? We are all in a great hurry, as if there is a fire behind, and we have to get down at once of the aircraft. We just open the open session, take the bags, and start running, without caring for anyone in front. Am I exaggerating? Isn't that what we do? It was a learning for me. I was always in the middle seat by default, because for additional seat you have to pay extra, that in dollars, which my budget did not allow. So I had to accept the seat that was given, naturally in the end, rear, middle seat. So I had to wait. And what I saw was amazing. No chaos, no stampede. Till the front rows have not got up. And that too, first from the left, then from the right, and then the next row will get up. And easily they will move through the aisle. When are we going to learn all this? It's not our fault. This has to be taught in the school. When is our education going to take care of that? A basic civic sense. Just the other day, I was traveling to some place, And a person who was a industrialist, let me not name the industrialist, ate something, rolled down his window, threw it on the road, and we went off. I remember that 5-year-old kid. And here is a 55-year-old person. And he was talking about how clean the foreign cities are. Ethics. Basic ethics. For several years I taught in France. I used to give them quiz in the class. Class would be full. No special arrangement because quiz used to be a surprise quiz. But not a single person would look and fill up. No. It's a test of my understanding. And I'll fill up. The only students who used to make noise and try here and there would be Asians, especially Indians and Pakistanis, not even other Asian countries. Okay? And then the local French students or other European students would grumble. I say, look into your paper, don't look here, don't cheat. I was surprised. Why? Why are we cheating in such basic things? What am I going to get by adding certain marks to me which I don't deserve? Civic sense, I told you about it earlier. I always like a book and I make it mandatory to all my students to read that book. That book changed me also. There's a book by the title We the People by no other than late Mr. Nani Palkhiwala. Okay. Make your teenage son read that book, son or daughter read that book, and you will find a perceived difference in their behavior, in their attitude. Mr. Nani Palkhiwala speaks about the same thing. Actually, whatever I said, Mr. Nani Palkhiwala has referred to that in that book. Our education should take care of it. And my humble request, Mr. Mittal, is please do take care of these factors. These are basic things like civic sense, basic honesty, decency, courtesy, empathy should also be a part of our education. I'm finishing, don't worry. Okay. So, thank you so much. Otherwise, just a note has come, then he will come. I see him standing. He was sitting there so far. So before he climbs up, let me vacate this place. So thank you so much once again, and congratulations to you for a novel topic.
Thank you so much, sir, for that inspiring and the wonderful perspective that you have put forward. Next up, I would like to call upon a young leader and a bureaucrat who has worked in the remote tribal areas of erstwhile Andhra Pradesh for the welfare of tribals and their livelihoods, working in the sphere of rural livelihoods and poverty alleviation and urban affairs. He worked as district magistrate for 3 districts in Telangana. Currently, he is working as the secretary for Telangana Social Welfare Residential Institutional Society and also for the Tribal Welfare Residential Institutional Society, also holding a position as the secretary for the finance department with the government of Telangana. Please join me in welcoming yet another leader, bureaucrat of this country, Mr. Ronald Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhi. Respected Program Chair, Mr. Naveen Mittal, and other dignitaries in the dais, and all the delegates who are here. So as you know, I'm the secretary for 2 societies, Social Welfare Residential and Tribal Welfare Residential Societies. So before getting into these topics, I just wanted to give a small perspective of what are these societies and how it is different from the regular government schools. So these are societies which have been established under societies by the government of Telangana. Earlier it was government of Andhra Pradesh. And these societies have functional autonomy as well as financial autonomy, so a bit different from the government-run institutions. We have 451 residential institutions run by these societies with 220,000 children who reside in campus with us. This includes 52 degree colleges also. So who are these students who come to these societies? They are all from below poverty line families. Their parents are mostly laborers working in farms. And most of them are first generation learners. That means their parents were never educated. They may be literate in terms of senses, but they have not gone to formal schooling at all. So I think your mind is already filled with a lot of images of how these societies will look, since I have told you all the cliches that they are BPL children, they are run by government, fully funded by government, run by government teachers. So I think your mind is filled with a lot of images, right? What you're seeing in TVs and videos, old dilapidated buildings, teachers coming late to school, children not able to count 2 + 2 is 4. Yes? So except for the front row people, because they are the teachers of society, so they know. That is the exact myth the societies wanted to fight. That's the exact myth which they have fought, and that's the exact myth they have already broken. Just to put things in perspective, some statistics might not be relevant, but it's very important. This year, 750 of our children are going to get into medical colleges and IITs. 750. Both the societies put together. So our NEET examination results have come. JEE advanced results have come. And mind you, please go back to the first line I said. These are all first generation learners. Absolutely no support system from their family. Fully taken care by the society. So in their 12 years of formal education, nearly 8 years they spent with us in a residential environment. So we have also learnt a lot by running this residential society. So Government of Telangana, they have understood the importance of these residential institutions. So they have increased the number of residential institutions in the state. So we have now 973 residential institutions run by Government of Telangana. More than 6 lakh children are studying here. And you won't believe, we conducted entrance examination for 5th class. Around 147 children took the examination for 47,000 seats. And you know, my biggest job every day is attending phone calls from public representatives, collectors, parents, asking for an entry into these institutions. You will not get in any other private institutions also this much pressure. And every day in my office, I'll have a lot of dharnas happening. 200 to 300 parents every day come and do dharna that I will not leave unless you provide me a seat. There are a lot of principals who are here. They also face similar issues, including threatening calls saying that I'll get you transferred if you're not going to give me a seat there. So that is the status of, that speaks volumes of the quality of education we give in these residential institutions. So what makes these residential institutions unique? Why parents are flocking to these institutions? So these are all things, the topics which already mentioned here. So innovations, holistic education, placements, experiential learning, pedagogical improvements, sports, which they have spoken about. So we, in the society, strive to give all those things to these children. It is not only the subject which is being taught there. If you speak to any of the residential school child, you will immediately notice the difference between this child and any other. You can't differentiate with any other so-called convent children with the children who are studying here. All these are English medium schools. All these 451 institutions are being taught in English. And some of our children are already in institutions abroad, doing their undergrad and postgrad also. So based on that experience, what we have found, certain points is this. So we all talk about experience learning. That's a buzzword, especially after NEP spoke about it. And NEPs, all circulars have this two letters, experiential learning, experiential learning, experiential learning. So one of our panel speakers, he also spoke about experiential learning. And all his anecdotes are all experiential learning only. So everything he spoke about from his experience. So he has also learned a lot from this experiential learning. But when it comes to having this as a pedagogical methodology or a teaching in the classrooms, then it becomes a big challenge, because both our students, parents and teachers, these are the stakeholders, they are all used to rote learning. And if my child don't come to my house and then doesn't say 9 into 9 is 81, I am so worried as a parent. And I put a lot of pressure on the school also, saying that why my child is not able to do this. So introducing experiential learning is a challenge in this education system which you are following. So what we are supposed to do, experiential learning. Some of the edtech companies come to me and say, sir, please, I am going to give you a digital lab for you. It's an excellent experiential learning component which your children can make use of it. So where do we lack in this experiential learning? We all recognize the fact that experiential learning is extremely important. There are curriculums which has recognized that, especially international curriculums. Their whole methodology is based on experiential learning. We speak about it. We want to introduce in our system, but where do we fail? Why we are not able to do that? Why we fall back finally? So one is our grading system. One is our exam-based teaching system. So still we value NEET is very important, JEE Advanced is very important, 10th marks are very important, 12th marks are very important. Then where does experiential learning fit into this? So in the society, we give a lot of importance to experiential learning. So we have tied up with a lot of governmental and non-governmental organizations, profit and not-profit organizations, in introducing this experiential learning component to the children, both to school-going as well as to higher education children. And we are slowly shifting our pedagogy also towards that. Yes, I recognize the fact that they have to write their board exams. But I firmly believe that through these methodologies, they are better equipped to take the examinations rather than this rote learning which is happening in our system. So our NEP is one of the best policies in the world because all the best lines and the other policies are brought into this NEP. It's an amalgamation or a cluster of all the best practices packed in NEP. Only one thing which is missing in the NEP is the implementation aspect. How we are going to do that? So I have around 10,000 teachers who are teaching this, teaching my students. And if I want to introduce experiential learning or some pedagogical interventions, then what should I do? I don't have anybody to teach my 10,000 teachers in how to teach in terms of pedagogy. At the most, every batch I can only take 40 to 50 people. I can send them for a 10-day or 15-day workshop where they learn new things and come back. In that rate, it will take years for me to have a behavioral change in my teachers so that this type of topics we can teach in the classrooms. So I request this summit or this festival also to deliberate this aspect also of how to get this experiential learning moving forward. Otherwise, we'll be only restricting ourselves in talks about this experiential learning that we wanted, and we don't actually introduce this in our everyday curriculum. The other in thing now is the digitization of education. COVID has taught us that it is a very powerful tool, no doubt about it. So in my society, every time I say, let us talk to principals, so my joint secretary is here, she always says, let us start Zoom meetings, sir. So yesterday I had one meeting with my principals. You won't believe at the meetings, what time it started? 7 o'clock in the night, evening? 6:30? Yeah, see, they were so worried. And then it went up to 8:30. So the power of Zoom, you can catch them anytime you want. You need not worry about anything. You need not worry about their family. You need not worry about their timings. Jokes apart, that is for teachers, but for children, it has really helped. So in the society, our teachers, they ran classes on phones. Every school did. What is so beautiful about it? What is so unique about it? The uniqueness lies here because students never have smartphones. Or they have one phone at home. There are two people are there, two siblings are there. Zero laptops, zero internet connectivity. They have to rely on phone alone. They reside in very, very poor interior villages, tandas, tribal areas. But still, you know what our teachers did? 6:30 their class starts in the morning. 8:30 it ends. Evening 5 o'clock starts, 7 o'clock it ends. You know why? Because the parents have to go to the field and they need the phone with them. So all our teachers, they adjusted their schedule according to their needs of the children, and during the pandemic they taught classes to them. Then we also spoke about this digital content. My take on it, if they are there, I see some 2 or 3 edtech firms are also here. I think they are part of this summit. So my request to you is, please customize your interventions to teachers, not to children. So a lot of edtech companies, very, very famous companies also, they come to me and say, please take my content. This is the best content in the world. This content is enough. It has videos, it has clarifications, it will assess the student, it will do this, it will do that. Magic wand. But I have realized that they are not going to work. If a child has to learn through the content, then there is no need for school. They can they can buy your content, sit at home and do it. They need not come to the school. They need not come to college. That is not college or school is meant for. So my teacher can simply switch on the projector and he or she can go and do their work. Half an hour, the children will learn by themselves. That is what the tech companies are trying to sell. That is not going to work. It's going to spoil the teachers, it's going to spoil the children. Your tool should be an enabling tool to the teachers. You enable the teacher to access the content. The teaching should happen only by the teacher. Don't try to replace teacher with the content. Most of them are doing it, please. So most of them I reject. I politely tell them, okay, I will call you back. If I say I will call you back, that call never goes. If I'm really interested, I just put them in touch with my team. This is the team, please talk to them. They'll come back to me. We have selected some 2-3 contents. We are also running digital classrooms in all our institutions. You won't believe, even I was surprised in one of the institutions in a very remote area of Nagar Karnool tribal district. That school has 6 projectors and the teachers are using them. I was so surprised by myself, even in my own institution. All my institutions has at least one projector. We do run digital content. We partner with a lot of organizations in providing digital content, which is well vetted by our teachers. So I request you to look into this aspect also of this digital content, which enables the teachers. They should not directly go into the students' thing. Yes, you practice questions, that's okay, fine, to know the level of the children. But I have seen 6th class, 7th class, 8th class, the whole subject is converted into digital content. And it is purely, it's like a movie only. There's no role for a teacher there. It's not going to help. So another thing which we have to invest is on the socio-emotional learning of the children. That is very, very, very important. This is a very fast-paced education system we are having with a lot of pressure on the children. And if we are not going to include that socio-emotional component in their learning, some children who are successful will be anyway successful. But those children who feel the pressure and they will not be able to communicate that I'm feeling this type of stress or pressure. So this should be part of our curriculum. It should be part of our pedagogy itself. So what Delhi government is doing, happiness curriculum, doesn't mean that they are wasting their time. So it is an investment. So in societies, we are also picked up the same thing. We are working with organizations who introduce happiness curriculum in a similar way. 2-3 more curriculums also we have invested in them. in all our schools. And in higher education, we are one of the pioneers in introducing data science courses in the state. So we are now investing in bioinformatics. We have a pharmacy college running. We have a law college. We have an armed force preparatory college. We have fashion designing college. So we are going to start furthermore courses which are relevant to the field now. So this is one part which most of us has to look through is, which I think Naveen sir will cover anyway, is how to adapt to the changes which is happening in the job market and what sort of skills our children should have. So we can't be warped saying that I'll give only BA History and BCom and BA English Literature in my college. So we are slowly phasing out those courses which doesn't have a proper job market in the field, and we are filling up with life sciences, data sciences, and other career-oriented courses. So our children excel in all those things. And in our data science, we also conduct data science camps. If we are giving training to around 25 people, all 25 get placed. Not in small companies. I'm talking about Twitter. I'm talking about Google. Our children are working there. They are that much capable. I also thank Professor Limbadri because he has been a pillar of support to all our colleges, because any new course we want to implement, we first go to him. This is the course we want to implement. And he says, we don't have that course, that subject at all in any of our universities here. We have 7 universities. And he says, no problem, let us design the whole curriculum, I'll get it included. So like that, we have included this time international relations as a course, because these are the things which are taught abroad. Our children doesn't have an opportunity. So we are going to start an international relationship bachelor's degree in our degree colleges. And we are also investing in languages, especially UN languages. There are 6 UN languages which is recognized across the world. So we wanted to give that language also to our children so that their exposure gets widened. They should not be confined only to our country. So we have tied up with French embassy now. So we are going to teach French in our college as well as in the schools, not as an extra subject. They'll be part of the curriculum itself. And Professor Limbadri has helped in designing that curriculum. And this year we are going to start that also. And what he was speaking about, I must have a choice of selecting different subjects. So Naveen Mittal sir has allowed us this year that we have entered into choice-based credit system this year in all our colleges. That means a student has a choice to select different subjects. So he or she need not come to me saying that I want to study BSc chemistry. No. I can study chemistry, economics, and fine arts also. I can study chemistry, economics, and tourism. So depending upon the subjects, the degree will be automatically awarded. It's a challenge for us because I have to find professors there. I have to find faculty. I have to find a place for them. It's a residential institution. So we have reworked all the things, and we are offering more than some 135 combinations in these 52 schools, 52 degree colleges in the society. And in sports, I think there's a session in my sports officer will also speak. So we have 48 sports academies being run by these institutions, society. These are run by professional coaches. And you won't believe the world under 20 100-meter hurdles record, national record holder. It's from our institution. Nandini, just recently in Colombia, she participated and she did this 120 national record. And you know about Purna, right? Malavat Purna, its movie also had come on her. She's the youngest female to climb Mount Everest. She's also one of our alumni. And you won't believe we have got already some more than 20 international medals in sports. We run 48 academies, that includes a golf academy also. And our children go for competitions across the country. They win medals for us. We are doing this so that they make this sport as a career. It is not for the society we are running these things. So we have hired very good coaches. Telangana women's cricket team has our children. Telangana's handball team is populated only by our children. One of our girl, Lavanya, she is playing for our Indian volleyball team. One of our girl, Karina, she's playing for our Indian handball team. They have represented India in World Cups and international competitions also. So he will talk more about these type of things also. This last point I just want to make is, please invest more on teachers. That is the only thing which is going to help in improving the education system in the country. So in society, we believe that we try our level best to equip the teachers. I always say, so I have 220,000 children, which is a floating population. So that means every year some 30,000 gets added and 30,000 goes out. Whereas this 11,000 teachers are a static population for me. They are with me always. So why I should break my head in these 220,000, wherein this 11,000 people will take care of the 220,000 for me. So please invest on teachers. Please deliberate that also on this summit. And I wish this summit the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It gives us that immense pride and satisfaction, the kind of progress that is happening in Telangana, be it the higher education or the residential institution. It is surging ahead, and of course, without a doubt, Telangana is a trendsetter, and a lot is being studied, be it the kind of system that is being developed in these tribal and social welfare residential institution societies. Similarly, there are other best practices and the trend-setting cases we would be getting to know throughout our session. So next up, I would like to call upon yet another leader in the space of education who has over 30 years of experience in working in various institutions, universities. Join me in welcoming the chairman of Telangana State Council of Higher Education, Professor H. Limbadri. A round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. The program chair, Sri Navin Mittal Garu, Commissioner, Higher Education and Technical Education, Sri Ronald Rose, Secretary, Social Welfare, Tribal Welfare Residential Institutions and Secretary Finance. We have guests from different institutions, that is Dr. Anil Kaishwa, President and Chancellor of NICMAR, Dr. Nagarajan Ramurthy, Director IIM Amritsar, Punjab, Professor Parfulla Y. Agnihotri, Director IIM Himachal Pradesh, and Srikant Sinha, CEO, TASK. My dear colleagues, principals, directors, teaching fraternity, students. First, I congratulate the Global Educational Festival team, particularly Sudhir Gautam, for organizing a wonderful educational festival to deliberate and discuss various spectrums of issues with related to the higher education is concerned. We had a very insightful lectures today with their vast experience. We have delegates from Indian Institute of Management, which we will feel a privilege, the best institutions in the country. Another side, we have the great experience of first generation learning institutions representative, that is Ronald Ross and Professor Sri Navin Mittal Garu. Both are leading the government institutions. The government institutions, the government degree colleges, or a social welfare residential colleges are running with the most backward community students or a first generation students. And we also can say happily that more number of girls pursuing higher education in these institutions. This is the scenario we can see. One side IIMs, another side these public institutions. I really proud to associate with both of them. I have a lot of respect with them, Sri Naveen Mittal Garu and Ronald Ras Garu. I have a close association with them. Lot of changes taking place in higher education Telangana. That whatever the reforms taken place, last 5 years, the good number of initiatives taken place and which is giving a very positive response from the stakeholders, particularly the students are concerned. Keeping that into our mind, if you look into the profile of Telangana state of higher education is concerned. In all terms, the gross enrollment ratio, the Indian gross enrollment ratio is a 26%. Now, Telangana gross enrollment ratio is a 36%. When we got the Telangana, only the few government degree colleges, 15, 16 government degree colleges have got the NAC accreditation. Now, 95 degree colleges got NAC accreditations. The access to the higher education, the Telangana government provided lot of opportunities. That may be a fees reimbursement, thus may be a residential institutions. Due to that, we are the depressed classes reached on par with others in gross enrollment ratio. And another important achievement, what I said earlier also, the girls enrollment ratio. The girls enrollment ratio, that may be a trends in the country, that may be a phenomena in the world, but uniqueness of Telangana is more than that. I have seen the MSc PG courses in Telangana. We have a 320 PG colleges, including university. Out of that, in the MSc courses, 76% are girls, only 24 are boys. This is the trend in Telangana we have. Per lakh population, one college, we are number 2 in the country. In all respects, we are moving the best way to achieve the national goals, to achieve the expectations of the society in providing a good quality education is concerned. Ronald Ras sir said a very interesting thing, that we have to invest on teachers. That is the core value of all higher education. If a teacher is good, knowledgeable, committed, definitely students will make a lot of wonders. Students will achieve whatever they want. So I really congratulate for his comment for that, which the need of the hour in the entire country is concerned. For any higher education or for school education, what we need is the curriculum, teaching learning methods, and evaluation. These are the 3 important things which we have to look into all our academic debates. What is the curriculum we have? How it is going to make our students learn very useful and knowledgeable to face the society. So the curriculum will play a very crucial role, and the teaching learning method. So far, the experiential learning and so many other things we have the speakers delivered their lectures. But the teaching learning method is very, very essential. The evaluation also a big challenge. Whatever we are awarding a degree to the students with a distinction, with the gold medals, how they are going to face in the society, what type of domain knowledge they have, what type of competitive skills they have to face the knowledge. These are the things we have to discuss in the conference. We are all living in the age of a businessman who commands considerably influencing the society. You can see the Ratan Tata. You can see the Mukesh Ambani, Ajimji Premji. So many other people influencing in the society. They are not only making the financial growth, they are building the image, they are building the nation's resources. So how we can understand the phenomena of influence into the academics? Most of the industrialists establishing the universities, most of the industries establishing the so many skill-based centers, and how they are functioning, how they are performing, and how they providing the quality education to meet the expectations of the students and the parents are concerned. The second aspect I want to mention is the technology. The technology has become part of our life. When technology has become so integrating into our curriculum, teaching learning methods, how it is shaping the students to meet the expectations of their own and expectations of the society. To all this technology or the industrial influence or a corporate influence, what is the place of inclusiveness in the process? The inclusiveness is a big challenge in the discourse. How, as Ronald said, the first generation coming into the institution, they never see the buses, they never traveled in trains, they never traveled in flight, but they are coming into the higher education institutions. So how we can bridge the gap of this technology, the corporate culture, into the first generation of students who are coming into the institution is a big challenge. To understand this scenario, how our curriculum should be designed, from the corporate colleges, IIMs, IITs, to the rural, remote villages running colleges. We have colleges at Asifabad, we have colleges at Illendu, we have colleges at Adilabad, we have a Hyderabad. So keeping this into mind, what type of teaching learning methods should be evolved? What is the experiential learning we can inculcate them to get the confidence? The confidence has become important thing for them. They will not face, the simple thing is the communication. Communication is becoming a challenge for them. Whenever they go for an interview, whenever they interact with the other persons, how to approach them, how to speak them in the communication of language or the body language, whatever it may be, how best we can train the students to face this changing culture and scenario is concerned. As a teachers, the continuous learning has become part of our life. It is not just whatever the degree we have, it is not enough to deliver our goods. It is a continuous lifelong learning with updating our knowledge in terms of skills, in terms of the domain aspects are concerned. And another is the student-led demand. What students expecting from you? What they have the creativity, what they have their own interests. Accordingly, we have to design the teaching learning method is concerned. We have to make them to promote, to meet the expectations of their family or their own. And the emerging courses, whatever the emerging courses I have, how we are developing the curriculum and how we are training the teachers to teach that curriculum in the emerging area, how we are going to provide the materials, the reference books for them to teach them, then only it will become. For we have another challenge in this scenario that not only a degree, skill is more important. Just having degree will not serve the purpose of getting employment. The employability is also one of the biggest challenge for us. It is a crisis now in the youth. So this curriculum, the teaching learning method, the evaluation will make them to get a good employment, to become a good entrepreneurs and become a good knowledgeable to face the life challenges to achieve their expectations are concerned. I hope these deliberations of conference will address all the things and bring some insights for the solving of institutional problems. With these few words, I once again thank the chair and the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir, for putting forward your perspective. And this inaugural session would also witness one special launch. One of the initiatives of the Government of Telangana in education, that is degree online services. It's been a revolutionary initiative where other states are coming down and studying these particular initiatives. And we felt it has to reach more and more people. We worked on the kind of effect and the kind of reach it has through this particular initiative. We worked on it and interacted with the beneficiaries, that is students in these government colleges and other colleges who have taken admission in the colleges in this city from the remote places. That is just one of the benefits or the results of degree online services. So we have come up with a special coffee table book that is going to be a ready reckoner for all to know about the genesis, development, and how it touched the lives of lakhs of students over the year. So I would request all our esteemed guests on the dais to unveil this special coffee table book on Dost. It was my team, Mr. Venu, Mahesh, myself and all other, and also the team in Telangana Collegiate and Technical Education Department, and also the Telangana State Council of Higher Education supported us coming out with this special coffee table book on Dost. Thank you very much. It is also some of the team members, Dr. Soundarya Joseph, and also the team, Mr. Chari and Gajendra from the Collegiate department, and also Ms. Vasundhara, Sunita, and Kishore, and there are many other. You'll get to see them in the Coffeetal book. It will reach you all. So with this, there is also a special message from one of the charismatic actor and philanthropist, Mr. Sonu Sood, who is also the co-founder of one of the virtual mentoring network, that is Intercell. A special message for all those who are joining here.
Hello everyone, I'm Sonu Sood, and Hyderabad is always very close to my heart. And it gives me great pleasure to invite you to the first of its kind education festival in Hyderabad.
A special thanks to Mr. Sonu Sood for taking out time. We wish he joined, but that's a special message from Mr. Sonu Sood. And we would like to thank, before our program chairs session, we would like to thank our partners, Sai Infra, Adobe, ANSYS, CATFEM, ICSI, NICMAR, University, Mahindra University, SR University, and also Telangana State Tribal Welfare Residential Educational Institution and Social Welfare Residential Educational Society, Hamstech Creative Multimedia, ICAC, IIM Amritsar, Magnetic Infotech, Vignan Jyoti, BITS Pilani, Verivans, UK Skills and Institute of Management Technology, and Capturing Life. A round of applause. Through their support, we could come up and build this particular summit. Without further ado, I would like to call upon the person, an IITian who chose to serve the people, who stood all in the third rank in the UPSC examination. As I mentioned, he served as the Special Commissioner, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. He served in Visakhapatnam, also as Secretary, Municipal Administration and Development. He has been making waves through various initiatives and trend-setting initiatives that could ultimately lead to the growth and progress and the benefit of the citizens. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Naveen Mittal.
The dignitaries on the dais and distinguished participants, very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I must take this opportunity to congratulate the IndiGlobal Media for organizing this two-day education festival, which has multiple tracks, the higher education track, the school track, and also includes skilling and sports also. Because it's our firm belief that, as the speakers before me have also said, that education has to be holistic. And only when we look at education from a holistic perspective, we can explore the contours of human potential. We are also going through, I would say, very, very transformative times in the field of education, especially in India. And there are, I would say, three things which are making these times very, very transformative. The first is the policy level changes which are happening. We got this new National Education Policy 2020. A lot of speakers have talked about it. The policy has come after a period of nearly 34 years, because the last policy was in 1986, and has gone through a huge amount of stakeholder analysis. And I must say that we have got a really brilliant policy which has the capacity to really bring in transformative changes in the higher education space and also in the school education space. It talks about multidisciplinarity of education. It talks about flexibility in terms of curriculum and courses. It talks about a totally new regulatory structure which will ensure that regulation is light but tight. It also brings in a totally new dimension of early childhood education in terms of school education, which was hitherto absent in India and only being handled through a very informal setup, and there was no formalized setup for early childhood education. So there are multiple themes in it which are very, very important, and I would say which have been brilliantly put together. But what is required now is the right implementation, as Ronald was mentioning. The policy is great, but implementation is what will really, really make it help to transform the Indian education system. And I think in the state of Telangana, we have really focused on bringing a lot of changes and a lot of reforms to ensure that our education system is in tune with times, and also ensure that our students not only are able to grab the opportunities which are available in the state, in our country, but also global opportunities. Some of the things have been talked about by Professor Limbadri. We brought in huge amount of flexibility in terms of student choices, so much so that I'll give you an example of a college, government degree college, Begumpet, which very recently, last month, got the highest ever NAAC score any government or private college got in the state of Telangana, which is 3.50. They just missed A++ by 0.01. 3 or 4 years back, the students there had only 10 or 11 course combination to choose from. This year, the students there have chosen more than 50 combinations. That is almost 5 times growth in student choices. And we have been able to do it just by rejigging the overall architecture of how do you choose. We didn't make any huge changes. We just made sure that the subjects are put in multiple buckets, and then student can choose any 3 of those buckets and any course within those buckets. So this resulted in multiple permutations and combinations, which within the existing setup brought in huge transformation in terms of student choices. We also reorganized the course curriculum in a big way, and it has already started giving very, very good results. And the fundamental philosophy behind that curriculum redesign was that extracurricular and co-curricular skills, which are really required for a student to do well when they get out of our campuses, those skills were actually left to the mercy of individual institutions without any core theme behind them, that each was left to fend off for themselves. How do they support their students in improving their placement potential of those institutions? But we brought in those skills right into the core of the curriculum as credit skills, credit programs. So almost every student in our graduation now learns computers, learns basic management skills, basic life skills. And we also redesigned the entire languages program. In fact, both myself and Professor Limbadri and also Professor Venkatramana, who will be joining us, who is the Vice Chairman of Council of Higher Education, when we look deep into the languages, we were teaching almost 20 credits of English language and 20 credits of second language to the students. But what we were teaching them was actually more of literature rather than communication and rather than language. And we worked on completely redesigning it so that it becomes more of a communication program and a language program which every student needs. We are not trying to reduce the importance of literature. Literature is also very important, but literature can be learnt as an optional. But what every student needs is more of basic language skills and basic communication skills. And this has really, really helped. I must say that we are seeing a tremendous improvement in the outcomes of our institutions, and our placements in almost every institutions have really, really gone up due to these changes which we have brought in. The second thing which is really driving this transformation in the education space in the country is this integration of technology now. Ronald talked about it, and other speakers also talked about it in a big way. And COVID has really, really accelerated this integration of technology. We were forced to go online when the pandemic hit us. There was no other option. But I think in this last 2.5 years, we have really learned as to what works and what doesn't work. And one of the prime learnings is that completely online is not the solution. But other part of it is also that completely physical learning is also not the way to move ahead in the times which we are in and the times we are going to be in. So it has to be a combination of the two. Because there's something very powerful which happens in a campus or in a class, which is that the learning which is happening is not just one way from the teacher to the student, but the teacher is also learning a lot from the students in terms of how they are responding and how they are imbibing the learnings, and also from the fact that they will be asking a lot of questions. So it's a two-way learning process which is happening. And also there is huge amount of peer-to-peer learning happens, which is absent in an online scenario. But then technology is also providing us huge amount of leeway in terms of personalizing education, which is not there when a teacher is teaching a class of 50 or 60 students. Mostly if we look at the pace of learning, a teacher would normally be going at the pace of an average student. So both the fast learner and the slow learner both are frustrated. Fast because he finds the whole thing boring. It's too slow for his or her pace. And a slow learner is not able to keep pace with it. And technology has now provided us a great tool in terms of personalizing learning. So content can be delivered to the student at his or her pace, his or her timing, and his or her place. So anywhere, any time, and at the pace at which the student wants to learn. Now the question is, how do we combine these two? We can't replace a teacher, because teacher plays a hugely important role. And we can't forego the use of technology, because that is also playing a very important role in learning levels. So the question is, how do we combine the two? And that is, I think, one of the biggest questions which we are going to be facing in next couple of years, as to what is the right combination. And this combination varies from level of at what level you're talking about, at a primary school level or a middle school level, or at a higher secondary or secondary level, or at a graduation or in a technical education or in a management education, this would vary. This would not be constant. We don't have a formula that I have X% of online and 100 minus X% of physical. This combination is ideal. We can't find that X universally. It has to vary from level to level and also place to place. What works in Hyderabad may not work in a remote place where most of the students would be first generation learners. Or it would vary dramatically in a place which is let's say a hilly place like Sirmaur. So we have to work out individual solutions as to how do we combine these two, the power of the teacher and power of the technology. And that's, I think, our biggest task moving forward. Technology has also helped us a lot in improving our administrative processes a lot. A lot of it has been talked about. Our DOST, the admission platform, is considered to be one of the best. And the reason is that it's a very, very seamless process where students across the state are able to utilize this system and get admission into an institution and a course of their choice. Earlier, a student had to physically go to every single institution, buy a prospectus, buy an application form, physically submit, wait for the call to come. The first list would be displayed. The college doesn't know which are the students who will join. The student doesn't know which institution he is going to get called from. So it was utterly confusing and hugely expensive for a student to get admission. But this has really, really transformed the way students are now taking admission. From the comfort of their home, almost 83% of our students did not move out of their home on their own mobile device or on their own device. They were able to access the system, authenticate themselves, and get admission. We also have biometric attendance in all the institutions, which has improved both faculty attendance as well as student attendance. And the reason why I'm saying that is that it is meaningless to talk about quality unless until a student comes to the campus. First of all, he or she has to come to the institution. If you are having a non-attendee student who's not coming, what is the change which you are going to bring in? So that has really, really helped in a big way. Most of our systems are now online. We have something called a university management system, which is now launched. We also have a college administration information management system, which is doing very well. And I can proudly say that each one of our government institutions in the state are now completely on e-office, including the commissionerate. And all our correspondence goes through digitally signed communication to the institution and back. We don't send any paper-based communication anymore to any institution. So we have to increasingly leverage more and more technology to help improve our processes and also use in conjunction with the teacher to also improve our teaching and learning outcomes. And the third thing which I would say is really bringing in this huge transformation which we are seeing is, I would say, the economic progress which India is going through. Last quarter, we have overtaken UK as an economy, which was talked about a lot. This year, we'll be close to a $3.5 trillion economy. If we talk about a real GDP growth of 6 to 7%, add 5 to 6% inflation, and reduce the dollar appreciation, with roughly Indian economy is likely to grow at about 10-11% in dollar terms in next few years. And that's a huge, huge growth, which we'll be going through. And we have been going through for past few years also, except a short period of COVID. And what it is doing is, it is bringing in huge amount of opportunities into our country. In fact, today the scenario is that for a company to get a software engineer or a computer science engineer, it's becoming increasingly difficult, and the salary levels have really gone up. More and more companies are now moving to higher end of the spectrum in terms of the quality of work which is happening in India. Gone are the days when we were only a back office processing center or a basic software servicing entity. Every single day we find large corporates setting up their global R&D centers now in India. And that means that the chain is going up. So the opportunities outside are increasing and improving. But I think what is required is that we also produce students who, when they come out of our campuses, are able to utilize those opportunities optimally. And that is possible only if we ensure that the students are not only technically good in terms of what they're able to do, but also holistically better human beings who are able to work in the scenarios in which they're going to work. And the kind of fast changes which are happening in the world with every single day, with every single hour. And the mantra for that is that we not only have to make students learn, but also make them learn how to learn. It's not enough that you push out students from the campuses who are having a degree or who are having some right credits or right courses which help them to get the first job. But also you have to imbibe this important skill of constantly learning and updating themselves. And only if the students are able to constantly learn and constantly change themselves, constantly upskill their skills, reskill themselves, they'll be able to make use of the opportunities which are opening up and which are going to open up at an increasingly higher speed in the coming years. And that is an important agenda for the entire education space. I also want to make one more point, is that in higher education space, we always talk about that we have to do with the students who are coming in from the school education. And the school education, we always talk about the fact that higher education space is too straitjacketed or too narrow to help the individuals become well-rounded human beings. And I think that's why it's very, very important that both these systems talk to each other. And I'm happy that this session is an integrated session, and a lot of this cross-learning will happen over these 2 days between school education as well as higher education, because we have to constantly talk to each other. We can't be working in silos that, oh, school education is only going to do this, higher education is only going to do this. There has to be a consistent effort to talk to each other and learn from each other and support each other. And that is only possible if we make use of such opportunities to increasingly talk to each other also, and then build networks and bonds to continue this conversation when such events also end and when we move back into our work. So that is, I would say, something which is going to be a big takeaway of this 2 days festival. But also, this will also help you to build those bonds with each other. With these few words, I again thank IndiGlobal for organizing this two-day festival and the events which are lined over these 2 days. Each one of those panel discussions and presentations have been thought about, and I'm sure that the deliberations in those panel discussions and those presentations would really give us good takeaways to take back with us, which we can implement during the course of our work as we move back into our own environments. And also, I take this opportunity to thank all the speakers who have taken their time to come to Hyderabad to participate here and to also support this shared learning which we are going to have over these 2 days, and to also everyone who has supported, especially the sponsors who have supported this event. And I'm sure that each one of us will have great learning experience over these 2 days. So my best wishes to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your constant support and also being a mentor and a guide. We could come up with such a big congregation that will unfold. As we speak, we are live in the social platforms, IndiGlobal TV, YouTube, and also the IndiGlobal Media Network Facebook page. You all can tag yourself, share, and with IndiGlobal Media IGEF, and tell your friends, colleagues, network that you are here, and the deliberations that are going to happen for next 2 days. With this, we will be coming to an end of this inaugural session. After that, a line of interesting, power-packed panel discussion and presentations are lined up. With this, I would request the program chair and also the co-program, Naveen Mittal sir, and also Professor Limbadri, to please do the honors of, as a token of appreciation, present the memento to our esteemed speakers on the dais. First, the token of appreciation and a memento to Mr. Ronald Rose, IAS Secretary for Telangana State Social Welfare Residential Educational Institution, also Tribal Welfare Residential Institutional Society. A round of applause for this leader, young leader, making a change, Mr. Ronald Rose, also the Finance Secretary. Next, to our speaker all the way from Himachal, Professor Prafulla Y. Agnihotri, Director, IIM Sirmaur. A token of appreciation for our speaker for taking out time and joining us. And next up is Dr. Nagarajan Ramamurthy, Director, IIM Amritsar, Punjab. Next up, Dr. Anil Kashyap, President and Chancellor, Nikmar University. Mr. Srikant Sinha, CEO for Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. I would also request Mr. Naveen Mittalji to present the memento, a token of gratitude and appreciation to Professor Limbadri. They have been a great support and mentor, helping us building this summit. Professor H. Limbadri, Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education. Next up, I would request Limbadri sir to present the memento to our program chair. I would request all the esteemed speakers to come in the front for a group picture that would remain as a memory for all of us to cherish. I would request esteemed guests to inaugurate the expo out there. All our partners and sponsors have put out their stall displaying their best practices, innovation and products in the field of education. I would request the esteemed guests to join us for the ribbon cutting.
Check. Request all the audience and delegates to please move to the expo visit with high tea, and we'll connect back here again at 12:45. And we have two parallel sessions going on. The school track will be at the Synergy Hall, which is at the right hand end. And here at Kohinoor, we have the higher education track. So I request you all to bifurcate respectfully. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, after this wonderful inaugural session, we would be starting off with our first panel discussion. I would request all our esteemed delegates to please join back in the hall so that in the interest of time and the panel discussion, a lot of time. So I would request my team members from IndiGlobal to please bring in and escort our esteemed delegates to join back in the hall. We are right now in Kohinoor, the main hall where higher education panel discussion would happen. And in the synergy, we have school track running. I would request Prerna, Vishal. Our dear volunteers, please bring in our esteemed delegates back in the hall. Yeah, started off. I would request the speakers of our first panel, Mr. Aruna Verma, founder and CEO, to please come together in the first row so that also Dr. S. Srikanta Swami, please come in the front row. Professor S. Srinivasa Rao, Dean, Mahindra University, please come in the first row, please join us. Dr. A.S.N. Pavani, OSD, Higher Education, Telangana Social Welfare Residential Institutional Society, and also Mr. Guru Vaidya, Solutions Manager from Adobe. Guru Vaidya, I would request all these panel members to occupy the front seats.
Check.
Hello. Hello. All the audience who are here for the school track, please move to the hall on the right end. The hall's name is Synergy. People from the school track. I request all the delegates, audience who are outside to please gather inside. We're about to begin with the session. The IndiGlobal volunteers, please guide all the audience and delegates to move inside the hall. We need to begin the session. Hello. All the delegates, I request you all to please move in. All the delegates, please move in. Delegates, audience. from higher education and school track. I repeat, audience who are here for the school track to please move to the Synergy Hall, which is on the right hand side. And all the higher education delegates and audience can stay back in this hall. I request the volunteers to please guide all the delegates to move inside the hall.
All the delegates and speakers related to school education track can move to the hall on the right side, that is Synergy Hall. Esteemed delegates, please join in the school track, and the higher education delegates and speaker can remain in this hall, that is Kohinoor. So now, the introduce you correct Shaki Chan ki naam China pura. तो आदित्य सक्सेना बने अच्छा बड़ा और yes Mahesh. Hello. Yeah. నాకు అర్థం అవ్వట్లే స్టార్ట్ చేసేస్తున్నాం ఇక్కడ యా పరకే Aditi Saxena is Dean Watson University. Dean Watson University. जिसको ओडा को नाम चाहिए बाकी सब पे कुछ है या तो छा दीपा मणि छा श्रीकंठ स्वामी छा श्रीनिवास राव छा सौरभ श्रीवास्तव छा पावनी छा यो वैद्य बनी छा Aditi Saxena is Dean.
I request all the delegates to please take your places. We're going to begin with the first panel discussion, which is going to be on modern educational institutions driving new age India. So there's one video which is specially brought to us by Sonu Sood. Can that be played for us before we start with the panel discussion? Until then, request all the delegates to please take your places. I repeat, the school track. I repeat, the people from school track can move to the Synergy Hall on the right end of the hotel. Volume. Okay, so moving ahead, we'll begin with our first panel discussion. I request all the delegates, audience, please take your places. This first panel discussion is based on modern educational institutions driving new age India towards multidisciplinary and holistic education, innovative ecosystem, collaboration with industry and institutes of excellence, mentoring, focus on research, incubation, entrepreneurship, and reverse brain drain. So now I would like to call upon Mr. Arnab Verma, founder and CEO, Intercell, who will be moderating this session. And next, I would like to call upon Professor Deepa Mani, Professor of Information Systems and Deputy Dean, Digital Learning and Executive Education, Indian School of Business. I'd like the audience to please give a huge round of applause for these speakers who are joining us. And next, I would like to call upon Dr. S. Shrikanta Swami, Senior Consultant and Expert, NAAC. Welcome, sir. Further, I would like to call upon Professor S. Srinivasa Rao, Dean, Indira Mahindra School of Education, Mahindra University. Further, I would like to call Dr. Saurabh Srivastava, Associate Dean, NIPER, Hyderabad. Audience, you just had a break. I request you all to please, clap for our esteemed speakers who are joining us here on the stage. Further, I would like to call upon Dr. A.S.N. Pavani, OSD Academics, Higher Education, TSWIS. Further, Shri Guru Vaidya, Solutions Consulting Manager, Adobe. Thank you. Last but not the least, I would like to call upon Ms. Aditi Saxena, Dean of Woxon University. Would want you to join the stage. Yeah, we'll put on the show. I would like the people on console to please give the mics, cordless mics, and the caller mics for the panel discussion to begin. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to everybody at IndiGlobal Education Festival 2022. And I'm Arunabh Verma. I come from New Delhi. I'm the founder of Intercell. It is a virtual mentoring network platform that we've created to connect graduates with industry experts, as well as younger employees with their internal or external industry experts. This particular session that we're about to begin, I have some very experienced colleagues and friends sitting right beside me. And the topic that we all will be discussing is primarily on the modern educational institutions driving New Age India. And itself, the topic from the word go is a self-explanatory for what India has achieved, especially in the last half decade, in the world of education. There is a great amount of reverse brain drain happening. There is a great amount of innovation happening at educational institutions and universities and colleges. And there is a certain rise in the non-Ivy League education system. And the Ivy League has gone a further level up as well. So this is probably the best time for us to be in India to take education to the next level together and ensure that the next generations have a bigger responsibility on their shoulders to position India on the world map as one of the most leading countries in as many fields as possible. To begin with, the first topic that I would like to touch upon is towards multidisciplinary and holistic education. Like in the morning in our inaugural sessions, we kept on hearing on words like empathy, on words like social skills, interpersonal skills, and various other techniques that the education system can pass on to the teachers and then the students. Besides the academic learning, what other multidisciplinary or holistic ways of education we can look at? That's the first round of discussion that I would like to share with our panel of experts. Dr. Shrikant Swami, sir, your views on how important it is to provide a holistic education in an education system, especially after COVID, now that 2022 is looking promising for Indian students, please.
Thank you, Mr. Arnab. It is a nice question that you have asked. Dear friends, as you know, after COVID, we have just seen a lot of significant changes, the way in which the education institutions are functioning. Especially in higher education, there was a paradigm shift from the usual method of teaching to the digital platform wherein teachers started sharing information and students were left with only main alternative of just using this digital platform to learn. But there are few studies which reveals that as far as the quality is concerned, the quality of teaching and learning has not much improved during this period. That's what the experts will say. Then it comes to the education, especially in higher education, what should be our emphasis? One, are we supposed to create the new knowledge? Are we supposed to enrich the existing knowledge? Are we supposed to contribute for the research? Or are we supposed to contribute for the holistic development of the students? I think many experts also will speak about the educatedness. What is that we are teaching at the higher level? Especially making the students to get their knowledge improved is fine. But what about the holistic aspect of education? How many institutions are actually aiming at giving holistic education? I have come across one or two institutions have come out with an integral model wherein holistic education has become part of their educational system. Therefore, they start with some kind of orientation about holistic education. Then they come out with a specific timetable. Then a special orientation will be there for the teaching faculty to know the concept of holistic education, how that they have to implement and the importance of holistic education. And then in the third phase, they wanted to take it to the classroom by means of it that they can integrate the holistic education. I think many institutions are already attempting, but I think if you take the number into consideration, most of them are concentrating towards the improvement of results. Most of them are concentrating towards the placement aspect, but I think still they have to pick up, especially in the area of providing the holistic education. Therefore, I think I'll come back to specifically after some time. I feel that representing the National Assessment Accreditation Council, a holistic education should be given importance, without which it is not possible for education to claim that they are providing a good quality education. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for your words. Dr. Saxena from Watson, we were having a chat in the morning on the various new initiatives that are being taken in providing a holistic education platform. What are your takes on the same, please?
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's a great question. I would like to add a few more points with the existing speaker. One, I think the use of ERS, ethics, responsibility, and sustainability. If we are able to teach our students ethics, responsibility, and sustainability, I think that will be a great opportunity to create a framework of holistic education. Another thing which I would like to really highlight, that is the use of Center of Excellence. Many universities, including Watson, we have started the Center of Excellence with our international partners. And I think this Center of Excellence giving not only the student, but another major stakeholder of the education, that is the professors, the teachers, to collaborate and learn that how to teach. So I think it's a huge topic, but keeping the time limit in mind, I think two major points I would like to highlight. One is ERS, and second one is Center of Excellence, use of Center of Excellence in the education space.
Great, thank you very much. Moving on to that, innovative ecosystem is something which we all hear about. Itself, innovation is something which doesn't have any boundaries, and creating an ecosystem around a boundary is always a challenge. Dr. Deepa, what in your opinion, how do you see the education institutions driving and prioritizing innovative ecosystems in the various courses that are available today, even whether it's hybrid or it's traditional courses? What do you think is the importance of driving innovative ecosystems for Indian education system, and how do you really compare it with the international education system, please?
So I'm going to start by saying what is really innovation, right? What's the trouble in innovation? The innovation, it's often been said that the difficulty is not in developing new ideas. The difficulty that institutions, be it universities or organizations or think tanks, the difficulty that they face is breaking away from old ideas. That's the difficulty in innovation, right? If you looked at, for instance, the mini computer industry and the advent of the personal computer industry, the mini computer industry could have designed a PC with its eyes shut. But what they could not give up was how they were, who they were as organizations. So I think the most difficult thing in innovation is breaking away from who you are and putting on a new set of lens and eyes to view technologies, etc. We've talked about technology, right, a lot. And when you ask someone if I ask you folks, right, if I ask you what is the problem with online education, what's the deficit in online education? We'll say, I'm part of this as well. So all of us would say it doesn't offer interaction, it doesn't offer peer-to-peer learning, it doesn't offer networking, it doesn't offer a bunch of things. But you see, what we're doing there is we are assessing online education the way we know education. Right? We're assessing it in exactly through the lens that we have traditionally viewed education. But we cannot do that. That medium has to be assessed independently, and only then can you realize the potential of that medium. And therefore, what you need, Arnav, to your question about, what do you need to put together an ecosystem? You need to start, we need to change culture, right? We need to have the space to experiment. We need to have the space to try new ideas. We need to have research, which fuels innovation. We need partnerships. We need to be able to build organizations within organizations that can start to look at technology and innovation. That's at the organization level. At the course level, like you said, problems are complex problems. And at least for me as a business school, I think we think about more multidisciplinary. For instance, we have specializations, finance, marketing, but that's not how the world of business is organized. When a crisis hits, nobody says, finance, you take responsibility of it. So then when we send our students out into the world in the labor market, they're looking at problems that are very different from how they've treated them back in school. And therefore, we need to reorganize, and we have reorganized our schools and disciplines to be more multidisciplinary, to have more engagement with industry so that what they're learning is dynamic and is responsive to the labor market and doesn't await policy change every so many decades, right? So it's so that there is a tight linkage, and also more integrative thinking, where you're able to look at more experiential learning, more integrative thinking, more critical thinking, more relevance to industry. All of that becomes important.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Deepa. And since we're talking about innovation and technology, building infrastructure on ecosystem, we have Mr. Guru Vaidya from Adobe. I'm very keen to know from your perspective on what kind of solutions is a company like Adobe looking at catering for education systems for building the whole culture of innovative systems within the campus, within the courses, etc. What are your views on that, please?
Thanks for that question, Arnab. So, well, we're not done so much in India, but I can cite some examples in the States. For example, you know, there's been a lot of providing of our applications and solutions to schools in order to help cultivate that culture of for example, I was talking to you know, a professor the other day. I'm forgetting the university, but essentially what he was telling me is for literature students, just to try something different, he's been asking them to make videos on poems, on poetry, or on storytelling, just to try and, you know, get them to, you know, think differently, think out of the box, and be more creative in their approach rather than, you know, the traditional ways. So that's one way in which we've been helping. But I think our goal here is to provide students with enough tools to be able to tell their stories in a very unique and effective way that would help them, you know, be more successful.
Great, thank you very much. Moving on, my next question is for Professor Srinivas Rao. When we talk about collaborating with industries for the education institutions, and when we talk about mentoring, if we have a look at some data points, I'll just quickly take a minute. This is pre-COVID data. 93% of MBAs in India, they don't have jobs. 80% of engineering students, they don't have jobs. Considering the population explosion, again, pre-COVID data, 50 babies are born every minute. So by the time we end up our panel, there would be more lives entering various families across India. Now, if that is the supply of human capital that we are talking about, how important do you think is for education stalwarts like yourself to push the concept of collaboration with industry learning, experiential learning, and to ensure that the students, whatever courses they're doing, that they're able to accelerate a little faster by getting access to mentoring, by getting access to industry experts? What is your take on that, sir?
Yeah, thank you so much, Arno. The industry higher education linkages are and have been actually a very important area for over 3 decades actually in India. But somehow I think this interface did not seem to have really taken off because of probably the suspicion of both the industry as well as the university systems. So on the one hand, actually universities believe actually that their space of freedom and autonomy is taken over by the industry if the industry comes into the university systems. Industry, on the other hand, actually believes actually that it has to be narrowly looked into a particular kind of a domain which they require. So therefore, I think the interface could actually be integrated into the entire ecosystem of higher education. The way the universities respond to the very idea of making education relevant for the future prospects of the students, of the nation, of the industry. So there is actually a kind of a disjuncture which, as a result, actually leads to the kind of unemployment or unemployability. So there is a kind of a chain of sequence, actually, of reactions that continue to be built as a result of that. But now I think the new education policy is sounding us actually on the right, at the right notes. Probably I think we require certain kind of volunteerism on the part of the university systems as well as the industry to kind of nurture both the practical elements of knowledge as well as the theoretical and more actually, knowledge for the knowledge's sake. Actually, somewhere I think the meeting point can come in actually through the dialogues. Without actually this kind of collaboration, the larger question of employment or employability, I think, will not probably be able to solve. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Dr. Pavani, please. Your views on the same topic, on how important do you feel is the practical learning for a graduate, whether he wants to do his own or her own business or has a dream career in mind. How important do you feel is the need for mentoring each and every graduate across various courses before he gets into the job industry where he's actually going to start earning from his skill sets? Please, your points.
Thank you. I think it's extremely important. Mentoring is extremely important, and I would like to just add a few points on what my earlier speaker has mentioned. Industry has to be integrated to the academia right from the early stage, not just when the student is ready for the placements, okay? Right from designing the curriculum. We are teaching them concepts. Yes, classical concepts are important, but how relevant are they in the current job market? So right from designing the curriculum, if we could bring in the industry partners and teach the students what is relevant to the current context. Because ultimately, though you say that the goal of education is wisdom or learning, it's also employability, right? So addressing that is really important. And coming back to mentoring, how many colleges, if you go to any engineering college or everywhere, a school, college, you have placement cell, right? But do you have anywhere a career counselor? Because in higher education, we assume that the students are already fixed, they know their career choices, and that's why they've come here. But it's not true. If you talk to any BTech graduate, it's not his own choice. He's often guided by his parents or someone peers, so he just goes with the flow. So I think mentoring is very important, and career counseling and mentoring has to start from a very early stage, right from the school, which most of the schools are doing right now, including our Telangana social welfare and tribal welfare schools. We have career counselors in each school where we guide right from 8th standard which options to take. And also, at the same time, it should not be neglected in colleges where we only focus on placements. We also have to talk them about career, especially in few areas like non-IT. For an IT graduate, it's very clear, right, the path. But let's say if a child is from life sciences, BSc Life Sciences, what to do after that? There has to be a dedicated career guidance cell in each and every college that they can tell the students, create awareness on the alternate career options, employment market and options available, and also the higher education prospects for that particular course. And I think all the universities or the academia and industry have to come together and maybe form a colloquium yearly to update the knowledge and then tell the students what is relevant and how to go ahead after this. I think that's more important mentoring.
Thank you very much. Moving on, Dr. Saurabh Srivastav, I would like to know your views on, for a particular institution, when a parent is sending his son, the son or the daughter, are institutions already inducting the parent on the importance of incubation, research, entrepreneurship, or do you see that the parents are more interested in the final destination, which is a placement, what's the salary, what's the internship program? How important do you feel are the education institutions theoretically investing more in the concept of research, and are we inculcating that within the parents' mindsets as well, or are we just focusing on ensuring that the student in his entire curriculum starts to understand the value for the same? Your views, please.
Thank you, Aruna, for this nice question. So I would be echoing with my fellow panel members' views that this is the time of collaborative research. When we talk about collaborations, it should be industry academia connect should be there. because in education systems should be not only limited towards only publishing or writing thesis or publications of papers or patents. Rather than that, it should be having higher goals towards the transformational research, translational research, and commercialization aspects as well. Why I'm emphasizing onto this part, because my background, I'm coming from National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, and post-COVID situation, India has become the pharmacy of the world. And how we would be sustaining the situation? How would we be maintaining the independency in terms of APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients, and key starting materials? So in terms of those sustainability and to grow further as a country as a whole, it is must to have an industry-academia connect and collaborative research. Whereas the state government as well as the central government, both are pushing and emphasizing onto those aspects where the research should be globally recognized in terms of translational aspects and transformational aspects. It should not be limited towards only thesis writing and publications. So I would be having that a concept that what we are inculcating here at our institution at NIPER, that we are from the scratch, we are identifying the problem, which is having a global, which need to be have proper theoretical solutions rather than only theoretical aspects of writing a publication. And then we are having a good consortium with the hospitals and doctors also, where we are trying to identify the unmet clinical needs and challenges what patients are facing in current scenario and how we can mitigate to address those challenges. In terms of that, we are organizing the research to happen, and that would be seeing the face of commercialization aspects also. And I would be pleased to share that recently we have got 2 products from our own institute, Pharmacy Institute NIPER, that has gone to the global level of commercialization, and venture capitalists have agreed to go for co-development of the product, and they are ready to invest crores of rupees into that. So this will be my take, that the research should be, in terms of translational aspect, should be having major focus onto that aspect in current scenario after post-COVID situations. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Dr. Deepa, we were having a chat earlier on regarding this particular topic, and you're representing Indian School of Business. I'm sure we all would love to know your point of view on this particular topic, on the importance of research and promoting the whole concept of entrepreneurship and incubation. What are your views on this space?
So ISB's always projected itself as a research-backed institution. We're the only we're the only business school that's ranked in the FT 100 research rankings. I think, I agree with the panelists here. I have a slightly more nuanced argument, though. I think there is, it's a portfolio model. So there are 3 types of research, at least I see, if I have to map ISB's model. One is where it intersects with policy and drives evidence-based policy making. For instance, you talked, Arnab, about skilling being related and linked to labor markets, as it should be. But, how does that happen, right? So therefore, if you look at the US, what they've done is they've taken their occupational network, which is the equivalent of our National Classification of Occupations, the NCO. And for each one of those occupations, they dynamically assess jobs data, online jobs data, to see, for instance, how knowledge, skills, and abilities for that occupation has changed. Right? So similarly, that's something that, we are also engaging here with NSDC in doing. Right, so that's an example of, for instance, evidence-based policy making. Similarly, we work with the government of Telangana extensively on various impact assessment. The second, I think, is what my colleagues on the panel have spoken about, which is translational research, which is, I engage with industry, I engage in problems that are relevant to industry, and therefore I work, to impact practice, right? So that's the second class. I think there is also value in research for research's sake. See, if you look at, for instance, the research, there's a lot of evidence on public R&D spending on this. So if you look at, for instance, if R&D is completely industry funded, there tends to be certain kinds of research that will obviously get driven. The internet would not have come, the steam engine would not have come, and a whole bunch of general purpose technologies would not have come. Therefore, it's also important for public spending on R&D and for research's sake to thrive, right? So that the big innovations can come with general purpose technologies, etc. However, it's important, and also incentives of researchers are aligned in that direction. You can't overnight tell, if I go and tell all the research faculty in a school to say, now, you start publishing to this, it's a little difficult to effect that change. Therefore, there's also merit for research's sake. However, it's important, I think, for schools to have a portfolio model which comprises these different aspects of research. And what we've done is also build centers of research excellence in public policy, technology, pharma, healthcare, who take basic research and then translate it to industry as well as government, so, the public sphere in general. So that, I think, has some value.
Okay, that's very informative. Thank you very much for sharing. Now, due to paucity of time, the last topic, I would request if we could just do a quick rapid fire, one minute each, if possible. Please keep it short and crisp. It's a very interesting topic, reverse brain drain. Of course, we're aware of what brain drain is, but how do we really try reverse brain drain? I was going through some data recently. In the first 3 months of 2022, 133,000 students have left India for further education. And this figure in 2021 was 450,000. And this is just the beginning of this year, and it is going to cross for sure. And pardon me for being a little controversial with the next statement. Our foreign minister, Sir Jaishankar, I was seeing in one of his interviews, his own son studies in America. How do we really look at these things from a very different angle? On one hand, we're trying to promote Indian education system. On one hand, we're trying to compete with the global education institutions. And we're doing a great job. Apart from China being a very closed, verbal government, India is out there. We're telling everyone what we're doing and how differently we are doing. So just one minute each, please, Dr. Aditi Saxena, from you. On your, what do you think you could do if you had the power in India to promote reverse brain drain, where we try and get the best minds in India only and they don't go anywhere else?
Hello? Yeah.
One minute, please.
1 second. I will take not more than 1 minute, but quickly a background that if you go back to the history, we'll find that India and China are they were the largest supplier of manual labor. And when we focus on the dot-com boom, 96 to 2001, then we realize that Indian students, and not only India, even China also, but Indian students maximum number of Indian students are going United States or other countries to learn technology, right? And the third point which I would like to say that they're coming back. They are helping us to establish new organizations, new technology, and also last point I can highlight that how the foreign investment in India is growing up. So I think I cannot address directly what you have asked me, that if I have a power, but I can say that it has a huge impact, and it definitely create a long-term impact on the society, finance, and other things. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Guru, please, your views on this.
Just to support her there, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but outside of the US, India is by far Adobe's largest development center. And so we've got 2 large facilities in Bangalore and 2 facilities in Noida. There's more than 5,000 engineers. Last time our CEO, Shantanu Narayan, was here in Hyderabad at a school, the Hyderabad Public School. He mentioned that we're going to be investing in AI research facility here in Hyderabad. So I think I agree with her. It's all about getting, more opportunities here. And I think if students can find those opportunities and they want to do meaningful work, and that's what they want. And if we can give them that, I think we'll have that reverse brain drain.
Great, thank you. Dr. Pamini, please.
Yeah, hi. So that's a very interesting topic, but I'm going to talk reverse brain drain in terms of only education, not employment. So, see, I won't stop the children who are going to Harvard or other Ivy Leagues and the other top institutions. Let them go, let them explore, let them learn. But as policymakers, as government officials, it's our responsibility to create a Harvard ecosystem in India, to create an Ivy League in India. I think that's the only way that we can stop the reverse brain drain that's happening. And I think government of Telangana is doing a wonderful job in this direction. We are definitely on the right path. But it's going to take some time, some efforts from many more intellectuals, but definitely I think in the near future we are going to achieve that, bring that ecosystem to India. Yeah, I'm positive about it.
Great, thank you very much. Dr. Saxena.
So I would be going with the same, because this is the right time and right environment in the country where the entrepreneurship and incubations are coming to front side row, and unicorns are getting evolved and recognized. So that would be, again, it would be linked with the innovation ecosystem. We are providing such kind of innovation ecosystem that would be definitely going to help. And like Dr. Pavani was saying, I'm also very positive on to that note, that in due course of time, that this reverse brain drain will be definitely happening, and we would be making India proud into new days to come, new ages. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Srinivas.
Yeah, there are no quick fixes actually for this issue, actually, definitely. And we are not going to find the solutions in a day. But certainly, I think, what we are moving towards actually today is we are moving towards the flexibilities that the international education offers in India too. So many universities, actually, including mine, Mahindra University, offers a wide range of options which will facilitate the child to pick up and also integrate his or her knowledge actually along with other disciplines. So we are a very new university, 2-year-old university. Kind of as we go along, I think we will see a kind of a transformation in the kind of courses. Obviously, that will cater to the flexibility that the students who seem to be going outside of the country would probably require. Maybe I'm not really talking about the private universities. We also need that flexibility in the state-funded public universities as well, where a child can mix up and take actually courses as per his or her passion, and therefore actually that leads to a kind of, all sorts of innovations or whatnot. I think, the freedom to kind of think, critical thinking, all that actually which the new education policy is expecting us to do. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Dr. Swami, please.
I think it is a good question. Since 3 decades I've been, listening to this kind of information, what people are talking, but so far no solution. If you ask me, there are 8 to 9 important factors are there. Factor number 1, status is important factor wherein many people wanted to send their children because they have got a lot of money. And once when they say their children, you gave an example a few minutes back. Therefore, they wanted to see that my son studied there, means better status. Coming back, better facilities. This is one aspect. Number 2, the specialized knowledge is there in most of the Western countries. I have visited America almost 4 times, even Harvard, MIT, etc. The type of facilities what they are having, the type of teaching and the importance given to the teaching and the autonomy given to the teacher as well as the learner. They use the word autonomy. I think here we are not giving that. Still, they are all under the controlled situation. Then the facilities I mentioned then. Then after completing, they wanted to settle there because after seeing the environment, as my learned friend mentioned, the eco-friendly environment, the research-friendly environment, and apart from that, the population is also quite less. Therefore, they have got better facilities wherever they go there. I think you also agree with me. Whereas in India, those I have come across few people, those who have worked there for 10 years, they have come back here. There they were doing the work in a very systematic manner. After coming here, I think they have become like any other ordinary people who have studied here in our institutions. Therefore, the facilities when they come back, people expect a lot more in that way. That's why one is how to train them, how to prepare them, how to orient them so that they can be retained here before they could go. One type of orientation from all those who are concerned, including the government, which has got a greater role to do it. Second one, providing the facilities, which are very, very important. Third point, once when they come here, they say, please provide the facilities, we are going to come, they say here. Therefore, we are not ready to provide the facilities, therefore, this is another important reason. And if at all, if they are providing, the distribution is not geographically distributed properly. Like in Bangalore, known as a Silicon City, few days back, heavy rain was there. Then you know how the roads were and the traffic jam. When they wanted to shift the companies to the other other countries. Like that, when we are not, we have to think it should be a long-range plan. Unless we have got a committed long-range plan, it is very difficult to bring them back here. Then bringing them back also affects our economy, because they are sending a lot of money here financially. The stability is also increasing. In Bangalore, on average, every family has got one son or the daughter going abroad or some other country. Therefore, a lot of economic growth is also there indirectly. Therefore, there are many issues which are connected, but if you make a sincere attempt, it is possible. One is political commitment on the part of the government, commitment on the part of the institutions which are running. They should keep this point also in mind when we are giving education to the students. We have to orient them, train them, or brainwash them, I think, in a good way, so that we can retain. That's what I want to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swami. Thank you. Dr. Deepa, your closing statement on how you feel can we reverse the brain drain?
I was reflecting on my own personal story. I did my master's and PhD both in the US, and I came back. Therefore, so I think for me at least and after a decade or so, so I think for me at least the big thing was I went there because, the opportunity, just what Padmi had mentioned, which is there was a research ecosystem. I wanted to do a PhD in information economics. It was very specialized, like you mentioned. And, therefore, the ability to be part of that large ecosystem, so many hundreds of universities doing, the research ecosystem I thought was better shaped. I came back because of the growth opportunity, the ability to be part of growth story, and it helped that there was a research active school that was committed to research. And I think, therefore, the solution lies, in what I so strongly agree with what Padmi said, which is to create an ecosystem of schools where there is variety in thinking, where there is freedom to think, where there is an active research ecosystem. All of those are important, right? People should have options, and they should have quality options, and they should have the autonomy to run and govern those options. And I think the other is, what we're anyway doing, which is to, Mr. Mittal talked about it, which is we're growing the economy, we're on a path of innovation and growth. And I think to sustain that and to create economic opportunities where there are not jobs but wages for people.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Deepa. And with that, we come to an end for this brilliant panel of discussion. A huge round of applause for all on the stage, please. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom and your great experience, your wealth of knowledge. And I'm sure that with the minutes that are rolled out later on by IndiGlobal team, there's a lot to learn and a lot to execute as well from all that was discussed. Thank you very much. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks to all the panel discussion members. We had a really interacting and an interesting session. I would like to call upon Mr. Tejwant Singh Chatwal, Global Head UK Skill Limited, United Kingdom, to please come on to the dais to honor all our panel discussion members here. As a token of appreciation, I would call upon Professor Deepa Mani, Professor of Information System and Deputy Dean, Digital Learning and Executive Education, Indian School of Business. Forward, please. Mr. Tejwant Chatwal will give away the momentum. I would next like to call upon Dr. S. Srikanta Swami, Senior Consultant and Expert, NAAC. Further, would like to call upon Professor S. Srinivasa Rao, Dean, Indira Mahindra School of Education, Mahindra University. Next, we would like to call upon Dr. Saurabh Srivastava, Associate Dean, NIPER, Hyderabad. further, Dr. A.S.N. Pavani, OSD Academics, Higher Education, T-Swires. Next, I would like to call upon Sri Guru Vaidya Solutions Consulting Manager, Adobe. Next, would like to call upon Miss Aditi Saxena, Dean, Woxen University. Last but not the least, the gentleman who moderated the session so very well, Arunabh Verma, founder and CEO, Intercell.
Thank you so much, everyone, for this wonderful session. I would request Mr. Tejwant also to stay back for a group picture. I would request the panelists to come forward with their mementos for a group picture. It would be in the memories and to cherish for. Please come forward for a group picture. Thank you so much, all, for this wonderful session. Thank you, Aditi. Thank you, Deepa. So with this, we move on to our first presentation of the day. That would be on India Rising Global Hub for Research and Innovation. And for this, I would like to call upon a senior manager and a person who has been on the ground spreading the innovations of technology and also the best practices that can happen through the simulation technology. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Amit Singhal, Head Business Transformation and Skill Initiative, ANSYS Software Private Limited. A round of applause for Amit Singhal. ANSYS Software Limited, Amit Singhal.
Amit Singhal.
I'll use my laptop.
You need to connect it. Laptop.
I can put on this. Can I have a pointer or something? That I'll do. That I'll do. Do you have a pointer?
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I between the lunch and the sessions? Okay, so I'll try to keep my presentation spicy and at the same time tasty as well, because I know everybody is hungry. My name is Amit Singhal, and I represent ANSYS Software. I handle pan-India business for government special projects, and I help academia and government and industry to come together to bridge the gap which we have been talking since morning. These are the credentials, so my mobile number and email ID is mentioned here if anybody wants to connect. Now, very exciting times. Sometimes, a few months back, I was thinking, is this the right field to be in? Is this the right thing to do? But today I'm very excited. Very excited. Any state I go, if I approach central government, if I approach an institution, they are talking about investing in new technologies, ESDM. ESDM is an upcoming technology, huge focus from government. There is a statement from our Prime Minister a few days back, and he said that we have to make India a global center for research and innovation. And when we talk about research and innovation, simulation comes at the top. Because through simulation only, you can do a lot of iterations quickly, without making physical prototypes, without spending too much time on building physical prototypes. You can do a lot of innovation and research. And that's where we at ANSYS focus on. A few more news about drones, about ESDM, about electric vehicles. So I was reading an article wherein India crossed 50,000 two-wheeler electric vehicles sale in last quarter, which is amazing. Maybe 6 months back, we were thinking that the EV policy is not working, EV thing is not working as per we wished. But I think it is picking up pace now, and it's on a fast track. And we are on the track to achieve what Amitabh Kant said, that India should target 100% two-wheeler and three-wheeler EV by 2026. Drones, we all know, a lot of startups, a lot of government projects, they say that future wars will be fought through drones. Our boundaries will be protected using drones. So it is also a very important technology. ESDM we know, electronics, electromagnetics, electrical, and semiconductor. A bit about ANSYS. So we have been gold standard in simulation for more than 50 years. We have been market leader and twice our competitor, nearest competitor across the physics. We are focused, we do only simulation. We are trusted by more than now 50,000 customers globally, ISO 9001 certified company, more than 5,200 employees now, and we are acquiring multiple companies to make our portfolio stronger. This is our journey past 22 years. So we have reinvested almost $5 billion in the business, and we spend almost 30% of our revenue every year in R&D, so that we can bring better products to you and our customers. So the recent acquisition is as good as 2 months back, which is ZMax, which is optical and photonics simulation. This is again a portfolio we have. So we have structural simulation, fluids, electronics, semiconductor, optical simulation, 3D design, photonics, digital twin, system level simulation, embedded software, safety analysis, and cloud, material, everything. This is a detail of all our products. I will not go in detail, but semiconductor, electronics, fluids, very important. These are the products which are certified gold standard, so which gives your students a free pass. So if they have used our tools and they are certified on these tools, they get a preference or an edge when they go for campus placement or any other approach industry. So number one in electromagnetic solution, number one in explicit test simulation through LS-DYNA, number one in electrothermal power and thermal integrity for 3D IC chips, number one in optical simulation, number one in CFD, and number one in structural. All are gold certified. A brief list of our global customers. Almost all the industry leaders use our tools. This is a brief list of our Indian customers. So if you see automotive, all the leaders, Tata Motors, Ashok Leyland, ARI, and all, they all use. So every industry leader uses our tools. So what's different? When I was hearing the dignitaries in the morning, I realized an incident which happened with me. So I was meeting a customer, academia customer in Pune, And when we presented this to them, he said, we are a big-time ANSYS user and we have been using ANSYS past 25 years. So I was very happy. I said, it's very good. So I said, when did you purchase it? So he said, we purchased it in 1998. I said, okay, and when did you last upgrade it? So they said, no, we didn't upgrade it. In 1998 we bought, and we are using the same thing. It's a perpetual license, we can use it. Just imagine, ANSYS comes with 2 releases every year. 25 years into 2 release, 50. They are using 50 versions, older version in their college, teaching students 50 versions older. That is the problem our education system is. I have been talking to many ministers, principal secretaries, DTs everywhere. My request to all of you is focus on the implementation rather than the tools. Tools are plus minus. Tools can be procured. Where India fails and where our system fails is the execution. Please put more focus on execution. Please reserve some fund for execution. If the execution is perfect, I was hearing sir saying, training the trainers is the most important thing. Obviously, they build our future. So we run different programs for training the professors, the students. We run a lot of symposiums, a lot of projects. And honestly, simulation is all about practical. It's not about theory. Obviously, we teach theory a bit, but it's all hands-on projects, internal projects, live projects, industry projects. We also do a hub and spoke model. So the major colleges or centers can be hub, where all the technologies are concentrated, and spokes can have academia, campus-wide licenses or few technologies which is good for, which we have been discussing since morning, is the academia industry connect. Before coming to this profile, I used to handle commercial customers. When we go to commercial customers, they said that when we hire students from college, we need to spend 1 or 2 years on them to make them project ready. We cannot put them as it is on a live project, and that delays our programs. When we go to academia, they say that we don't know what industry expects. We have been taught in a particular way, but we don't know what industry expects. So there is a clear gap. Through this program, we are trying to bridge that gap. So we have more than 3,000 commercial customers in India, and we bring best of our industry leaders in this program and have a joint partnership with your government and colleges. We also can help with global collaboration. So we have a very good relationship with Cornell University. So we can help with global collaborations as well. So now what all we do? So these are all technologies which have been sought after a lot of thought process. So we do electric vehicle simulation, we do electromagnetics, PCB, we do 3D IC, semiconductor, metal printing, drone, RF antenna, digital twin, robotics. We also do agri-tech, we also do med-tech. So we can help a lot, mining technology as well. A brief about electric. So we cover all the aspects of electric vehicles, electric machines, battery, controls, power electronics, system engineering, and functional safety. All the aspects of a EV are covered by ANSYS tools. As far as UAV is concerned, we cover aerodynamics, airframe, we cover aeroelasticity, control systems, communication and electronics, chip package system design and analysis, and also the optical part of simulation. As far as digital twin is concerned, it's a slightly niche area, but it's a very important part of Industry 4.0, which we talk often, right? So it is very important for a large machine, for which a downtime is much more critical and much more loss-making than the machine being running, right? So take an example of a boiler or a windmill or a oil extracting machine in the middle of the ocean. So we can make a virtual prototype of that machine and monitor it through sensors, where the sensors give data in our software, and through that we can avoid downtime, we can avoid failures, we can do preventive maintenance, and we can save a lot of money and time. As I said, this is part of IoT. So IoT covers a broad spectrum: chip packaging, antenna design, sensors, everything is covered. I said metal additive. So we have a tool which is capable of handling end-to-end. So from starting from designing a 3D printed part, till simulating a 3D printed part. Now what happened is, there were a lot of prototypes being made using 3D printing. But these parts were not being used commercially, because I don't know how much load that part can take. Can I put it in a critical application? No. So only through simulation of a 3D printed part, we can know the physical properties, the material properties, the strength of a part, and then only you can use it commercially. So this is a complete cycle of 3D printing, and we cover all the aspects. Topology optimization is also a very important part as far as 3D printing is concerned. Most important, focus of India, electronics, whichever state I go, they have a focus on electronic park, electronic setup, toy, somebody is putting a toy cluster, somebody is putting a semiconductor industry. Semiconductor needs a lot of investment, and there was a news yesterday, Foxconn is setting up a semiconductor plant in Gujarat. So semiconductor is coming in a big way. So the white boxes are the CAD part of semiconductor, but the yellow boxes is what we do. So we take care of mechanical, electronics, thermal, power sign-off, reliability, EMI, EMC, SIPI, photonics, and security. Global megatrends, we all know. Autonomous vehicles, a lot of R&D is being done. We have tools for autonomous vehicle simulation. Electrification, we already discussed, hybrid and electric. 5G, 6G, advanced material manufacturing. What are the simulation capabilities required to realize these benefits? I already covered most of them. So this all can be done using ANSYS simulation tools. ANSYS technology for electronic systems, we have tools for semiconductor, we have tools for early sign-off, we have tools for high frequency, low frequency, electromagnetics, we have cooling tools. This is the entire cycle of a PCB simulation. So we cover from start to end. Durability analysis, thermal analysis, stress analysis. This is the range of our electronics tools. All are gold certified. This is an entire example of a mobile handset. So we do antenna and communication system sensors, PCBs, thermal management, semiconductor, display and HMI also we do, battery and power management, and physical enclosures. Now we also have solution for healthcare, which is a need which we realized during pandemic, where we had to make hospitals quickly, where we had to run for saving people. So ANSYS can help you with neurology, ophthalmology, cardiovascular, orthopedic, pharma, 3D implants, joints, maybe dental implants. We can help with them. The vaccine, the COVID vaccine was made using our tools in Pune. So this can be used. Our tools can be used for vaccine generation as well. So 80% of the top 50 healthcare companies use our tools. Most important, sir also mentioned, almost every speaker mentioned, this pandemic taught us that learning could be disrupted, and there can be a possibility that we have to learn from home, from anywhere in the world, right? So ANSYS had a platform called as ANSYS Learning Hub, where we increase the speed of development, and you can actually sit at home and take courses at your own pace. So we have more than 60 products there. We have 52 learning rooms. We have collaborative learning rooms. We have 230 plus courses. We have 900 plus workshops. We have 240 hours of e-learning, self-paced learning. So all the physics are covered in that. Also, we have the app of ANSYS Learning Hub on Google Play and App Store. So as I said, learning should not stop. Even while you're traveling, you can learn on your mobile handset or iPad. So this is very convenient. So all the courses are designed by professional people, ANSYS technical team. Courses are designed as per application. So when I said we cover 8 industries or 8 applications, so we don't teach only physics. We also teach how one physics has to collaborate with other physics results to get a whole solution of a problem. So we focus on domain-wise and application-wise teaching rather than physics-based teaching. and certification by partner mentioning ANSYS as technology partner. So outcomes, we know industry-ready professionals is the most important outcome. I would also like to mention about our partner who is a joint sponsor for this event with us, CATFEM. CATFEM is a ANSYS elite partner. They are the biggest partner for ANSYS globally, and they also have their own courses on their portal. They have 21 plus companies, 500 plus employees, 20 plus presence in 20 plus countries, 3,000 plus customers, more than 300 ANSYS specialists, technical specialists, and 98% customer satisfaction ratio. That's all from my side. I'd be more than happy to take any questions if you have, or I'm here for till tomorrow. So anybody wants to approach us, and I'll be very honest, and after hearing what sir had to say today, I found that Telangana has taken a lead, and we are in the right hands and in the right direction as well. So let us know, let me or let ANSYS know what help you need, and we'll be more than glad to come to your place and help you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
thank you, Amit, for taking us through that wonderful presentation. And I'm sure the kind of work that is happening in simulation, even in National Institute of Technology, Warangal, ANSYS is working. So, a round of applause to Amit for that wonderful presentation. I would request our senior leader in education, Mr. Srikanta Swami, to do the honors to our speaker to present the memento. Thank you so much for that wonderful and patient listening to our wonderful presentations out here. Now we will break for the lunch. In the lawn and exhibition area, we have the lunch being served. I would request all our esteemed delegates to join for the lunch there. And we shall, as we are running behind our schedule, so I would request all our esteemed delegates to please join us back in another 25 minutes back in this hall for higher education, and for school education we would be joining back in the Synergy Hall. Thank you so much.
And he has also
Hello, check, check. Good afternoon, everybody. A very warm welcome again. We'll be beginning the session in next 60 seconds. And like we told, we are parallelly having 2 tracks. So the school track, please move to the hall at the other end called the Synergy, which is on the right-hand side. And the higher education can stay back here, this being Kohinoor. So we're having the second panel discussion. And I hope all the speakers are there ready. So we'll begin in next 60 seconds. Hello, check. Check. Yeah, so a very warm welcome to everyone again. Good afternoon. I request all the delegates to please take your seats. We are about to begin with the next panel discussion. Panel discussion on implementation challenges, opportunities and roadmap for NEP 2020. Reimagination of India's existing education regime, equal promotion of arts, sciences, To moderate this panel discussion, I would like to call upon Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Educational Group. Mr. Ashish Mittal. Further, to be a part of this panel discussion, I would like to call upon Professor Mallesh, Vice Chancellor, Satavahana University. Further, I would like to call Professor Ravindra Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Telangana University. Also, a part of this would be Professor P.B. Venkataraman, Associate Dean, BITS Pilani. Last but not the least, can we have Professor M. Vijulata, Principal, Telangana Mahila Viswavidyalayam, First Women University in Telangana. Professor M. Vijulata, can we please have you on the dais? Okay, so unless and until she joins, can we please have the caller mics and the mics handed over to our esteemed speakers here? And I would like to give it over to Mr. Ashish Mittal. Thank you.
Hello, hello. A very good afternoon. It seems nobody had lunch or too much of lunch. I don't know, it's the former or the latter. Very good afternoon. It's like still deserts are still sinking in actually, okay. So I think people who eat food are the best people, okay, and they love the food, and I think eating is a necessity, whereas eating intelligently is an art. So I'm sure we have a lot of artists in this forum, and I'll connect this artist with a shift of our upgrade from STEM to STEAM, where we have a lot of artists, right? Okay, so coming down to our today's topic is implementation of NEP, the challenges and the roadmap ahead. We all know that the government of India launched the National Education Policy on July 29th, 2020, and this was almost after 3 decades that the changes were done, which is a huge reform and change in the education space. A well-defined, I must say, a well-defined and a futuristic education policy is a must for every country, because education is the key driver of the social and economical growth. We know the 3 key pillars of NEP would be holistic, multidisciplinary education, which integrates arts and humanities with STEM, science, technology, engineering and mathematics, so that we have well-grounded individuals. Secondly, we are breaking the traditional hard-coded semester system, so which means the students will have multiple entry points as well as multiple exit points. Third being, yes ma'am, most welcome. The third point being opening up the space to the foreign universities to set up their campuses in India, to avoid the brain drain, which we have been discussing right from morning, and also to provide global education to our students, make global education more accessible. Easier said than done. It's probably easy to kind of, put your NEP on a paper, but the biggest challenge comes with respect to implementation. And the success of NEP would mainly be how well the practical challenges, I repeat, the practical challenges are tackled on a day-to-day basis by the government, school, and the universities. So with this context, I'm going to shoot off with my first question to Prof. Venkat Raman would be, what would be the key transitional challenges in terms of technology adoption in the higher education industry? Because we've all seen, well, I have myself been in the education sector for the last 2.5 decades. We have seen during COVID how faculty members had a tough time initially to understand Google Meet, Hangouts. These are like Greek and Latin. Let's accept it. And in today's world, students are street smart. They know 10 times ahead of what we know. So where do you think, what are the key transitional challenges? How well has the challenge been taken? And what do you see in future?
Thanks, Mr. Mittal. When we are talking in the context of the national education policy, the education policy actually looks at this technology adoption in 2 ways or 2 forms. One is offering technology-based courses and programs to the students. And the second one is adoption of technology in the educational processes. So these are all the two aspects that the NEP actually describes. When we talk about the technology-oriented courses, something like the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science, and these kind of things, there is one particular challenge that we normally face. And I come from an engineering institution, and we offer programs exclusively for the working professionals in the emerging areas. So I can quite well relate this particular challenge to at least a couple of programs that we are offering to the working professionals. One is in an area called automotive electronics. How many of you actually have heard of this term called automotive electronics? It's a transdisciplinary program wherein you actually train them, because your automobiles are now more or less a computer on wheels. So this is actually an emerging area wherein if you are going to offer a program or a course, where are we going to get the faculty for teaching these kind of transdisciplinary programs? In India, we are still being identified as professor of mechanical engineering, professor of civil engineering, and things like that. And nobody tries to say that I'm a professor of multidisciplinary department or something like that. So that is actually a key challenge, wherein we have to find a way of preparing the students. For before that, we need to actually prepare the people who are going to teach them. So that is going to be, or that is actually one of the key challenge that we are facing. So NEP actually gives a solution also for that. They actually talk about, but in a different section, about the industry collaboration that is being spoken a lot in the NEP. So a university or a college which has a good industry engagement will actually be able to bring in these kind of transdisciplinary, application-oriented expertise to the college, and the faculty can also get exposed to this kind of thing. So this is on one end of the technology-focused courses. When it comes to the application of technology in the educational processes, there are again, broadly we can divide it into two parts. One is something related to the academic processes, and the other one is related to the student life cycle, what we call as something like the registration, graduation, admission, and those kind of things. I think our country, with so many educational startups, the EdTech startups, we are fairly okay with a lot of applications to take care of the assessments or not the assessments, the registration, the admission, and those kind of things. But when it comes to the instruction part of the education, that is where we are lacking still the technology solutions. I don't think anybody is actually looking at it very seriously. A few of the faculty like us actually focus on these kind of processes, because this actually requires a pretty deep understanding of the academic, the way in which the people learn. So that is another challenge that we have. But generally speaking, we think like, okay, you have YouTube, like what you said, like you have so many apps, and the information is available there. So technology is already available to the students, is what we normally think, but what is available to the students is only data and information and not knowledge. We as faculty should actually be able to curate these content and present it in such a way that this information gets translated into knowledge in the minds of the students and not just remain as some data points. So these are all the broad challenges that we as an institution, as well as a person who is researching in this area, see as a challenge. But I'm quite positive that we are realizing these challenges. So we will be very soon finding out the solutions also for this. That's what I would like to say.
Thanks, Prof. Venkataraman. I would completely agree, wherein all the universities, schools, colleges actually have to tie up with the industries to understand the ground reality. But just to ask a little more deliberate, do you also find, like, for example, in this room, we have so many academicians. There could also be factors like resistance to change, infrastructure, capital. So from an education point of view, How is this technology as sector, I mean, tackling these challenges? I mean, from that, if you could just throw a little more pointers.
Yes, this is a very interesting question, and we all faced it during the lockdowns. How many of us as faculty actually felt very happy to sit at home and then teach our students using the Google Meet or, Google Meet or something like that? All of us felt like, okay, this is not really good, or this is not something that I want to do. This is something substandard, is what we always feel. And even as parents, we don't really like our kids to be sitting at home and then watching some lectures at home and things like that. But technology is going to be the key for scaling up. For scale and flexibility, technology is going to be the solution, and NEP actually recognizes it. So whether you like it or not, technology is going to be the tool through which we are going to reach thousands of students. And I think we need to get adapted to it. It is not impossible. It is not very difficult also, I would say. But the starting point is that we should all believe that technology is going to be the solution, and we will be able to use the technology to our advantage.
Absolutely. I think the takeaway from this point is, as academicians, we should all embrace technology, and unfortunately or fortunately, we don't have a choice. So either we perish or we actually will perform. I think that's the ultimate mantra or the message is kind of coming out. My next question would be to Prof. Malesh. NEP embraces holistic learning, and curricular activities play a huge role, wherein the students just don't want to learn. They want to learn as to how do I learn. And these extracurricular activities should include everything: fitness, sports, music, arts, literature, dance. So, and lastly, there should be no strict boundaries between arts and science, curricular and extracurricular activities. So where do you find these challenges? How do you actually integrate them on a day-to-day basis?
Thank you, Mittal. Let me first congratulate Commissioner Mittalji, who is, I think he is not here, and IndiGlobal Media for organizing event, which is a very, necessity of higher education, particularly in Telangana after bifurcation. We are looking into a different model, different wayouts, and working on that. Teams are working. So this definitely, this event will give us greater inputs to think and, go for innovative ideas in bringing new issues into higher education. I once again thank you for the team organize this. Well, when we think of education, education is one of the, such an important area. It's one of the, important tool in transforming society into knowledge society, society into skilled society. More than this, it establishes, transforms a society with lots of disturbances, transforms into humanistic society. It is only education which helps, which strengthens a society by transforming on these lines. That is, education, the very definition of education. Now next, when we think of education, it used to be local, Indian higher education, Indian school education. Now we are no more local. We have to travel from local to global. Otherwise you stay there. If you stick to local, you stay there. You have to travel from local to global. It's a global. Now we are thinking of new courses, new structure, new pedagogy, new curriculum and all that. One of the example which I introduced in association with the Social Welfare Department Residential School, people are thinking of introducing new courses. For our rural students, that is a 4 years degree, we introduced for the first time in the state called a course called Fashion Technology and Design for the girls, social welfare girls, students who are studying in a very remote area with other faculties like, arts and social science faculty. Now the team, look at the team, the fashion technology, science students, arts students, they combinedly work there. They are in one institution which is a residential. Definitely that brings a greater change in the minds of the child. That is one example which I would like to also touch upon very quickly, the transformation, how education in India transformed. I'm not going to global transformation. It used to be center of excellency, we are all aware. 50s, 60s, all the committees' recommendations, committees and policies concentrated on creating center of excellencies. As a result, we have a good IITs now, IIMs now, IIMs and IITs. Now, along with that, somehow we fail to address right from ground to the top. So as a result, there is a clear-cut difference between these centers of excellency and education at the lower level. Now, to this, I think NEP is clearly addressing this new education policy. One of the point in that is to have multidisciplinary centers, and multidisciplinary centers giving all knowledges to the students who are studying there. That is multidisciplinary. And the next is supporting. So IIT is producing good engineers, whereas my Shatavana is producing a MA student and MCOM student and MBA students. Now look at the difference. Now I also take blame, the kind of support IITs gets, the kind of support state-sponsored university or central government sponsored universities get. There's a difference between them. Now NIP is clearly addressing all this. Let us have a new institutions. Let us build an institutional architect with a multidisciplinary center, where BA student also enjoys same facilities, BCom students also enjoy same facilities, MA, MCOM, all these. More than that, multidisciplinary is, I address many times my students. When a student goes out after BSc, he goes out with a BSc degree, MPC or BJC of kind of degree. When he goes out, he looks for the limited opportunities outside, whether it is going for higher education or going for employment. When the same BSc students study some basics of other domains of the knowledge, where multidisciplinary is supported, other domains of the knowledge. For example, he studies some credits for economics, along with the BSc. For some credits, he takes up economics, or political science, or any other, other domains of the knowledge. When he goes out, there are many examples. Many of IIT students, they took some credits in statistics, some credits in economics. They have become a bigger officers in world, global banks, just with some credits. This is how multidisciplinary, where NEP is, clearly, focusing on multidisciplinary is one aspect of it, not just an employment. It is preparing students, a complete man, we call it a complete man with the basics of other domains of the knowledge, and his excellency in the same core area where he is chosen. So when this man goes out with his expertise in one particular core area where he has chosen, also some basics of other domains of the knowledge. So this is NEP is focusing, and we are all working on that. There are some issues, we can work out, we can work out in entering discussion with the government and also sponsorship. And there are many ways of addressing that. But this idea is definitely which encourages, which supports making education from local to global. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Malesh. Also, would just like to request your views in terms of creating the strict, avoiding the strict boundaries between science and humanities, curriculum and extracurricular, because right now we have strict boundaries. So should it be there or should it be kind of removed? What would be your views on that? Sorry. Having strict boundaries, I'm saying we need to come out of it between arts and sciences, curricular and extracurricular activities. So we need to have a very holistic education. So what would your views be that, because today it's a very rigid system, right? So what would your views on that be?
Yeah, thank you. See, it's a holistic education. There is a need to have a core, because we have to compete with the global institutions. No, how many credits you have in your core? This is also an issue. This becomes an issue. 60% of credits in your core, and 40% of credits you can do other courses. Interdisciplinary is you are also working with other domains of the knowledge. A social science student also taking some credits in biology or chemistry or physics or anywhere. So he is equipped with some basic knowledge of other domains of the knowledge. When he goes out, starts some private business or enter into some employment, enter into his own business, he goes out with some basic knowledge of other domains. And this is the idea of multidiscipline is one. And the second, when it comes to, we are also still, world is open, but still we have some strict lines like, to do MBA, you have to have this many credits in your core. To do MCOM, you have to have this many credits. Not in India, outside also. No, to join MS in the US, you have to, do some 4 years course. My degree graduates, fashion technology students, out of 4 years, they can straight away apply for MS course in US. So this is how we are, trying to bring in changes and making the students to enter into other domains of the knowledge, also continue their core area of research. Thank you.
And also, I think adding, since we have a lot of school teachers, if I'm not wrong, I'll just add one more point that given the fact that we have different curriculums and different grading structures, there's no proper standardization, right? So I think that is, again, one of the key challenges. And my next question will be to Professor Vijulatha, that STEM focuses explicitly hardly on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to evolve a particular problem or solve a particular problem or evolve a project. Whereas STEAM uses a collaborative approach of hard skills as well as soft skills so that an individual is able to perform much better. I was talking to some of the vice chancellors globally and some of the senior academicians. They're saying, Ashish, in 21st century, STEAM is a must. It is not an option. So, so what would your views be that there is an upgrade from STEM to STEAM? What would your thoughts on this particular aspect be?
First, thank you. First, let me elaborate what STEM is and what STEAM is, because many of you might not be knowing. So STEM is nothing but we are talking about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And if you incorporate arts into it, then it becomes STEAM. So this is one of the things which is mandatory now, because any science student or a technology student or an engineering student, if he is going for this kind of education, he will only study something which will be helping him to get a job. Education for a job purpose. But if you incorporate arts into the STEM, which becomes a STEAM, then not only he will be looking for a job, but it will become his life aim as to what he has to become future and what exactly will happen to him after he finishes with all these subjects together with arts. So when we talk about arts incorporation into STEM, it is meant that we are actually helping the student understand what exactly he needs to know and how he can mingle with others and what kind of communication skills he should get and soft skills he should get. And not only that, if we are talking about arts incorporation, we are not talking as to science versus arts. It has to be a culmination of science as well as arts. Once you do this together, what happens is not only they study the subjects which are of interest, but also they will learn value education. That is how to value the system. What are the fundamental rights and duties of a person? How the Rigveda tells that knowledge dissemination is not meant for earning, but it has to be a life skill project where not only they earn, but also know how to live. So right from Rigveda to recent books, whatever we study, it always says that you should learn to exist as to how you can mingle with people, how you should talk with people, how you can recreate yourself. All these have to be taken into consideration. So arts makes you perfect person. Not only, generally if we talk about any student who has completed from sciences, they will be self-centered. What am I? What I should learn? What I should do? But he will not talk about the society. But once you go into studying arts and try to understand the public mentality and other things, then they will also think that not only me, it should be we. That comes into consideration. Then it becomes a society where everybody will think about others. So that helps in making this society a better place. So that's what I feel arts into sciences makes it. Thank you.
Absolutely right, Prof. Vijulatha. I think adding arts to STEM to create a STEAM is all about actually incorporating creative thinking, analytical thinking, and applied arts in day-to-day real-life situations. Thank you so much for that. You want to add some points?
can just expand on some of the points that she mentioned. We actually, I mean, nowadays, this professional education is more focused on problem solving both in the organization context as well as in the social context. When we look at this problem solving, if we look at this problem per se, we can broadly classify these problems into two categories. One is a very structured problem and the other one is ill-defined problem. So the defined problem and ill-defined problem. A defined problem is one where you can actually verbalize it. It will have clear steps, and you will, once you achieve the solution, you will know that you have achieved the solution. Whereas the ill-defined problem is something where you cannot, first of all, define the problem. And the second is that there are no fixed steps that you can adopt to solve it. And at the end of it, you will not even be able to say with confidence whether you have solved the problem or not. So if you actually carefully look at it, most of the organization problem and the society problems are ill-defined problems. How do you actually employ, or how do you actually prepare the students to solve such ill-defined problems when you cannot even define the problem is the challenge. So this arts is something which expands our brain, our mind, to learn something beyond the textbooks and beyond the formal normative models that we read in the books. And that way the arts actually plays a very, very important role, particularly when we are preparing the students for a very complex industry or the society.
Absolutely agree with that. Actually, some of the skills, like when I was in Infosys, we used to go for recruitment drives and faced a lot of challenges. So we are always looking for, today's skills would be quality of resilience, creative thinking, and it's not a problem creator as a problem solver, decision making, intellectual quotient, emotional quotient. Today we know CEOs are hired for their intellectual quotient and fired for their emotional quotients. They lack emotional quotient, so they're fired for that. So I think these are some of the qualities, even as corporates, most of the organizations are looking for in front of the students. Completely agree with that. And my next question is to Prof. Ravinder. There is also, the NEP also focuses on redesigning the student assessment. We have the summative assessment versus the formative assessment. In fact, the today's assessment model, it only assesses the students based on the score he or she has scored. The aptitude, the kind of competency he has to actually by heart, vomit, and put it on the paper. But it does not really test the holistic development of a student. It does not test whether a student or a child has understood the concepts in totality. So which kind of assessment would you suggest, and why? Should you think we should actually look into formative assessment, or still stick on with the summative assessment wherein a child is actually assessed totally at the last on one or two parameters alone? What would your views on this be, sir?
Assignment particularly is a different for different subjects like. So when presently I am Vice Chancellor of Telangana University, and when I was in Osmania University, there will be a lot of differences between course curriculum and conduct of examinations and assignment. There are little bit complicated to compare to one university to other university. As far as NEP concerned, we are attended one meeting in July, particularly in Varanasi, and we made several assumptions are made based on the assignment criteria. So one is particularly for you taking that science students is assignment from theory part and practical part also. And if you take the assignment for arts is a particularly theory part only. And some become like that only. There are 2-3 courses are become analytical and become computers. So that people, they can cooperate with theory and practicals also there. Assignment structure is similar to all the subjects like they are wish to conduct and practicals in like some computer courses like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and cyber network. And whenever you want to compare arts student to science students, they have to learn more compared to science students. Particularly, they are adapting some computers applications. That is a part of the computer that will give knowledge to students, particularly in their area also there. And as a physics professor, I am telling we are doing several experiments. Nowadays, there are a lot of techniques coming like simulation. Simulation is very important for characterization and material characterization and synthesis part and analysis part also. And earlier, it is very difficult to compare all type of experimental with problem solving, very difficult. Nowadays, using latest techniques in computers is very easy to solve all the problems. Particularly in universities, there are no recruitment since 2013. So that is 9 years no recruitment in the university side. And also very difficult getting teaching to the students, particularly in science, arts, and commerce also. And also we are shortage of faculty members and running with academic consultants and part-time teachers. That is those who are expert in subjects when they are retirement, then after that no recruitment there. That also one also very critical problem. And also appointment of faculty in universities very essential. And also we'll go for research funding, particularly in rural area, very difficult to getting funding by University Grants Commission, Department of Science and Technology, Council of Scientific Industries. And that's why people are attracting towards IITs and NITs and IIITs also there. So that's why government will give and encourage universities, particularly in R&D development, and also courses for upcoming courses and useful to science and technology and employment criteria, and also innovation also there. These three criteria are very important to have a excellence in research and development also there. And mostly research is based on the publication of their research in Impact Fact Journal, H-index, I-index, and other aspects also there, like cumulative index of the research criteria, what is the important and what is the applications. And so many parts are involved in this one particularly to strengthen the research activities in universities. So moreover, it's a very difficult to run the university's present scenario. No recruitment, particularly no funding, and also this time in particularly our Telangana University got 89% of girl students. And we are facing a lot of difficulties in accommodate them also there.
Sure, we get that. I think we're facing a lot of challenges, and I think we should really help them out.
Yes.
I would like to someone in this panel to focus more on my question actually was different. My question was on student assessment and not about the particular college. So I would like to request if somebody can actually focus on a formative assessment and how it's really going to be a game changer in terms of assessing students in today's scenario.
Yeah, assessment is still a problem. You know, everybody is into that problem because we are admitting 60 to 70 students in each course at undergraduate level or PG level. It used to be one teacher, 20 students. Assessment was very easy, you know, teacher can sit with 20 students and discuss anything, their assignments or their talent, their missings, whatever. Now it has become so crowded that teachers should handle at a time 2, 3 different subjects, like different courses, like language teachers have to handle all the faculties, like, you know, science, arts, social science kind of thing. So it is this number which is becoming a problem for a student to strictly assessment. He should plan how to assess the students on his own. That is a real assessment. So which is not happening. Therefore, whatever, you know, coming directions from the higher level, teacher is applying the same method and, you know, attempting to assess the students through some examination form or some, you know, internal form or some other forms. This is what is happening. The real assessment should be between teacher and the students. What NEP focuses on that, where NEP focuses on student-centric. learning centric. So learning centric assessment should come. Somehow we have to work on that, and that is a real assessment of the student by the teacher. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And my last question to the panel is an open question. Anybody can answer the panelists. The new education policy, the national education policy has actually stirred a lot of enthusiasm among the corporates that there will be a very good quality talent and there will be increase in the talent pool which is employable. So a lot of IT companies, especially in tech sector, they are looking at NEP is going to contribute because otherwise we have run-on-the-mill talent which is being churned out repetitively. And student, that's the reason today most of the companies want first day, first hour productivity, right? Plug and play. No time to train, retrain, because they do not have that much amount of money. Client is not going to pay them. So it will be non-billable resources. So what do you think actually will NEP really churn out this high employability of talent? And will they create more employable people? Anyone would like to take this?
Yeah. See, when we say a policy and it is not a rule book. So the government or the people who have formulated can only set the directions. They cannot prescribe. And those prescriptive way of running universities are going out of style. So I think we should look at NEP more as a guidance document, and we need to innovate the way in which we can actually translate that into a reality. And that responsibility, I think, is with the educational institutions as well as the organizations which are running in this country. So I think if we look at it from that perspective, NEP is providing some good ideas in terms of the collaboration, in terms of the technology adoption, and in terms of the curriculum design and how the large universities can support the smaller ones and how do we encourage research and things like that. I think we need to unlearn whatever we have been doing it so far, and we should start looking at it afresh is what I would think.
Thank you so much. I think with this we end our panel discussion. I'm going to save 5-10 minutes of the organizers.
I just want to add one line.
Please, ma'am.
When we talk about assessment, when you asked it, assessment should be a continuous process. When we talk about assessment, each and every minute when a teacher is there in a classroom, he should start assessing the student. And that is the proper way of doing, and NAP also says that we have to go by a continuous assessment process. Not only that, as you said, ITs are looking for students who are good and bright. That is going to happen. The reason behind it is they have the freedom to choose whatever subject they want to learn. Because of that, they have an opening where this credit system of choosing any subject what they require and what they opt for will help them to increase their knowledge, and that will help in globalization. Because of that, we feel that our Indian students, because of this national education policy, they are actually competing globally. And because of this global competition, our students, what do I call as their ability to grasp the things and understand is becoming more like a basic knowledge which they want to know. And because of that, what is happening there, we are not forcing them to learn something which is not required for them, but we are giving them the option to learn whatever they want to, and that will help them to grow in their field more properly compared to the other way. Because when we say you are an MPC student, you have to take only engineering, but if suppose an MPC student can also take arts, how they can move from maths to arts, and the symmetry or the geometry which they think in maths, if they can keep it in monuments or any other thing, that will help them learn more compared to any science student. That way I feel national education policy is helping everybody to open their avenues and understand what is the requirement of the student. And this is basically a student-centric policy, I feel, not the institution-centric policy, because government is only looking for how our students should benefit from this policy.
Absolutely right, Prof. Vinita. Sure, please.
This reform, already started in some of my friends in Pondicherry University, Central Universities, they are doing it. What they are doing is, when we think of a multidisciplinary, other domains of knowledge to the students, a philosophy professor is offering some course for the science students. Science students, where timetable is fixed. This time, if you are interested, take this course. I am teaching, and philosophy teacher is teaching. They are taking giving some credits, 2 credits, or 3 credits, 4 credits. So along with the MSc certificate, they also get some certificate in philosophy, some credits in philosophy. So that is a multidisciplinary certificate for the students when he goes out. This is how slowly we have to work and implement new education policy advisors into our day-to-day academic affairs. Thank you.
Absolutely right. And also I think to sum it up, even the role of teachers, while we are using the word teacher, has changed drastically, right? Most of you would agree here that we are playing the role of a facilitator today. Because all information is on YouTube, Google, I mean, there are a plethora of options for the students actually to get more knowledge and read at their own pace and whenever they want, at whichever time they want. So I think as a role of a facilitator, we only try to kindle the way the students learn. And I think NEP is going to go in a big way. All of us have to work together to create this impact to ensure that we have a future better citizens for our country and we avoid the talent drain and also ensure we provide a global access to global education to all our students. Thank you so much. Thank you all the panelists on the dais.
Hello, check. Thanks, Ashish, and all the panel members for such an interesting and intriguing session. It was really a wonderful session. So, to thank you, I would like to call upon Dr. S. Shrikanta Swamy, Senior Consultant and Expert NAAC, to give away a token of appreciation to all our panel discussion members here. Yeah, I would like to call upon Professor Mallesh, Vice Chancellor, Satavahana University, to please come ahead. Further, Professor Ravindra Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Telangana University. Next would be Professor P.B. Venkataramana, Associate Dean, BITS Pilani. And finally, we would have Professor M. Vijulata, Principal, Telangana Mahila Viswavidyalayam. Last but not the least, can we please call upon the moderator of the session, Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Institutional Group. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you all the panel discussion members. Thanks for your... please stand for a group picture. Group picture. Thank you everybody. Moving ahead, we are having another 3 panel discussions. The next panel discussion is about futuristic education, evolving landscape of management studies. Yeah, so coming back, like I told you, we will be having a panel discussion. This is the 3rd panel discussion for the day 1, which talks about futuristic education, evolving landscape of management studies. There'll be a lot of discussion on integrating design thinking, simulation-based learning, pedagogy, andragogy, and heutagogy, faculty development programs and upskilling, mentoring and creating change makers. For this, I would like to call upon Professor Prafulla Y. Agnihotri, Director, IIM Sirmaur, Himachal Pradesh. So he would be moderating this session. For the discussion, I would like to call upon Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprises, Hyderabad. I would like to call upon Dr. Sindhu, Director in Charge, JNTU School for Management Studies. Further, I would like to call upon Dr. V. Uma Devi, Deputy Secretary, T. Suarez. Also, I would like to call upon Shri George Wake, CAMO, T. Suarez. Okay, over to Professor Prafulla. You can. Okay, I would like to also call upon Mr. Shrikanta Swami, Senior Consultant and Expert NAAC, to be a part of this panel discussion, please.
Good afternoon to you, friends, and good afternoon to my fellow colleagues over here on the dais. It's a third panel on futuristic education, evolving landscape of management education in India. And we have 4 panelists over here, and we have decided to divide the topic among us, and we shall start with each one of us. And then we would be happy to take questions from the audience if the time permits. If you see the world over, there is an explosion of technology. Since we are discussing about landscape, okay? Evolving landscape is quite different. There is an explosion of technology. Every 3 minutes, one website is taking place. New entrepreneurs are coming up. Business failures is at a record high. Okay. New products are being launched. I remember we had, grandfather had bought a car and which I also used. But these days, every 3 years, new model is launched. On an average, life of a PC, a personal computer, is for 1.5 years. So product life cycles are getting shorter. If you see this industrial scenario, the question that comes is, how do we prepare our managers to what skills they should have, what knowledge they should have, what attitude they should have, and how should they gear up to face these challenges when they meet the real world? Okay. So to discuss this, we have 4 of us over here. Okay. We shall start with, of course, the pedagogy, okay, pedagogy, andragogy, and heutagogy. And to discuss this, we could not have anyone better than Dr. Shrikanta Swami, who is an academic consultant with NAC. And naturally, therefore, he was an obvious choice of the group to discuss about pedagogy and andragogy. Over to you, sir.
Respected sir, thank you very much. I think all my friends who are here, you are all in higher education. But in the secondary education, if someone wants to become a teacher, he or she has to undergo 1 year or 2 years training, without which he or she may not be comfortable to teach the students effectively. When we think of quality of education, quality of teaching plays an important role. NAC has considered the 7 important criteria in order to assess the quality of higher education. Among all the 7, teaching and learning plays an important role, and more weightage is given to this. With the secondary level, it is fine, because without training, no one will be admitted to become a teacher at the secondary level. Whereas at the college level, a person completes the MSc yesterday and today is going to teach for the degree students, how it is possible. Therefore, some amount of training is very much essential, and pedagogy plays an important role. Like every teacher come across what to teach, when to teach and how to teach. What to teach is the subject matter, when to teach decides about your timetable, and how to teach is very, very important. Though there are 10 qualified trained teachers, among all these 10, the teaching may not be the same. All students may not like all the teachers at the same level, they may not accept. But however, studies have proved that those who have been trained, they are the successful teachers. Therefore, at the school level, we highlight more upon the pedagogy. Pedagogy means the art and science of teaching. Therefore, in the pedagogy, we have got 2 categories, as you all know. One we say student-centered, other one is called the teacher-centered like. Therefore, in student-centered, we give a lot of freedom to the students and make them to speak out. And we always make the students to express their abilities. Whereas at the college level, the teacher will dominate the whole thing. Therefore, in higher education, many experts have highlighted that even those who are teaching for UG and PG, they also should be given some kind of training. It can be 3 months training or 4 months training or 6 months. It is very much necessary. Since the structured training program is not there, that's why UGC is insisting upon making the people to go and have some kind of training under the banner UGC, HRDC. Human Resource Development Centers are established in most of the universities where you have to go there for 14 days or 21 days and try to acquire some of the skills pertaining to the teaching. Whereas when we think of pedagogy, we speak at the school level, and andragogy, we speak at the higher level, because you are going to teach the students. Whether it is pedagogy or andragogy, what is important is a teacher should know the subject matter. A teacher should also know about the behavior of the students. And without understanding the behavior of the students, it is very difficult for him to make his teaching more effective. That's why the importance is given to pedagogy as well as andragogy. Therefore, short-term courses are also organized. Now, many online courses are also available to improve. Therefore, I personally feel that there is a need, even in the NEP is also insisting that every university should have a department known as the education department, where B.Ed can be there, M.Ed can be there, or MA in education can be there. NEP is insisting on that. That's because in the name of this kind of training, even college teachers can also be trained and they'll be more comfortable in teaching. Therefore, I feel pedagogy is a must. In due course, let us hope and pray that there can be 3 to 6 months course for the college teachers, wherein we always speak about the education, concept of education, types of education, formal, informal, etc. Then we also will speak more about the psychology of the students. We speak about the psychological foundations there. Sociological foundations is another important, and the other one is philosophical foundations. Like that, these 3 foundations should be emphasized, so that based upon these 3 foundations, students are very clear what they are learning, why they are learning, and how they wanted to use their learning. I think I personally feel that pedagogy plays an important role. The designing thinking aspect, one line I want to add now only, and then, yeah. Yes. There were friends here. As I said, and we have got different types or the methods of teaching. People also will highlight, morning we have discussed so much about the experiential learning, very, very important. Carl Roger, who highlights more upon the experiential learning. Unless you make the child to go to the real situation and learn, his learning may not become permanent, may not become effective. That's why everybody is talking about experiential learning. Like that, we have got inductive approaches, deductive approaches, discovery approaches, guided discovery approaches, technology-based teaching. Then we also will be having a method wherein you are going to place the learner in the place of a discoverer and make him to learn. Every time we are going to tell the students many things. Instead, place him in the place of a discoverer, and you can be a facilitator and make him to learn. I think this is very, very important. And we have got constructivist approach. That's what people also talking, that in higher education we can insist upon the constructivist approach, wherein we have got cognitive constructivism and social constructivism. In cognitive, we expect the students to use their earlier experience and learn. Whereas in the social constructivism, we expect them to move with the students, share with them, and ultimately peer group influence can also make them to learn. Therefore, the pedagogy plays an important role, and based upon the pedagogy, I think we can improve and we can enhance the quality of teaching. I think that's one aspect. The other one is about what is that NEP is looking for when we are talking about the education. They say apart from developing the general knowledge, specific knowledge, technical knowledge, we have to develop the cognitive abilities among the students. This is very, very important. Thinking and reasoning plays an important role. You take any advanced countries, in the area of research they have advanced so much means because innovation is given more emphasis. Creativity is given more emphasis. That's why people also will say there is a need to make our students to develop thinking abilities. Designing thinking plays an important role in our educational system, especially in higher education system. We have to give more emphasis upon thinking skills. Among the 21st century skills, what experts are talking that every teacher should know, they highlight upon the creative thinking on one side and critical thinking on the other side. Though the concept of creative thinking around 1960-70, every one of us we are talking about. Now recently people are saying that apart from creative thinking, critical thinking is equally important. How do we develop this creative thinking? In creative thinking, we have got a lot of brainstorming techniques where you are going to develop creativity. But how do you develop critical thinking? Can we measure it? I think a lot of studies are available. I did a lot of work in the area of critical thinking. It is not a type of thinking where we are going to criticize. It is a type of thinking where you are going to judge which one is right and which one is wrong. You are going to differentiate between which one is relevant and which one is not relevant. You are going to give more emphasis upon the credibility of a source. Like that, there are many characteristics based upon which critical thinking can also be developed. Earlier, people thought that thinking is ability. It was fixed. It is inherited and nothing can be done. Now, latest studies are proving that these are the thinking. They are no more thinking abilities. They are called thinking skills. Thereby, we can define, we can train, we can improve upon. That's where critical thinking plays an important role. A lot of packages are available regarding critical thinking. Edward de Bono is a man who did a lot of work in the area of critical thinking. Therefore, I think, in my opinion, there is a need to emphasize upon these two aspects. One, internally you can have a training mechanism by means of which pedagogy and andragogy can be a built-in system in your own university or a college. That's one suggestion. Second one, you also can have a curricular approach or non-curricular approach to develop the critical thinking skills. Kindly keep these two as your projects in your own institutions or colleges. By introducing these two, you are going to see how exactly it enhances the quality and leads to sustainability. Thank you, sir. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Dr. Swami. Definitely critical thinking is very important. Creative thinking is very important. Apart from that, today when we speak to the industry also says that we would also like to have some inbuilt values in among our employees or the employees whom we would like to employ. Okay? And some of those values that the other day, just last week, HRD manager was telling me what we look for in our futurist candidates whom we recruit from the campuses is also kindness, empathy. And I was amazed in which direction the industry is moving on. It's not that cutthroat competition, either you deliver or you're out, but someone who will look at people with compassion, with kindness, with empathy. They say we also look for these type of traits among our employees. So I was sweetly surprised and happily surprised to know that industry is moving in this way. Naturally, if industry is moving in this way, don't you think we should also imbibe these values in our students? So whatever pedagogy that we use should also ensure that these values should be there in our pedagogy. Moving forward, okay, when we discuss about faculty development and their upscaling and other things, okay, we have an expert, okay, Dr. V. Uma Devi, Deputy Secretary, okay, and I would request her to share her thoughts on that.
Thank you, sir. Hello. Thank you, sir. Good evening to everyone. Faculty Development Program. So every teacher, once completing the qualification, you may feel that my education is over. But it's not like that for a teacher. So until you finish your profession of teaching, you keep learning. So learning never ends. You know, in our colleges, syllabus keep changing. So every time we go for preparing the new syllabus and teaching the students, right? So you're all familiar in preparing the subject and teaching. That's not enough for a teacher. You had to go for the faculty development programs like 2-week workshops, 3-week FDPs, two weeks FDPs, and also seminars, conferences. You have to attend regularly. Like college-wise, university-wise, if possible through other states also, you have to visit and attend. You will gain a lot of knowledge. Why? Because wherever you go for the conferences, the discussion on a particular topic will be going in a depth manner. So you'll be gaining a lot of knowledge. And also research is also very much important for a teacher. So once you do research like a publishing papers and all, some of the faculty, till they have 10 years of experience also, they don't have how to write a paper, idea on paper writing. So this is very bad thing. They say, I don't find the time. Of course, everybody have 24 hours of time only, right? So you have to create the time of 1 hour at least daily, such that you can spare the time for research or as upgrading your skills. That will help a lot for you, as well as you can bring the quality in teaching, and finally the student will be benefited by that. So student should feel now, not like earlier days, when we were in schools, when in our days, the teaching was different. Now it's completely changed. According to time is going on, passing, new methods, new techniques are coming into the teaching field, education field, right? As per our earlier speaker said, NEP, new policies has come. The teaching methods are changing. The pedagogy is changing. So according to that, we have to follow. Then only we can upgrade ourselves and we can develop, we can teach better to the student. Finally, student will be getting benefit. And it should be like student-centered teaching, not like earlier teacher goes on teaching and student keep listening the teacher, whatever she says, he says, isn't it? So it's not like that. So student also should interfere and discuss in the subject when you are going for teaching, right? Did you take such classes anytime? Just think about it. If not, you start doing that. You make the students to participate when you are going for in a topic. So that is very much important. So students also feel very happy and they will learn subject very interestingly once they participate along with the faculty, right? So everybody should go for seminars, conferences. Okay, you will gain a lot of knowledge. And actually, many of the colleges, they will not give permissions to go for conferences or workshops like that. But so it's better all the institutions, if they give permission to all the faculties to attend such programs to develop, it's like advantage to institution and as well as the individual. So definitely faculty will develop by going to such programs and enhance their skills, and where it brings good results also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was absolutely relevant and very valid. Thank you. Now we come to the most important, one of the most important aspects of our teacher's role. You know, number of times when I speak to teachers, I get an impression that some of them have an opinion that their role is over once the classes are over. Once they come out of the classroom, their role is over. in my personal opinion, a teacher's role actually begins once the teacher leaves the classroom. Our main job is outside the classroom. Is there anyone in this auditorium who doesn't remember any of his teacher? I'm sure there won't be anyone, unless the person has not gone to school. We all remember the names of some of our best teachers, and we still have the same respect for them. Why? Is it only because of their teaching? No. If you recall, go back to memory lane, and you will realize that those teachers have done something beyond teaching to you. They may have touched your lives somewhere. The reason why I'm sitting in front of you is mainly because of my teachers. 3 teachers I remember very vividly. Okay? When I look back 40 years, 50 years ago, I was a commerce student and I wanted to do CA like any other student at that time. I had not even heard of MBA. And then we had one student, Professor Nair, B.K. Nair. He once told me, actually after the class, okay, whenever he would go home, I used to have a bicycle. I used to take my bicycle in hand and I used to walk up to him up to the railway station. And then I used to pedal back to my home. And during that time, we used to talk a lot. Okay? Right from global trade to Indian commerce and so many things. At that time he had said, no, you will not do CA. You will do MBA. You will shine brighter if you do MBA. Don't waste your talent in CA. While he himself was a CA. And since then I started taking MBA seriously. The rest is history. And today when I look back, I feel extremely happy that I did not do CA. I wouldn't have been as happy, as comfortable as I am right now. So let's talk about mentoring. Let's talk about creating change makers. And for that, I'll invite Dr. Sindhu, Director in charge of JNTU School of Management Studies.
Good evening, everyone. Lot of silence here. Well, I thank you, Professor Agnihotri, for giving me this opportunity, and my co-panelist. Well, I think this is a time that we have to ponder what's happening in this education sector. We all know, pre-pandemic, that is before COVID, teaching was something different. But the pandemic made us to think, bring change, the way we teach and learn. Now today we just don't talk about teaching, pedagogy. We have to, as just now Professor Agnihotri was talking about, it's beyond classroom. Who is going to bring that change? Is it the government, NAP, institution? It's the teacher who can bring change in the classroom. How can we bring the change? Most of you are teachers. I'm also a teacher, academician. How many of you think, as Professor rightly said, the moment your class is over, students come back and ask you, online, offline, it's a different issue. If they're asking questioning, if they're asking for some project, asking for some clarification, the learning is happening. So the change makers, the very important role comes the teacher. I should not say teacher now. We should talk about being facilitator, being a mentor, guiding beyond classroom. Now, as I was talking about the pandemic, let me again talk that made us, compelled us use technology. How many of you are bringing technology into the classroom? Because today students are tech savvy. Everything is available. But what is the role of teacher? As rightly said, most of the organizations or the companies are looking for the individuals who have some values, some ethics. That is where we come where technology may not help, but we will play a very important role. A teacher can tell or motivate, the students or the learners how the value-based or ethical-based, in spite of using technology, making money, trying to be in the limelight, still they can have this and ultimately, contribute to themselves, contribute to the families and the society. So the role of teacher is even today critical in spite of technology, in spite of we are moving from offline to blended to online modes. The teacher role is still a very critical. So all the teachers need to think about what is that value addition we are giving to the students. See, the concepts, the theoretical knowledge, all that is available today. We may not make much difference. But how do we apply the conceptual knowledge or the theoretical knowledge to the practical issues, practical business problems, societal problem is very important role, and we have to bring that change in the classroom through networking, collaboration with the students, with other faculty members or the mentors, facilitators. Think out of box. Can we give some practical based learning which student can apply tomorrow when they go out of the college? So these are the things only a mentor or a facilitator can do. Systems come, systems go. But it's the teacher who plays even today a very important role, any part of the globe. But there needs to be some change. What is that change? Whatever the subject, whatever the domain you are in, how I bring that value addition to the classroom is one very important thing which we have to think as a teacher. Holding a student 90 minutes, 100 minutes is a tough task today. All the teachers might be facing. So be in there, be empathetic, be a student of current generation. Let's not compare present student with our generation students. We have to think from their perspective, how do we contribute to the knowledge? What is that I should take to the classroom where students should start feeling that I'm missing something if I'm not attending? So that kind of thinking, that kind of a change in the teacher is very much required. I know we cannot change in a day. It takes time. How do we change? We have to network. Network with the people. Network with the other faculty members, the teachers. What are they doing? What I can do? How can I be different? How can make my student or learner understand better, apply better is what the real challenge is today. I think today we are very, very critical position, all the teachers. We learn something, we have to unlearn a lot of things and relearn a lot of. So as just now Madam was talking about, Dr. Uma, that FDP, see, continuous learning is a mantra for all the people who want to be in education field. Gone are the days I am knowledgeable, I have this doctorate, postdoctorate, doesn't work today. How I'm going to get technology, how I'm going to leverage on technology so that I can give best to my learners is what we have to think. So with this, I have a few questions that all of us need to think in that direction, and we have to make every level, not just doctorate level, but at the postgraduate level, at the graduation, maybe +2 level, how students start thinking about the issues and problems. And how do they get the solutions for that? We teachers can bring that change. So these are few opinions of mine which I just wanted to share with my co-panelists and all you members who are attending. So thank you for providing this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Since we are running short of time and we are late, we have to wind up this session. Anyone has any question, we can take one question before we wind up, if there is any. If not, I'll just say thank you to all my co-panelists for being over here and sharing their thoughts on such an important topic. Thank you so much for being a very quiet audience.
Thank you, the panel members and Mr. Prafulla for such a lovely session here. As a token of appreciation, I would
like, I would like Dr. S. Srikanta Swami, Senior Consultant and Expert NAAC, to hand over a memento to Professor Prafulla Y. Agnihotri, Director IIM Sirmaur, Himachal Pradesh. Thank you. And then I would like Professor Prafulla Y. Agnihotri, Director IIM Sirmaur, Himachal Pradesh, to give away a token of appreciation to Dr. Srikanta Swami, Senior Consultant and Expert NAAC. Also, I would like Professor Prafulla to give away a token of appreciation to Dr. V. Uma Devi, Deputy Secretary, T-Wires. And also, I would like to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Sindhu, Director in Charge, JNTU School for Management Studies. Request the speakers to please come forward for a group picture. Thank you. Thank you all the panel members and the moderator for the discussion. Moving ahead, we have the fourth panel discussion related to the medical education. Here we will be talking about the trends and future of medical education. A lot of discussion will happen, overhaul and upgradation of curriculum, increase in new college, quantity versus quality, medical education in nation's healthcare, lessons learned during and post-pandemic era, best practices and innovation, future ready for global emergencies and pandemics. For this, I would like to call upon Dr. K.P. Joshi, Vice President, SVS Medical College, Mehboob Nagar, who would be moderating the session for us today. Also, I would like to call upon Dr. Gayatri Kamineni, CEO, Kamineni Hospitals. Further, would like to call upon Dr. Kiran Madala, EC member, All Indian Federation of Government Doctors Associations. And on the list, last but not the least, we have Dr. Aditya Vikram Kabra, Managing Director, Pulse Healthcare Associates, Chief and HOD. Yeah, I would like to, since the mics are here ready, I would like to hand over this session to Dr. K.P. Joshi.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much. So, first of all, thank you for IndiGlobal for inviting all of us for this important session. Before starting, I would like to tell one thing. This sessions is all related about my health, our health, especially your health, regarding the community health and the national health. So please pay attention. And the first thing regarding the health system when it comes in your mind, usually we feel scared, or else we feel that no, we always should remain healthy. And health for all cannot be achieved by only medicines, by only tablets, or not only by the set of the investigations. That is the holistic health, how it comes. This is all today we'll be discussing different parts. So I would be starting with the first thing regarding the medical education system. As you all are aware that our medical education systems is, you can say, governed or else observed by the National Medical Commission. Previously it was Medical Council of India. And at present, the medical education system is very good. Why it is good? I would be talking about the curriculum aspect, of this thing. Because since morning you are discussing about curriculum of your higher educations, school educations. So medical educations also is a system. And for your kind informations, there's the Indian doctors only are the doctors who are respected in the world. From the world, the people are coming to our country and at our place. 10% of the doctors from the US are the Indians. So that is no doubt about the medical education system, with how it is. Now, but in the present situation, if you say what the NMC says that what kind of doctors we want. We want a physician who will provide preventive, promotive, curative, and holistic care with the prerequisite knowledge, skill, attitude, ethics, and professionalism. All these are the big set of qualities. It looks like for you when you go to doctor, okay, he's just treating to us. But there are so many set of competencies that the doctor should possess, or he or she should have, while treating the patient. So if you say that curriculum, from 1997, after the 21 years, in 2019, the medical education system got the new curriculum, which is the name by CBME, which is called as a competency-based medical education curriculum. And the basic difference between the old and new curriculum was, it is purely student-centric learning. Paradigm shift from teacher-centric learning to the student-centric learning. Many things when we did our MBBS, even our senior did MBBS, there was some hidden curriculum. We never learned soft skill or communication skill. It was never taught. But now there is in the curriculum. So if you see in the curriculum, the MBBS students is 5.5 years of the rigorous training. 4.5 years as a course and 1 year as an internship. In this 4.5 years, they've divided in 2 or 3 parts. Usually it is written 3, preclinical, paraclinical, and clinical. And that one in the part, there will be a set of the things where the student has to go through. Starting from there, the first one, if you say in the curriculum, like in MBBS, now the foundation course is there. As the student enters, there will be technical training, there will be skill training, language training, computer-assisted training, and then afterwards, early clinical exposure. Right from the first years, the clinical orientations will be given to the student. And then the ATCOM, Attitude, Ethics, and Communication, which I was talking about to you, it was never part of the curriculum previously. What is the importance of the communication skill, how it should be dealt so that he or she can communicate properly. So there are 5 basic roles a doctor need to play in which the curriculum plays the role. The one is a clinician, already I told, preventive promotive care. Second one is the good communicator. Third one is the leader. A leader doesn't mean that the politics and all. Leader means he or she should be able to work in the team, should be able to lead the team, should be able to communicate properly. In any situation comes, they should be able to lead from the front. That's what the COVID-19, you might have seen, that how the doctors had did it. And then he or she should be also, at the time of there should be a proper professionalism also will be there. So that is the 4th one. And the last one is the lifelong learner. No one can say, for any educators, they're lifelong learner. But in the medical field, the day you feel that I know everything, you are ending your own career. That's all. So, lifelong learner. So, all this in this thing in the curriculum, they have designed in such a way that the training from first year, second year, parallelly integrated teaching is there. And the assessment as well as teaching and assessment. Not only about knowledge, not only about skill, not only about the attitude and ethics, all to put together, the assessment methods also have been improved. New methodologies for teaching. There's a flipped classroom right now. There's a jigsaw method right now. There are many other methods by which you can train our students in a better way. Assessment. No submitted, only yearly exam. Even during the class, you can assess. I was just listening at previous things that how the student assess. There can be 360 days evaluation. There can be round evaluation. There can be portfolio, e-portfolios. There can be many ways by we can assess the students. That is what now in the new curriculum we are doing with the medical education. So with this set of whole structure of 4.5 years with the training process, because it is a system approach. You all are the educationists, you may be knowing what is called system approach, input, process, and output. So input is all whatever the colleges are coming, faculty is coming and all. And when it is coming to the process, this 4.5 years of the training will make a complete doctor, which already I gave the definitions. So it's apart from that, I feel that the new curriculum is a very good initiative, which is welcomed by, it is globally relevant in US and UK also the competency. It is competency based, it is not pure competency curriculum. So it was a great initiative from the NMC and all, which initiated this curriculum, and all colleges are trying their level best to implement. And once it is implemented thoroughly, definitely we will get a competent doctors and what the graduate we want. In the continuations of the same, now, as I told you that the numbers previously when the medical education system now, if you see, the number of colleges you may be thinking are increasing. In your district also there may be one more college, there may be one private or maybe one government college. So the next speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Aditya to talk about the quality versus quantity. If at all, Dr. Aditya, is it an issue? If it is an issue, then how best we can deal with it in the quality versus quantity? Over to you.
Thank you, sir, to enlightening the session and opening it on a very strong note. But as we have been talking about, slightly differing from what, sir, yes, the curriculum has been expanded, it's better. But always the point, what we have to ask, and this is almost there on all WhatsApp and Facebook, if you have to destroy a nation, you just have to tamper with their health and education policy. And that's what exactly every government has been doing it. First the Britishers did it, now the other people are doing it. Just for the sake of political gain, increasing the quantity without actually making sure that the quality is not maintained is the biggest blunder any person could do. Indians are very talented, we are striving hard with whatever limited facilities, agreed. But just for the sake to make it more appeasing to people, opening more number of medical colleges, that too on a private level, compromising on lot of quality basis, there is no assessment. Either, it's more of biased assessment. If you are a private sector, they will scrutinize you thoroughly. If you are in a government sector, you are at the liberty of, saying ki hum to government sector wale. See, finally at the end point, it is the person who is being trained, who is been, the product that comes out, a refined doctor, right? That refined doctor is not refined. Okay, so now the question is, do we need a reserved doctor or do we need a deserved doctor? See, doctor is like a rigorous imprisonment for the rest of their life. It's not by choice or chance. It's a passion that anyone has to be to become a doctor. It's a rigorous imprisonment for the rest of your life. You have to compromise on your personal needs, to compromise on your family needs, and it's a never Thanksgiving job. You do 100 times help out people and one time you refuse, ye doctor to bahut egoistic ho gaya. Right? So the point is here, just because some governments are there, some bureaucrats are there, just to appease to people, just saying that we'll just increase the medical colleges, that's happening on such a rampant scale, that's not going to solve our problem. You have to, whatever colleges we have, the basic idea was, invest certain amount on that and increase the quality. No one is perfect. But you need to make everyone perfect and you need to refine things. The biggest thing we all faced was during the COVID pandemic. How we were facing it, that is again a different part. How we were prepared, what are our future things. But on a very strong note, what all of us need to know, right? I went to Mauritius, I was so happy, it's a very small country. Not to pose off that I went to Mauritius. The health and the education policy are free there. Right? That is a very good thing. You maintain the standards, give free. You don't have to. Someone says 1.5 CR for a NRI quota. When the student comes out, what is he supposed to do? Half trained. There are a lot of rules now. They are relaxing the rules. See, the point is the government or the decision makers, what they have to actually classify and certify things are, what are the modifiable rules and what are the rules which cannot be modified? Whoever it is, whether government or private. Because sir was talking about US and UK, there is one training thing in US also, where even a professor, we talk about simulation, a professor is actually asked to go do a simulation and he scored out of 10. If the professor scores less than 8, he is asked back to go to training. And dare we tell even an assistant professor here to go back to training. So the whole idea here is everyone wants instant service like Swiggy, but more important for us here to understand, yes, see, just because all of us need money, RBI cannot start printing money. Simple job. So at the same level, when we want a good quality education and health system, I strongly feel that just increasing the number of medical colleges, that too more on the private sector. I am not denying that private sector should not be there, but there should be more of government sector, and more important than the government and private, whoever it is. There should be a standardized curriculum, standardized protocol followed for both the colleges without compromising on the safety, because tomorrow these are the people who are going to treat us. And my professor always used to tell me, I still remember those words, you should feel happy that one of your students is going to treat you rather than vice versa. So that's very important. So that is what we need to strengthen upon. So I think there we'll have to talk more about the curriculum, the simulation part, and all those things, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Aditya. Well said. Actually, it does not make any difference, as you said very rightly, that whether it is a government or private or any deemed or any system, if, first of all, there should be whatever the requirements are there that need to be there. And if the people are there, if they're not doing also, sometimes it is happening. Professor is there, he doesn't want to teach. Requirement is filled, but it is not coming out. So ultimately, the faculty need to be motivated who are there, whether in the government or private. Or the same thing, the MSR, what are the minimum standard regulations has to be there, that has to be fulfilled. Very nicely said, Dr. Aditya. Now, moving to the same connections with that, as I told you, the output we want is such kind of graduate. The first thing I told, that who is having the prerequisite knowledge, skill, attitude, ethics, professionalism, all these things. And as I told, I will like to tell, the medicine is art and science. Art in practicing, and science and knowledge. And the most integral part of the medical education is the skill. Skill comes by doing. To put on the focus on that, I am happy to invite Dr. Gayatri Garu to talk about the passing exam does not mean a skilled doctor. There is a huge gap in the skilled and doctors, and how can we address? Dr. Gayatri.
Good evening, everybody. So I think I know all of you have had a very rigorous talk about skill and assessment and everything the whole day today, and you also have it tomorrow. So let me just put it in one sentence. What is a skill? It's just acquiring an action, right? For us, a skill is just acquiring an action. But that's a very outdated system. It's a very outdated definition that we hear all throughout our education process, our careers as well. So what do we call skill as in the present terms, in the present times? Skill is to know when, how, where, what, on who to perform that particular action on. That is what skill should be defined as. Skill can be classified into, especially on the medical side, skill can be classified for me on 4 things. One is intellectual, one is procedural, one is communication, and the 4th one is team. These 4 things are the primary, I'd say these are the basis. These are the skills to be developed first. And then we move on to the other things. Intellectual skill is to know when and how to do that skill. Procedural skill is exactly to know how to do that skill. Teamwork. The whole of medicine is a team. You need to know when to cry for help. You need to know when not to ask for help. You need to know who to ask for help. Communication and teamwork, those go hand in hand. Right. So what are we thinking of getting, what are we getting out of this? We are trying to get outstanding performers. We are trying to get the best doctors out of the field. But the biggest challenge for us is internship is the only time where we think that we have become doctors. So I myself have gone through the rigorous training of MBBS post-graduation in medicine and orthopedics. In medicine, the training happens only in internship. That was almost 10-15 years ago. What we also need to understand is that training, if somebody would have said to me right now, are you happy with the kind of training that you got 10 years ago? I would put my foot down and say, no way. If somebody would have come to me and said, what kind of skills do you want? Where do you want? When do you want to start it? Do you think it would help if we started training you from year 1? That would have like made me a different doctor as well. So we need to understand the problems that actually come into the picture. One is for us to get outstanding performers, we need to understand the problem of the students who have joined MBBS. We need to understand the root cause of it. When they've joined MBBS for whatever reasons it may be, they are naive, they are new to the environment, there are different environmental factors which play. They really don't know. They're just 17, 18-year-old kids who just joined. They really don't know what they're getting themselves into. But what do their uncles at home say? Beta, I got you this ECG. I got you this X-ray. Can you have a look at it? You're a doctor. No. So these are the things that we go through on every single day. People need to understand that. MBBS students right now, they are not doctors. They are medical students. They are still learning the skill. So now the problem comes. So now what we need to do is, we need to upskill them. We need to give them that confidence. Increasing their confidence improves their performance. So let's try to understand that. Number one, we need to understand what they want. What they want is to be felt like doctors. To be made sure that, okay, fine, I have this skill, I can put it to some use. If I don't know, I have to go and get help. This is number one. Number two, we are looking at infrastructure. Infrastructure doesn't mean just teachers, just buildings, just classrooms, demo rooms, labs. No way. We are looking at infrastructure as efficient teachers. We are looking at skills, skill lab. We are looking at areas where they can actually go and perform that particular skill during the teaching period, during MBBS itself. Not during internship only, during MBBS itself. That is where a skill lab comes into the picture. Now what does the skill lab do? The skill lab actually gives them a very safe and a confident environment, a non-judgmental environment. What does this mean? This means that they can repeatedly do the procedure, perfect it, and then actually come out of it and say that, okay, fine, now I've got this down, let's move on to the other skill. They don't have to perform on the patients like how I got trained during internship. I can perform it in a skill lab, get my skill perfected, come out of it, and then perform it on patients and make as less errors as possible. This improves. This gets them to near perfection. This gives them the confidence. This improves their performance. And this ultimately gives us outstanding performers. Now the third one. How do we get that infrastructure to take it? How do we take that infrastructure to the next level? The main thing that we need to understand is there are different modes of teaching. There are new additions which come into the picture. One is skill-based. Obviously, you need a skill lab. Second one, we are looking at problem-based learning. Simulation-based learning is where the skill lab comes. Problem-based learning is also real-life problems which are simulated. The third one is gamified training. Gamified training is, all the kids these days are all into video games, are all into PUBG, which was actually banned, but okay. So these things are where we actually get the interest of the students to a peak and say that, this is the skill, you can actually do the simulation of it on this, and let's make a game out of it. So that is gamified training. Then comes role playing. So these are the, and also fine arts. Fine arts is a very weird thing to listen on a medical student side, except for drawing diagrams. But to be very honest, fine arts is something which will show them the intricacy of training. So these are the things which will develop confidence, which will make them outstanding performers, and which will make us get outstanding doctors at the end of internship. So yes, this is what I think a skill lab can do for a medical student, and ultimately get outstanding performers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gayatri. I think you have elaborated all the aspects. That is the way only when we can get the skilled and qualified doctors. Now moving to the last component of this discussions regarding the future readiness for the global emergency and pandemics. Last one we had, and now if at all in future comes, how whether we are ready or not to putting the focus on that. I would like to invite Dr. Kiran.
So, thank you, sir. And it is a very important topic is that almost we are into the 2.5 years of the pandemic, and it is 1 in 100 years lifetime we will witness this kind of the calamity. And almost not only health, every sector of the human being, every sector of our life is affected, whether it is with economy, education, every aspect of us. Hello. Every aspect of us are affected. So health has so much impact on the everybody's life, which is neglected not only in India, entire world. So that shows the weakness of our health system. So if we go by the small statistics, from 2011 to till now, almost 1200 episodes of public health emergencies, minor or major, have happened. And 70 to 80% are of those diseases comes from the animals. So that is the importance of this pandemic. And if you look at the Ebola virus pandemic, it happened in Africa way back in 2014. Just 32 years before that incident, these kind of antibodies are present in the people. 5% of the people in the West African people has antibody to that Ebola virus. And it became a pandemic after 32 years. That means the virus entered from animal field to human, and at the same time, very immediately, it cannot become a pandemic. It gives some time for us to give a signal. So we have to find that signal. So 32 years is a very good time. We didn't recognize it. In the same way, even World Health Organization told that our life expectancy at birth is decided, our genetics, entire thing is genetics. So people are telling that. But 25% of our life is decided by the genetics. Rest is all environment, what we live in. In the same way, they described that the pandemic, how such particular incident become pandemic, they WHO classified among the 4 important situations and 20 conditions. Based on 20 conditions, if that particular incident become epidemic or pandemic, where we are, they decided based on the 1, 2, 3, 4 criteria among the, in comparison with the 20 episodes. If you look at the host, and means human and virus, if you remove the 2 factors, general factor, we talk about the general factors. The government readiness to the pandemic, that will decide whether that particular disease become pandemic or minor one. Number 2, the trust in the public health institutions. People, if you don't have faith in the government health institutions, then definitely that is also impact whether that particular will move or not. And misinformation. If people don't have faith on the information source they are getting, if that is not fair, definitely what happened in the initial phases, there are so many misinformation and misconceptions. So that is very important. So proper information and the trust in the institutions where they are giving is more important. At the same time, the innovations in the society, how we are giving preference to the research or innovations, even without the pandemic. The research should go on. That environment, if it is going and we respect that environment, definitely we don't have these kind of things. And at the same time, intergovernmental cooperation and cooperation between the countries. If you look at the vaccination history, COVID particular, almost WHO gathered only 5% of the vaccines from all countries and distributed them to African countries. So even in the midst of the crisis, most of the countries are behaving like selfish. They are not supporting the other country. So one thing means even we don't witness this third wave. Because of the poor vaccination in South Africa, Omicron variant evolved because of the poor vaccination. So we need to cooperate each other. With the poor environment, these kind of things will be replicated. And at the same time, these are all the 20 factors will decide whether that particular incident. But if you rate where we are among these 20 situations, means we still, world is poor in these 20 aspects. So if without strengthening all these factors, if African government is neglecting health means it is neglecting entire world. So the the epidemic in Africa can affect the America also. If you look at America, even it is worst affected with the COVID. The best healthcare country on the earth affected with the COVID-19. And whether you are good or not doesn't matter. Whether neighbors' ill health also matters or will bow your head to that earth. So we should cooperate each other, that research environment and everything should go on. And finally, yesterday I read about the Rajya Sabha Standing Committee report. What they mentioned is our government also failed to give oxygen like thing. So we should improve those things to protect the people. At the same time, anything is money. Without spending, what today's discussion is health and education. These are the two pillars of any society. Without spending money, we don't get anything. The spending on health is 1% of the GDP around, but the target is 5%. And state budget should be 8% of their budget should be allotted to the health. It is, I think, average Indian state government spending is less than 3%. So without money and without spending, we are nowhere in the race. So government should concentrate on the funding. That is a major important. Number two, not only funding, last one, African countries cooperation during this pandemic also a big lesson for so many countries. They all 52 countries helped each other, whatever they have a minor resources. So we should learn them cooperation has a role to play. That is the one aspect. Number two, finally, the American government also failed. Even Dharavi is a small slum, is the biggest slum in Asia. But the Bombay Municipal Corporation controlled the COVID-19 in such a way that it is an example for entire world, even to the lesson to the CDC, the best organizations in the world. What a Bombay Municipal Corporation did for a world worst slum in the world, why can't it replicate in the entire world? So those things should be replicated entire world. So we should learn from all the experiences. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for this. So ultimately the lesson is simple. Ki not only government, private, national, international coordination, cooperation with a trained healthcare professionals, which include not only the doctors, paramedical workers, nurses and all staff, with a good research environment, definitely we can fight with any pandemic. So if there is a query from the audience side, we are ready. Otherwise, we have ended up with our panel discussion. Yeah, fine. Thank you. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joshi, for this wonderful panel discussion. A lot of inputs, of course. I would like to call upon Professor Ravindra Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Telangana University, who can hand over the memento to our esteemed speakers here. So I would like to call Dr. Gayatri Kamineni, COO Kamineni Hospitals, to please accept a memento as a token of appreciation. Next would be Dr. Kiran Madhala, EC, member, All India Federation of Government Doctors Association. And then can we please have Dr. Aditya Vikram Kabra, Managing Director, Pulse Healthcare Associates, Chief and HOD. Last but not the least, our very wonderful moderator, Dr. K.P. Joshi, Vice Principal, SVS Medical College, Mehboob Nagar. Thank you all the speakers for your time and inputs. Okay, without any further ado, our next panel discussion talks a lot about changing face of human resources, post-pandemic HR strategies, future of workplace, talent and jobs, building social capital. HR tech is the next sunrise sector, the evolving HR sector and roles, emerging technologies in HRM. For this, I would like to call upon Dr. Sujeev Nair, CHRO and Chief Transformation Officer, Resustainability Limited, who would be moderating this session. Further, I would like to invite Shri Vinay Agarwal, Global Head, Business HR, Tech Mahindra. Next, I would like to call upon Fani Karnati, Associate Vice President, Data Science and Technology, SP Soft Global, Hyderabad. Would like to invite Ms. Anandita Mukherjee, Head Corporate Communications, Hyderabad Metro Rail. Would like to invite Professor Ganesh, MP, Head Entrepreneurship and Management, IIT Hyderabad. Again, being a part of the panel discussion, we have Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Institutional Group. Last but not the least, can I please call upon Mr. Yadu Kishore Nandikola, Director Human Resources, Mass Mutual. So to begin the session, I would like to give it over to Dr. Sujeev Nair here.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. I was feeling sleepy, so I'm sure you also. So do you want to take a quick 2-minute energizer, or should we start with the session directly? Raise your hands who just wants to energize yourself for 2 minutes. Okay. I see a very slow, not many hands. So, you know, to do justice to all of you and the panelists, I think, may I request all of you to stand up? Just stand in your places. See, the panelists are also energized. So we're going to do 2 things. Just follow me. Stand wherever you are and draw a circle. Wow, that's very nice. Cut the circle into half. This one, take 2 steps and push this part there. I can't see. People are just standing. I won't move to the next stage till this is done. Please, push this, take 2 steps, push it to the side. Yes. Again, the other side, push it 2 steps this side. Wonderful. Now, go back and bring this part here. Very nice. Again, go this side, bring this part here. The circle is back. Give a round of applause and you can sit down.
This is exactly what CHRs do. Focus from the main issue.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. A warm welcome to the distinguished panel members and special thanks to IndiGlobal Network and the Government of Telangana for introducing this HR section into this 2-day festival. We are talking about the post-pandemic period. What exactly has happened in the post-pandemic period? Hybrid workplace is almost real. A lot of technology, a lot of digitization. I'm sure all of us experienced. And because of this, connectedness and flexibility is almost given. Every one of us are demanding connectedness, and flexibility. If you look at what's happening to organizations, there are a lot of resignations. You must have heard and read about the great resignations. Organizations are really challenged to hold their people. They're coming up with new methods. They're looking at job rotations within the organization. They have stepped up their energies on emotional well-being, taking care of people. The social capital, the social connectedness is becoming very, very important in organizations going forward. In addition to that, very soon we are also expecting a lot of changes, legislation changes. The wage code is going to come in. A lot of importance is going to be given on diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know, all these things are working together in the minds of all people in the organizations. And most importantly, the connectedness between the reporting officer and the employees, the relationship between them, the engagement between them is becoming very, very important. With this brief background, we have a very august panel here, a combination of academicians and people from industry. And they are going to give us some insights in the changing phase of human resources. We are scheduled for about 45 minutes. We have 6 speakers, so I'll request the panelists to spend about 4 to 5 minutes. And first, let me invite Mr. Vinay Agarwal, Global Head, Business HR, Tech Mahindra, to share with us some thoughts on the emerging technologies in HRM. Okay, I think Mr. Vinay had come in, he must have stepped out. We will move to the next topic. Let me invite Ms. Anandita Mukherjee and Dr. M.P. Ganesh to talk about building social capital.
Good evening, everyone. So with all that half circles and full circles, I'm sure you're fully awake and just like a sun, you're shining. Okay, so yeah, these terms were always there, you know, human capital, societal capital. Now, only thing is that these came more into focus, I think, after pandemic. Because then we realized that what exactly is required from each one of us for each one of us. And Dr. Nair, since it is an HR panel, I will put my focus more on the employees. So in today's date, I guess people have understood, organizations have understood that the employees can be the best ambassador for any company. They are the brand ambassadors. So if we don't leverage, if we don't value, if we don't respect that capital, because others can go on a depreciative mode, but not this. When everything goes down, that is where, you know, the human capital, or as you are calling, that, you know, it is much required. So as, you know, we are not alone. We are all part of a continent and an ecosystem. It's not, we are not only alone in this planet. So I think as a collective effervescence, as we call in sociology, what is more required is to be with each other, for each other, just to see what the other person is wanting or needing, especially, particularly for HR. I'm sorry, I'm not from HR, but many organizations, I'm not pinpointing anyone, HR becomes sort of a management representative. I'm so sorry to say. Rather, it should be the interface between the employees and the management. And if it is done, I think we have really fulfilled our target, or we have reached where we want to. It is that creating a shared value amongst the stakeholders. And as a family, we can look for the growth, for you know, the development, the learning and development, the, you know, the potential of a human capital. And automatically, maybe it cannot be tangibly measured, but automatically it definitely will have an impact on the bottom line of that company. And this has been proven. Maybe many don't want to acknowledge it or express it, because in any organizations, the revenue generating department are the most important. You know, the damad of a family, of the sasural. But, and all the departments like HR, corporate communication, they are the cost centers. But these are the departments who can really pull up a company to reach to its profit, or reach the huge EBITDA margin or whatever, the entire growth, and take that company towards a culture, towards the entire paradigm shift happens. From a business, it grows up into an organization, and then it grows up to an institution with, if we can follow this. This is all what I can say.
So, good evening. I'll quickly explain what is social capital for a common understanding. Social capital is the network of relationships which exist in a social group. So if you take organizations, these networks are very, very important, because these are the networks through information flows, friendship flows, cooperation flows, knowledge flows. Okay? So post-pandemic has created a new kind of environment or a context where whatever used to be normal is not normal now. Okay? We are in a new normal. Especially usage of media tools, usage of virtual workspaces have changed the entire dynamics. To give an example, many of the campus placement students who just got passed during the pandemic time, they have never seen their office spaces. They are placed, but they have never gone to their offices. Okay? So how do you create the sense of belongingness, sense of being part of the network? That has become a huge challenge. Okay? And why it is important to bring this network? Like I said, trust. So, you might be meeting this person in many meetings in a two-dimensional space. You don't even know how he or she looks like, below his waist or her waist. You only see the, photos or videos in your meeting, online meeting. So without the possibility of interacting face-to-face, how do we build this network? That becomes a challenge. Okay? One way through which, and more people are getting used to this kind of a culture also. In fact, initially when pandemic happened, there was a lot of resistance to work from home. But now things are slowly settling down. In fact, now many people are not willing to go back to offices, or at least they want partially work from home. Because the freedom of working from home, in terms of not commuting, flexible work, there are a lot of things which the workers find it to be very useful. So given this, and also for organizations, there are a lot of cost benefits when people work from home. So given this scenario where hybrid work is going to be the reality, how do we bring in this trust? How do we bring in this collaboration and friendship? So one way organizations are looking forward is through technology, making technology your friend, through augmented reality. There are these technologies which create a sense of physical space in a virtual space. Okay, that is one possibility. But I don't think, that might be useful in a very long run. Probably, I don't know, with all these metaverse, augmented reality, virtual reality, it might be possible. But one way these can be augmented in a real space is giving control to employees. When I say control, hybrid work is going to stay. Okay, but give this freedom or autonomy to workers to decide when to go to office and when not to go to office. So this is like these boundaries which you set as an employee, give that freedom to the employee. The employee decides when will I open my door, when will I close my door. So whenever I want to work focused, I work from home. I mean, provided your children are going to school, okay? And you have enough space in your house to, work alone. So give that space. That space gives you a lot of focus. And whenever you want to socialize, come to office, okay? So I think giving more control to employees as a policy to decide how they want to work and facilitate work from home and also work from office is what I think is a long-term solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ganesh, and thank you, Ms. Anandita. We are now request Mr. Vinay Agarwal, Global Head Business HR, Tech Mahindra, to share some thoughts on emerging technologies in HRM.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll just take a step back and see what has changed and how big is that change, how reversible that change is, and therefore how technology can play a role to complement that. So we have seen that the virtuality brought by the pandemic has made fundamental changes into the way business is done. So every bank has really quickly evolved in this short period. Very critical process to be also done remotely. So account opening right from there to any transaction, anything you want to do, you don't need to visit the branch and you can do it virtually. So virtuality has made fundamental changes into the globally all the industries. And HR is basically, inside the organization, so like things have changed outside the organization, which means the organization and the customer, their acquisition, their retention, the actual transactions. That has changed in all industries across the globe. So inside, the similar changes have happened inside the organization also. So virtually the work is done, and there have been some issues that would be fixed by organizations going forward. So the driver for adoption of technology has been these changes. And I would say the IT has been the biggest beneficiary of the pandemic. So it has been a blessing in disguise. None of us want this pandemic to really continue, but yeah, it's just incident that it has created huge demand for the IT. So the cloud migration, the cloud adoption has accelerated big time. In 2020, first quarter, CIO used to say that, show me a business case. What is the return of investment and all that. And the whole conversation changed in a month's time saying that, tell me how fast you can do it. How much it will cost. So that's one example of cloud. And we have seen that the Google was a late entrant. So AWS, Amazon was the first. The second was Microsoft. And then IBM came in, and then Google came in. And Google whole practice of the cloud has really blossomed in the last 2 years during pandemic. So just examples of how technology adoption has really accelerated. So, the HR fraternity, I would say, all of us had very busy time attending multiple roundtables in this, because there's a huge change happening inside the company. The way we used to manage the performance, goals were set, those were tracked, everything has changed topsy-turvy. And now I think last 1 month or so, we have seen so much of media press in moonlighting and ethics, the question of culture, etc. So huge changes happening inside the organization, and majority of them are related to people. So I was just basically scribbling to see how I portray the picture of what the whole HR system is. Simple terms, from user point of view, what change happens is that cloud allows you to probably adopt changes very fast. So whichever platform you use, with the cloud adoption, you can probably, all the new features which company releases, you can have those changes 3-4 times in a year, which otherwise is not possible. That's one, cloud. The second thing is analytics, right? So because of social media and so much of virtual transactions happen, there's a huge amount of data available. And how to make sense of that data is what data analytics, and we have a practice, and all IT companies have a practice of data analytics, and even non-IT organizations. So every organization is saying that how do I basically collect the data about my customers or stakeholders, and how do I process that, derive insight from that, and drive business decision. So analytics is third, and the third thing is user experience, customer experience, whatever you call it. So give a very smooth, very hassle-free interface to your stakeholders to do very smooth transactions, and back-end you streamline the process. So simplify the process and create the transaction for the customer very, very simple. So 3 things: digital transformation, cloud. Second is your user experience and third is the analytics. So these three big changes are happening inside the organization also. So the technology for HR also for these three things. So let me take one by one. So cloud is common. I think probably will not spend much time on that. The second part is user experience. So for user experience, inside the process simplification, which is basically happening with the adoption of a lot of best-of-breed point solutions. So there are so many ideas, so many solutions coming in terms of simplifying the recruitment process, for example, onboarding process. So there are process-specific solutions available. Of course, UX, which is user design, a lot of basically work happening. Angular, Java was very popular, now it is React. So just in the last 2 years, so it's too much change happening. So that's a process, user experience. In terms of analytics, so every process, whether it is right from your talent acquisition to onboarding to performance management to total reward and learning. So every process has its own small engine of analytics, and then of course, you can look at the data across process also and derive a lot of insights. So that is how I see the adoption of
Thank you,
technology.
Mr. Vinay. Thank you. I will now request Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Education Group, followed by Mr. Fani K, Associate Vice President, Data Science and Technology, SP Soft Global Hyderabad, to share their thoughts on HR tech, the next sunrise sector. Over to you, Mr. Ashish.
Thank you. I'm just going to stand. I'm feeling sleepy after food, so I will be very frank about it. So yes, coming down to HR tech startups, I would say, see, HR techs are not there to take away the jobs of human resource professionals. They are there to assist them so that we are able to take better care of our employees. Because earlier the general rule was one HR manager for 500 employees, 400 to 500 employees. I mean, we know what's the life of HR, and I'm sure some of them sitting on the dais would also know what's the life. But round the clock, kind of we are working. So these technology platforms will actually help an HR manager to perform his or her job effectively and efficiently. Secondly, we all know about employee wellness, which has actually taken the topmost priority on the scorecard of every CEO, because employee wellness is a decision maker. Employees will decide if it's an organization taking care of my wellness, which will include mental as well as physical. So only if they are taking care, I'll actually decide to stick on to the organization. As it is, HR people have high pressures. Managers, business managers, SBU heads, they want 2 minutes Maggi noodles. They want, Ashish, I want the headcount as of yesterday to be on board. So it's we work under terrible, terrible thin timelines. So point is, it's very important for HR leaders that we have the least attrition. At least we try our best to retain our employees and take care of them. So HR tech will really help us to perform our jobs better. And as my fellow friend was mentioning about, there are a lot of companies, organizations kind of contemplating whether we work from home, work from office, 2D, 3D model, 3 days, 4 days models, a lot of contemplations and debates are going on. But I think the remote work is going to stick on. And there are some companies who have outrightly said, we're talking about Microsoft and Twitter. They've said, after the COVID, we had Omicron. So they said, my employees can invariably work from home permanently. So, the entire market is going through a huge churn and nobody has a clear-cut answer, what do we do, what we don't do. The easiest thing is to pass on HR heads. You guys have to ensure attrition numbers, hiring numbers, cost control, employee wellness, ESAT, CSAT scores, everything you guys have to handle. And I also talk to a lot of business leaders and tell them that employee wellness especially, it is not the complete responsibility of HR leaders. Okay, like I'm myself a very passionate sports person, so I say it's damn it every individual's responsibility to take care of their health. It's not a kindergarten that we tell, you don't eat this, don't do that, you need to wake up early, time management, self-discipline. That's why we had Pulela Gopichand's video this morning. It was very good. I would urge that everybody gets that video and watch that. where he mentioned that without sports, the entire life is incomplete. Education is incomplete without sports. What we learn in sports, I mean, we may probably take 4 or 5 years or 10 years, or we may never learn in the 4 walls of classrooms. So self-discipline, time management, ultimately these are the few skills which will actually help your students, final year graduates who join, to help to actually step up their ladders, to differentiate from the remaining crowd. So it is a responsibility of everybody, while HR is an enabler, a catalyst. So we will not take the complete onus and responsibility. Yes, we will ensure we have the best initiatives are taken care. We have a decent budgets there for the organization. And yes, we are there for employees. But it's like you do your, and God help, only those who help themselves. So I think I would say HR techs will really help HR leaders to perform their job more effectively, because a bot is available round the clock, 24/7. You ping and you get the answer. I mean, unlike a human being, which may take some time, although we have 2 or 3 different shifts in organizations. So HR tech will really complement and help us to perform. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. May I now request Mr. Funny to share his thoughts, please.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. How are you all? Good. So how many of you are entrepreneurs? Any entrepreneurial mindset? Anybody started this startup in the HR space? Okay. So there are a few over there. Okay. Hi. So many of you have heard about health tech and agri-tech and many other technologies coming up, right? So what is this HR tech? Have you ever thought about it? Do we really have a significance of that in the market? So I myself is an entrepreneur, so I always little intrigued with this HR things and all. Okay. So when it comes to the HR, it is an evolving sector in any organization. You know, like our parents don't have this HR concept ever, right? They just go and collect the salary and that's it, right? So as and when IT booming, as and when IT come into the existence, the HR, right? Now HR sector came into the picture, okay? If you see nowadays, like even when I started my career, the scenarios are different. But nowadays employees are sticking only to the company if they have a delight. Employee delight is the key. If you don't have the employee delight, they are moving out of the company. So there is a lot of necessity that what is that we can do to get the employee into the organization, retain the employee, and have the necessities for them, right? So if you talk about HR, there are many activities that they do. But if they go to the CFO and ask, like, we may need some budget, he may say that, can we keep it aside? He don't allocate enough budget for the HR segment very enthusiastically, right? But that is the key, actually. You know, without HR is directly related to the employee, okay? So when it comes to the HR, if you start like, I know headhunting is one of the key, but that doesn't actually come into the HR, but that will be the part of your talent acquisition. That is directly proportional to the HR activities, right? So if you see, if you list down their activities, every activity there is a huge gap where we are today and where we can be, all right? So I'll just justify my discussion here. Say, for example, if you talk about headhunting, where do you find the resources? Till now and 15 years back, where I started my career, it is a Naukri, all right? So Naukri is the market leader to find any resource, and nowadays also people spending a lot of amount on Naukri. There is no other algorithm that is really beating Naukri's way of finding a resource, right? So there is a huge gap. If anybody wants to pick up that space and really develop an algorithm that can really give the good resources that match to the job description, that is a huge plus, okay? And there is have you ever heard about the ranking to the profile? There is still now, it is evolving, but no profile is being any ranking or scoring. There is one company which started which is a Bangalore-based startup, that the name of that company is Belong. So what it does is, it takes the profile, and for that person it searches in the Facebook, LinkedIn, and GitHub, and where all social media locations, and tries to score that person and give it to the HR. So that releases a lot of, that gives, saves a lot of time to the HR personnel going through each profile. So that kind of initiatives are needed these days. And that company also clearly segregates that if the person is shown to one company, it ensures that the same profile is not shown to the other company. So that reduces your no-shows, right? No-shows is the biggest challenge for the HR people, that reduce their no-shows, and what do you call is the bidding. So one person asks for 10 lakhs and he holds that offer and goes to the another person and asks for 12 lakhs. That is the biggest problem, I know. So that kind of bidding also hurts. And I'll give you some pointers, and if you are interested, you can pick up a solution on top of it. Say, for example, if I'm being interviewed by Google and I'm selected for Google, and should I be again interviewed by Microsoft? So same person is being interviewed at multiple places again and again. Why do we need that? Again, if you can avoid that one, it's a lot of cost saving, right? He's already a talented person, which you can expect, right? You can have a lot of cost savings, right? And a lot of time. So ultimately, they are all tied up to your cost value, right? So if you can have a common platform where it can be already interviewed by an expert, and you don't need to interview him again and again, so that it saves a lot of cost. And the same thing with the background verification. Why every company has to do the background verification? Can they be done at once and with the blockchain technology, and can it be utilized, right? And we talk about gender equality, right? So do we have any portal that focuses only on women entrepreneurs, or I mean to say women employees or women talent, right? So that can also be developed. So there are huge gap. Only I'm talking about, I'm not getting into the HRMS, I'm not getting into your payroll, I'm not getting into your employee delight, I'm not even getting into the retention and exit policy. Only in the acquisition part, you see a huge gap, okay? So you can really identify these gaps in any area, and one gap, if you can define a problem statement properly, you can build a startup on top of it, okay? So there is that's what, we are still at the very core level of in the HR tech, okay? So I suggest if somebody wants to pick up those ideas and can help the global HR level, I mean, not just in India, you can help at the global level, right? So those are all my suggestions. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Fani, and for your interesting ideas to the audience. Now I'll invite Mr. Yadu Kishore, Director Human Resource, Mass Mutual, to share his thoughts on the evolving HR sector and roles.
Sure. I think ever since the pandemic hit us, right through the pandemic and post-pandemic, HR professionals' role has evolved. First, they themselves had to adapt to the new normal of the hybridity, the flexibility that the pandemic has thrown at everybody. So they had to become change agents and then help the organization to become, that nimble and agile to adapt to that new normal, right? So they had to help the organizations to redesign their org structure, create a culture where, managers are coached and mentored, right, to help the team members feel included, help them get a sense of belonging, while everything is being done remotely and, on a hybrid model, right? So that's I think, first change that HR professionals had to undergo. They themselves had to adapt and then help the organization adapt to that new change. The other thing is, with the whole game of flexibility that pandemic had brought about, there is the talent war, the great resignation, where people can work from anywhere, any location of their choice, and because of which, there's a lot of attrition, there's a lot of churn in the talent market. So what that means for HR professions is to help the organizations invest in not just here and now talent, but also build the talent pipeline for the future, which means a lot of investment in training and development, learning and development. So that's another aspect of what HR professionals' role has evolved to. The third aspect is HR has transformed or has tried to become decentralized. So rather than having all of the control with HR, empowering the managers to take some of that control in engaging their team members, engaging the organization. And that's a third area where the HR professional's role has changed. So those are some insights that I had, Dr. Nair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yadu. I think this was an interesting discussion. And if there are any questions from the audience, we can take those. Any questions? These are HR people. They'll try to answer your questions. So if you have anything, please ask. If you don't ask questions, then there's one more exercise. Okay, that's a lovely smile. Thank you all so much. I want you to give a big round of applause to the distinguished panel. Thank you and have a great evening.
Yeah, I would just like to add one point by mentioning that in today's scenario, we call it EX, is the employee experience, which is extremely critical. And in today's changing times, even the HR leaders, we are trying to understand what's happening, because today we have the moonlighting policy, which is actually totally, Infosys says no two timings, Wipro says it's cheating. At the same time, we have Swiggy, which is green lighting the moonlighting policy. We have the gig economy, so the entire times are changing because there are no fixed rules, there's no blueprint that this is the way you're supposed to take care of employees. So the role of HR is all the more pressurizing, challenging, and I would say a huge thankless task to all the HR professionals who are actually taking care of all the employees. Can we have a bigger round of applause for all the HR professionals, please? Thank you.
Thank you. A very crisp and very short and a lovely session with great insights. Thank you, Dr. Sujeev Nair, for such wonderful moderation. Can I call upon Professor Ravindra Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Telangana University, to please give away the mementos to our panel discussion members here. Can I call Shri Vinay Agarwal, Global Head Business HR, Tech Mahindra, to please accept a small token of appreciation. Can I call upon Shri Fani Karnati, Associate Vice President, Data Sciences and Technology, SP Soft Global, Hyderabad. Next, can I please have Ms. Anandita Mukherjee, Head Corporate Communications, Hyderabad Metro Rail. Professor Can I have next Professor Ganesh MP, Head Entrepreneurship and Management, IIT Hyderabad. Can I have Shri Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Institutional Educational Group. Next, can I have Shri Yadu Kishore Nandikola, Director Human Resources, Mass Mutual. Last but not the least, for such wonderful moderation and waking up the audience, I would like to call Dr. Sujeev Nair, CHRO and Chief Transformation Officer, Resustainability Limited. Can I call all the speakers to come ahead for a group picture? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so moving on ahead, we have the last panel discussion for the day. Post that we have a small award ceremony and then a musical rendition night, followed by dinner. So I request everyone to please, be energetic because this is the last session and then we'll continue it tomorrow. So the next panel discussion would be on reimaging vocational technical education and training. So we would be talking about animation, gaming, VFX, web development, fashion designing, interior design, graphic design, jewelry design, baking and culinary arts. Also, we would be talking about restructuring the curriculum, emergence of logistics as a specialized subject, market trends and technologies, skill development and employability. So for this, I would like to call upon Mr. Shrikant Sinha, CEO, Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge, who would be moderating this panel discussion. Further, I would like to call upon Shri Tejwan Singh Chatwal, Global Head, UK Skills Limited, United Kingdom. Further, can I have Professor Ganesan, Head Education Initiatives, Logistics Sector, Skill Council, MSDE. Can I have Dr. C. Srinath, Secretary, State Board of Technical Education, Telangana. Can I call upon Shri Pullaya, Joint Director, Technical Education, Government of Telangana. Can I call upon Shri Rajashekar Bugaviti, Founder and CEO, Creative Multimedia. Last but not the least, can I have Ms. Ajita Reddy, Director, Hampstead College of Creative Education. Is she here? No, so I would like to give it over to Mr. Shrikant Sinha.
A very good evening. I'm sure you would have been enjoying the conference till now. Am I right? Yes, can I see a show of hands? Okay, so I know these many people are awake. Good. So the topic which is there is reimagining. And morning I was talking about, today we are living in a very, very uncertain world. We don't know when things could change, right? If anyone would have told me that, in 2019, that 2020 is going to be like this, I would never have believed it, but yet the reality was that itself. And that's where our challenge is. How do you prepare yourselves for the unseen world itself that is coming up? And especially since we have been talking about education, skilling, how do you ensure that we are able to, actually be prepared for that kind of a future itself? So on that note, I would probably, take a few examples, and I'm sure some of you would be belonging to my age group, so all of you would have realized that if someone wanted to book a scooter, it used to take more than 3 years after booking your scooter used to come, right? When you wanted a telephone, it used to be 8 years to get a telephone and 6 months for the dial tone to come in, right? And now completely things have changed, right? You can order today through Swiggy anything. The minute you go to a showroom, you can pick up your car as if you are picking up vegetables, etc. And that is how things have changed. So why not education? Why not skilling? And that is what we are going to discuss over here with this eminent panel, which have got diverse people on this panel. We are hoping Professor Ganesh could have been there, because logistics is another emerging area. But anyway, we'll try to talk about different aspects of it. So let me quickly introduce my panel itself to you. So give me a minute. I think I don't need to introduce myself. I got introduced in the morning and now also, so that's there. The only thing I would like to mention is that I have been in the space for training, education, and development for over 34 years now. And that's what helps me understand as to what challenges could be. So let me start by introducing our first panelist itself, Mr. Tejwan Chatwal, who's on my right-hand side, and a very impressive profile of his. So let me just get it out. Okay, got it finally. Great. So he heads Dr. Tejwan Chatwal is a qualified developmental psychologist and a scholar from Stanford University, specializing in multiple intelligence practice, certified soft skills, trainer by Carnegie Mellon University. He has conducted over 2,700 workshops for more than 800 plus institutions. he has developed a diagnostic testing system to obtain a rich descriptive understanding of a person's multiple intelligences analysis tool. Mr. Chatwal is the visiting faculty member to 36 universities across Asia, Australia, Europe, and North America, and 27 schools, primary to secondary level. He is also involved with the Stanford University and the virtual campus, the V campus, sorry, Singapore for an offshore holiday camp for gifted children. And he is an entrepreneur in the areas of security, fashion, hospitality, has been from 1998 to 2001. So welcome, Mr. Chatwal. Next, we have Mr. Dr. Srinath, Secretary, State Board of Technical Education, Telangana. To my left, immediate left. And introducing Dr. Srinath, he is B Automobile, M.Tech, Mechanical Engineering, MBA, LLM, PhD, and he was head of automobiles for Government Polytechnic, Anandpur, and probably he joined about 30 years ago. And currently he has been promoted. Earlier he got promoted to the Additional Secretary SPTAT in 2018, and then he got promoted as the Secretary, State Board of Technical Education, Telangana. So welcome, Dr. Srinath. We have a colleague from the same department itself, Sri Pulaya Garu, who is the Joint Director, Technical Education, Government of Telangana, with over 30 years of experience working for the department. And of course, last but not the least, we have a person from the creative field, Raj. And Raj established India's most storied animation academy and played a seminal role in growing the country's multimedia training sector. A trailblazer who has set standards in digital media education in India, Raj is passionate about enhancing employability and the force behind India's most influential digital media mentor, Creative Multimedia Group. He has amassed 24 years of actionable experience in digital media, training, has shaped over 27,000 successful careers in animation, VFX, gaming, graphic, and UI UX design. Along with our Honorable Minister, at the launch of exciting careers in digital media, this is one of a career guide authored by him. The book has been launched in English and Telugu, and I can keep on talking about him for next 5 minutes, and time for the panel will go off, so I'll limit myself over here. The topic that we are talking about is, and you would have realized by seeing the panelists over here, that we are going to touch upon multiple topics itself, multiple things itself. And if we look at it, today, everything has changed, and probably I'll be repeating myself again and again, but I think it's important for us to understand. And I'm talking about two things to start with. The first is, when I was growing up, we used to play with something called Meccano, right? Then it became mechanics. Some of you might have played, or your children might be playing with something called as Lego. Correct? Those building blocks. And what has happened these days? Everything has become let go. Everyone is busy with their mobiles only. So the creativity, etc., has completely gone. Our students don't create anything from their hands, right? And it might come as a surprise to you, but if you go to any engineering college today, across the country and Southeast Asia, and you ask them how many full programs they have written themselves during their college education time, I am sure that none of them would have written more than 7 to 10 programs. Probably 5 programs only. And when they join the job, the first thing that they are expected to do is write efficient codes. Now, how can that happen? And that's where, if we have to ensure that we are able to take benefit from our demographic dividend which exists in India, we are able to change the way we skill, we train, we educate people. I think Naveen Mittalji in the morning, the Honorable Commissioner for Technical and Collegiate Education mentioned about it, how Telangana government has changed. Instead of the Thomas Hardys and the Charles Dickens, etc., instead of that, we have business communication English, right? And that's how things have changed over here. The second thing about the present education system, I always talk about it in any conference I go because the example that I take is very hard-hitting. Imagine if I'm lying on an operating theater table, right, with some stomach problem, and I need to undergo a surgery, and the doctor has been trained like an engineer has been trained, correct? What will be my chances of survival? Can I see a show of hands of people who are saying more than 10% survival rates? Anyone? No, not even 10%. Why? Because as engineers, etc., in our education system, it is appendix had come last year. Sorry, stomach had come last year, so I left it as a choice question. I know appendix, I can operate the appendix only. Doesn't that happen? We tell our students that itself, look, don't worry, don't waste your time on this topic. That came last year, do something else. And that is the reality of our situation today, of our education system today. And here we have people who can help guide us and people who have initiated such changes, who have witnessed changes, etc. So let me start by moving on to Dr. Srinath and asking him that in such a scenario, right, moving from a grim state, which I just explained, how do you restructure the curriculum to make it more effective, more relevant for the current age?
Thank you, sir. Yeah. The restructuring of curriculum is very, very essential. You might have seen the earlier curriculums, number of years we are continuing with the same curriculum without any change. But nowadays, that is not happening. Every 2 years or 3 years, we have to change the curriculum because the topics or the things become obsolete. When you go for the computer engineering, where we were the students, we have studied Pascal, COBOL, BASIC. Now, they are nowhere. So, because of the technology, continuously, we need to restructure our curriculum in order to stand before the market. The continuous updation is required, particularly for the faculty members, because they studied long back, but they have to teach the new subjects, so for which they have to study and teach the students. You know that for appearing the exam, we don't study much. But for teaching, not only we should understand, we should make the students to understand. So we have to put the efforts maybe 2 to 3 times than that of writing our exam. So that is the importance of curriculum. It shows the culture or the standard of the university or the autonomous institution where the curriculum is prepared. A well-designed, a well-structured curriculum and its implementation. That's also very, very important because some of the universities which I have seen, they have a very excellent curriculum in the books, but in the spirit, in the implementation, that's not happening. Because the some universities, they are the autonomous bodies, they prepare themselves the curriculum, they prepare the question papers themselves, they correct them and do everything by themselves. So that way, that should not happen. The curriculum must be designed in such a way that which is implementable. You can put some things where the which are not available. Nowadays, we have the Google and everything, we can get the material. Earlier, people used to get some topics and put it in the curriculum, say this is the latest curriculum. But for the teachers, it was very difficult to get the answers and to implement the curriculum. But now, there's not a problem. When we were the students, some of the topics, we had to imagine the engineering, because some of the laboratory facilities may not be available. Now, every animation and everything has come. In our Department of Technical Education, when this Telangana part was merged in AP in 1956, from 1956 onwards till 1974, we used only one curriculum called the old curriculum, more than 20 years. At later on, 74, we introduced the curriculum called revised curriculum, 84, new curriculum, and thereafter, from 90 onwards, once in 5 years, we have revised the curriculum. From the recent past, once in 3 years, we are revising, but still we feel that it should be revised again and again. Even the 3 years is not sufficient, because by the time the student comes to the third year, when he joins in the first year, we prepare the curriculum and start introducing and designing all the 3 years curriculum. But when the student comes to the final year, by that time some topics will obsolete because of the new inventions, new technologies, new things have come. So the reason, that's why according to the needs of the industries, according to the requirements, we should redesign the curriculum. But industry says that the curriculum which is there in the institution, it's not supporting the industry needs. It is true, because the industries are many in number, it's a heterogeneous in groups. You have software, hardware, core industries, mechanical industries, so many industries. But how the curriculum can be designed which is suitable for the different industries. So we design the curriculum which is suitable for all the industries, but specifically they have to train for a year or two according to their requirement. This is always a conflict between industry and institution, saying that the curriculum which is not suitable to their industry. So in order to overcome that, the Department of Technical Education, we have designed a curriculum for certain industries which have come forward. That is one industry called Alpla, which is a multinational industry in plastic containers and other things. So they have the units in 5-6 countries like Germany, Italy, Bangkok, Austria. Basically, it's an Austria-based company. So they have come forward to take the students, those who have completed second year. Still, one more year is left for diploma. It's a 3 years course. The students, those who have completed 2 years, they will take for early employment. So the students, after having the written test or group discussion, interview, whatever it is, they select certain students. After completion of second year or 4 semesters, these students will be sent to that industry. There, they will give 1 year basic training, apart from teaching the 5th semester subjects. In industry, they teach our subjects. The 5th semester, which those subjects are to be left in the college, they will teach in that industry, and also they give a basic training for 1 year, and later on, they provide 1 year advanced training. That means it will become 4 years. As you said that this is the early employment program, the students are paid stipends during the 3rd year and 4th year, and later on they will be placed in the roles. So it is one advantage is that the students will not lose any time. 1 year they will study the rest of the curriculum part and also the training part. So it will be win-win situation where neither the students lose the time nor the industry. So like that, some of the industries have come. It is a very good model because they have a separate future corner for the training. And also the new education policy 2020, so we have implemented in letter and spirit. All the features, though the national new education policy has come from 2020 onwards, the curriculum 18 we have revised in the 2018 under the visionary leadership of our dynamic commissioner Naveen Mittal. So we have introduced almost all the features of new education policy, and the policy education as document has come. When we have checked up, almost all the features we already implemented. That is the multi-entry and multi-exit system, where the students of the different backgrounds, they may enter second year or third year, depending upon the requirement, and also multi-exit, which is the main feature of the new education policy. After completion of first year, they can exit, or after completion of second year, they can exit. Depending upon the requirements, they can take the certificate. If a student completes 2 semesters and wants to exit, if he has cleared 45 credits out of 50, he is permitted to exit with a certificate of, a basic certificate of diploma. That is yet to be implemented, that will be from the next year. But now, which we have implemented is, after completion of second year, if a student completes 90 credits, he is permitted to exit with 2-year certificate and join for other degree courses. Earlier, this was not there. Even if a student fails in one subject or 1 mark, the entire program is invalid. If a diploma is not completed, a diploma is treated as a 10th class by not a diploma. But now, because of this new education policy, no single credit is wasted. Once the ABC, that is the Academic Bank of Credit comes, all your credits can be deposited there, and you can redeem and get the degrees or diplomas. So that way, the best new education policy after 30 plus years, it has been developed. It is like our a constitution, where we have taken all the good things from the other countries' constitutions, and we have prepared a Indian constitution. Like that, we have taken the best practices of all the countries, and we have prepared our national education policy and just started implementing. Under this, no course or no credit is wasted. So that way, the redesigning of the curriculum is very, very important. Since the time is short, I would like to allow the other speakers also to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. I think the new education policy is really a path changer. And congratulations to Telangana, because you're talking about open book exams, because in ALPLA kind of a model, I don't think you can check their people's attitude, etc., just by doing a written paper. So it's something excellent. So moving on to you, Pulaya Garu, the people who get trained presently and in future about their employability, what kind of initiatives does Telangana government work, and how is it going to match? As he rightly said, you know, today also some of our engineering colleges and institutions teach about internal combustion engine. I see, right? While if you go to any car anywhere and open up the boot, the bonnet, you will find either an MPFI, multi-fuel point injection, or you have a EV vehicle over there. So how do you ensure that placements and employability takes place?
So good evening to everybody. And Department of Technical Education catering the needs of the polytechnics in particular, and engineering college, MBA, pharmacy, MCA college in general, implementing the policies of the Telangana government very effectively under the dynamic leadership of Sri Naveen Mittal sir, who is the program chair, who is committed, dedicated, disciplined, oriented, visionary also. Why I am saying visionary means he is from an IIT and also All India third ranker. He has introduced the e-office in 18 itself, and also online on-screen evaluation system in 18 itself. So no effect of pandemic or no effect of corona in our department. We could successfully move ahead. So that is the vision of our Commissioner, sir. Under his able guidance, the department is introducing so many initiatives. So this is the era of technology, era of skills. Evolution of technical skills is required. And in this regard, the Department of Technical Education importing the trends which are outside in the industry. We are connecting the industry, academia. So already our secretary told that, already informed that there is a connectivity between industry and institutions. Academia, industry should go ahead. Education ends with the higher education. Education ends with the employment. Education ends with the research. discovery, finally entrepreneurship. These all things are happening in our technical education, Department of Technical Education, in polytechnics and engineering colleges. So I can proudly say that there is 100% employment assured to the polytechnic students in different companies. And also for the engineering students also, adequate number of employment facilities are there for the who are having the required skills. So recently, our sir introduced his brainchild is, in addition to the skills what we are importing to our students and engineering students, we have to do some service to the community. Those who are having the skills in community, also we have to certify them. The skills what they have, like community model, community college model, we have to certify them and also refine them and certify them. This is the one more brainchild of our commissioner, sir. Recently he has a discussion with us. We are going ahead of with this also. And we used to say in orientation class, in first year itself, proudly say that in diplomas after 3 years you will get guarantee of employment, you will get minimum of 25,000 salary. After 6 years you will be the top 10 engineering colleges. After 12 years or 13 years, if you had been to foreign, you will come back. After 20 years, you will start your industry, and as an entrepreneur, you come to our college for the students and the placements. We used to say in the orientation college program itself, when I was the principal of Government Institute of Electronics Secunderabad, many of our students are industrialists. Many of our students are entrepreneurs. Recently, 13 passed out batch also came to the interviews in 18 with a startup of 1.5 crores, 2 crores turnover. We felt very happy. So that is the thing happening. And also, we used to conduct the job melas for the engineering, MBA, MCA students with the help of the Board of Apprenticeship Southern Region, Chennai. And one more thing is, we have strong industry institute interaction cells we have incubation centers where the research goes on. So new initiatives are being taken place. So this is the thing, what the things are happening with the visionary and of our commissioner, sir. Entire credit goes to the Commissioner of Technical Education. He is running the team very effectively and very efficiently to the future needs of the society and emerging trends of the industry. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Pulaya Garu. And absolutely, I would second that yes, our Commissioner Garu is extremely dynamic, very forward-looking, and definitely with the interventions of people like him, things would change. However, when we look at when we were graduating, there were only 2 options left for us. What were the 2 options? Either you become an engineer or you become a doctor, right? And probably later on, lawyer also started happening, but these were the basic 2 things that were there. But nowadays, there are so many opportunities for everyone around that, multiple career opportunities are opening up. And if we look at Telangana itself, I think one of the major opportunity which is opening up right now is in what is called as the AVGC sector, the animation, gaming, visual effects, and comics sector. In fact, recently, being a task force member, skill task force member for Government of India on skills, we presented a report to the Honorable Prime Minister, etc., about what we think about the skilling of the multimedia sector. And if we look at Telangana itself, with the image tower coming up, Bahubali being created over here, right? Chota Bheem being created over here locally by the Telugu Bidda itself, I think there's a huge potential for animation and gaming over here. So, and if we talk about the global market size, it's expected to grow from $1,989.55 billion in 2021 to 2,232.62 billion dollars in 2022 itself. So by this year end, which is about a 12.2%. And if we are looking at by 2026, the market is expected to exceed $3,680 billion, which is about 13% growth. So let me move on to you now, Raj. Given the fact that you have been running this institution into, animation, VFX, gaming, so what are the latest trends over there? How is it? So my question will have two parts. One is, what are the future trends? What are the things that are happening? How can some of the things be leveraged for education also? And the second part of the thing is, what are the challenges that this sector is facing right now, and how do we overcome it? Because I think that's important for us to understand. Over to you.
Sure. Good evening, everyone in this hall. I think I'm an odd man out in this crowd because you're all coming from different bodies, but I'm coming from animation industry. Last 24 years, we have trained around 27,000 students in this industry, in animation, visual effects, gaming, graphic design, digital marketing, and filmmaking. So what makes the difference here, last few years, there are so many new developments happening. New studios are coming to India from Hollywood, like all over the world. Now they have recognized this as a creative hub for the world. And the latest development is our content is being appreciated by the global audience. You take the movie called RRR, you take the Bahubali, or the Mighty Little Bheem, the recent trend created by the Green Gold Animation Studio, which is a local studio, which is very much started by a Telugu gentleman called Rajiv Chilaka. So it has gone to the global audience now. Earlier it was limited to India, then it has gone to Asian countries, now it is going there. There is one company called Technicolor in Bangalore, which has around 7,000 employees right now. Their plan is to increase to 12,000 in the next 2 years. So the opportunities are growing, and there is a huge demand for these boys and girls who learn these things. And adding something here, like the earlier panel, somebody was talking about augmented reality, virtual reality. I was surprised to listen from a HR people here. And somebody was talking about 2D and 3D. I thought nobody will spell these words here, but it is there everywhere actually. For example, the dress you are wearing is done by a designer. The mobile you are holding is done by a designer. This dais where we are sitting is done by a designer. This podium, that G letter, whoever has designed, that's an innovative idea of designing the podium itself, like not to have those standard 4 kind of things like. But see, the trends are changing. It is not only in engineering and medicine. Creative professionals are in demand now. Whether it is gaming, whether it is graphic design, whether it is graphic design case, if you take, you hardly take, you can learn it within some 5 months duration. Around 50K you need to spend. But the moment you pass out, you will start earning 15 to 25K per month. Like that's the hottest now. And we kept those books called, sir was saying about career guides, what I made during the pandemic. During the lockdown, I spent my time on making a career guide for this industry. That is one of its kind in the world, not only in India. Nowhere it is there, that kind of book, like, where we have elaborately explained around 72 skill sets in that. Like, for example, what is 3D modeling, how to learn that. Once you learn, what do you earn? And down the line, 5 years, where are you going? Like, so there are so many such things, like if you can leave your numbers or names here, we have something very important going to happen in the next 2 weeks or so. FICCI and Media and Entertainment Skill Council, MESC, wants to adopt this book as their property. They want to spread it across the country among all the Indian youth. And I think on 27th of this month, FICCI event is going to happen in Mumbai. There the Minister, Central Minister, Mr. Anurag Thakur, is going to launch our book as an e-book. So we will we will go on spreading this, like whoever are the people sitting here, they can have the copies. We will email you, or if the gentleman can share their mobile number, we can just WhatsApp. And this is also available in Telugu. For the convenience of Telugu parents and students, we did it in Telugu also. A lot of research has gone into that. I traveled to Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore to see the studios personally and find out the latest trends to put into that. And of course, this was inaugurated in the month of November last year by the golden hands of Sri KTR Garu in the high-tech's place during an event called India Joy. And even this year, there will be an India Joy event in the month of November. So if anybody is interested, like, you can always talk to our people. We have a stall here, and you can find out more about this. This is totally different from what you people are discussing here since morning. But this is interesting, and anything you see here is done by a designer. Whether they're the chandeliers or the way you're sitting, anything is designed. And I think the growth rate of animation and VFX industry last year was around 24%. This year it is expected around 40%. And the next 2-3 years it is going to touch triple than the whatever is the number we are achieving now. So it is growing rapidly. It needs people. It needs talented people. So obviously there is an opportunity for the people who are training them, or if you are guiding somebody, you can always push them toward this side, which is actually, earlier the salaries were around 2 to 3 lakhs for the freshers, but now it is raised to around 5 to 6 lakhs. Now the range has gone up. Companies like Amazon, directly they're offering 5 lakhs per annum for freshers. Tata Consultancy Services, they're offering around 6 lakhs. So it is now evolving, and it is reaching a good level now. With that, I think I have shared certain important facts with you. Thank you all, please.
Thank you. So definitely, of course, animation, gaming, etc. Yeah, you want to add something?
Right.
Please. Okay.
The challenges. You asked for the challenges.
Yes, correct.
Challenges are the same what we faced 20 years ago. Like the quality trainers, somebody who is passionate in teaching these technologies, because their students are getting more than their salaries, so obviously they are trying to jump into studios. That's a bigger challenge. And sustaining good talent as a faculty is the challenge what we are facing. I think faculty development program has to be initiated, and whatever the policies you people are making, I think industry, academia, those bridging the gaps, somewhere this sector has to be given more importance. In fact, 3 years ago, I think Image Tower groundbreaking ceremony happened, but till now it is not finished. It is taking more time than expected. Some weightage, some importance will make a difference to this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. No, you're absolutely right. In fact, if we look at nowadays, we are talking about Web 3.0 technologies, right? We are talking about metaverse. Everything will be moving towards a cusp of design, technology, blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning. In fact, if you talk about automobile engineer of tomorrow, right, he's going to be very, very different, because it will be probably an electrical vehicle that he would be looking at. So definitely he needs to understand the various components involved in it. And the best part is that tomorrow you would have, as I said in the morning also, multiple technologies coming in together is going to actually fuel this IR 4.0. And that's where things are going to change, right? So you have 5G coming in. Imagine 1000 Mbps bandwidth. You have autonomous cars, right? Probably not in the streets of India, because an autonomous car following, there's a car going in front, an autonomous car was driving behind it. The guy was on his phone, and you have seen how people drive with the phone in the hands, right? Sometimes they go to the left, sometimes they go to the right. And that is what, so what will autonomous car do? We know that as humans that, this guy is on the phone, so we have to be careful, we'll maintain distance. Autonomous vehicle will not be able to understand what's happening over here. But an automobile engineer will need to understand artificial intelligence. The person would need to understand, because it'll be running on cell technology, so batteries, electronic storage systems, chemistry will need to be understood by that person. Power drive has to be there, so the complete mechanics of how the power will be transferred to the wheels and how it will be driving. It will be probably having 5G, so 1000 Mbps is there, so fleet learning will be there, which means instead of red lights, you will have 100 cars learning from each other, following each other, crossing one signal, then the next set of 100 cars will come and so on and so forth. If one car has climbed a hill, automatically every car of that type will understand how to climb that hill automatically. So a lot of things could happen like this, but then of course there are challenges also, because if some hacker sitting somewhere decides to listen to the conversation that you're happening in the car itself, he can hack your audio system. So the automobile engineer has to be a cyber security expert also. And that is what the future is. But are our institutions enough? We have ITIs, we have technical colleges, etc. But where are we bringing in things of actually hands-on practice, right? People in the industry, and my friends over here, Anandita and Vinayji will definitely agree that people hire you for not only knowing the definition of a screwdriver, but only if you have used a screwdriver. Application of whatever you have learned is more important. So, Tejant, let me move on to you and ask you as to, from an international perspective, what is the difference between the education system here and in UK and the other countries? And how can we adopt some of those things to make education and skilling much more beneficial for our youth who are going to be the future for tomorrow? And if we look at 18 to 30 kind of year, we are talking about more than 50% of India. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinam. Friends, namaskar and good evening to all. Let me congratulate each one of you. This is my 4th visit to Hyderabad since May. And let me tell you something. I have been to many, many states of India, but your state is very unique. Your people with the golden heart. With the golden heart, and I mean it. And what Mr. Sinha has just told me, what is the difference between what's happening in the European countries and not so much happening in India? I believe the answer he gave himself, and that is multitasking. Until and unless you guys don't get the young learners, firstly, it's very primitive age. Student word has to go out of this dictionary in the 21st century. They are the learners. We all are the learners, please, lifelong learners. Until and unless we do not start learning ourselves, we cannot educate, we cannot teach somebody else. The century, in the 21st century where we are in, there are a huge amount of challenges. And somebody was asking me during the lunchtime, and I was very unhappy with myself, that I let that group go away from me because they were not interested to talk about it. And let me share what I was talking to you, because I've seen a lot of schools have come in. We are luckiest panelists who are here with large number of audience. The issue is when the child is passing out grade 10, as an educator, each one of you know who's going to excel in academia or in non-academia. Why is the choice not made there? There has to be a linkage. When we talk about the skills, there has to be, please, identify the strength of each of the learners whom you come along. If you're able to identify that learner's strength, just one strength, and help him or her to progress in that direction, I can tell you, India would be once again Sone Ki Chiriya in 20 years from now. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Absolutely agree with you completely. In fact, one of the recommendations that we as the task force have given for media, etc., is 6th grade onwards, there should be a test trying to see how is the creative side of the students, and then move those students into the creative side itself, right? And that's what it is actually. If you look at it, what Mr. Tejwant also said is absolutely right. I think for music, you need good musicians, right? Which is people who are skilled, who are experts, who are hands-on, who have done a lot of practice, and that is what brings the entire quality focus over there. But at the same time, you also need people like Beethoven's, etc., who have written that music, which means researchers. The onus is on us to identify, as he rightly said, the skill sets, look at the competencies, and then identify what the person should do. I think the best way of ending this session, do we have time for questions, Sudhir? Sudhir, do we have time for 1 or 2 questions? Okay. So I think we have got permission from the organizers. We can take up 2 questions. Only questions, no comments, no suggestions. We can discuss that later on, but yeah, 2 questions. Anyone? I think everyone is too tired after a long day. So fair enough. So I will end my session. I think thank you for such a patient listening, and thank you to my fellow panelists for a wonderful session. And I think what is important is for us to revisit The Three Idiots, right? That movie where it says, look where your passion is. And as educators, if we are not able to identify the passion of our learners in the class. Second is innovation. Let them be innovative. And third is inclusive. Let them also ensure that while they grow, the society also grows. On that note, thank you very much for such a patient listening.
Thank you for this wonderful session on innovation and inclusivity. Lots and lots of high inputs here we've received. So this being the last panel discussion, may I please call upon Mr. N. Janaya, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Corporation, to please give a token of appreciation to all our esteemed speakers here on the dais. Can I call upon Shri Tejwant Singh Chatwal, Global Head, UK Skills Limited, United Kingdom. Further, can I call Dr. C. Srinath, Secretary, State Board of Technical Education, Telangana. May I now please call upon Shri Pullaya, Joint Director, Technical Education, Government of Telangana. Further, can I call Shri Rajashekar Bugaviti, Founder and CEO, Creative Multimedia. Last but not the least, can I call upon our wonderful moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. Shri Shrikant Sinha, CEO, Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. Everyone. Can I request all the esteemed speakers to please come forward for a group picture? So thank you all the audience. Right now we'll be breaking for a 10-minute short high tea break. Post that.
We have a wonderful musical rendition lined up, and we would also be joined by our program chair, Mr. Naveen Mittal, followed by awards ceremony, then the dinner. So I would request all of you to stay back. Maybe the tea can be served inside. Can that happen? Yeah. Okay. So I would request our musicians who have come from across the country join us here and make their instruments ready. Yeah.
So a short 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for the musical rendition.
Break? Yeah, I would request
क्या फोटो निकालेंगे?
अरे नहीं 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 फोटो एक्चुअली मेकिंग द अरेंजमेंट हियर कैन यू डू इट
सिराज जरा कुर्सियां नीचे ये कुर्सियां 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 हां सामने भैया सर म्यूजिक सर प्लीज नॉट नाउ वी विल बी गिविंग द स्टेज ओके यू विल बी हेल्प टाइम यू विल टाइम
दो ये वाला ठीक
डीआई बॉक्स
हाँ एक मिनट ये साउंड इंजीनियर को बुला साउंड इंजीनियर को ये हाँ वो हट रहे भाई 2 मिनट
मैं कंसोल उधर ही सेट कर देता हूं
ठीक है फिर कंसोल
माइक पास ऑन करो ना सर को माइक पास ऑन करो सर को
एक मिनट
hello. I would request everyone to please give the stage for the musician to set up their instruments. We will be soon joined by Naveen Mittal sir.
ये शोएब ये गद्दी बोला था किधर है गद्दी बोला था
बोले तनवीर भैया मैं तो मजा ही करता था सोफे वो कर लिया वो ने मंगा
ये माइक
Check.
Shoaib, please come here. Shoaib bhai, where are you?
I request all the audience delegates and the speakers to please take your seats. Of course, after the high tea, but request you all to please get in and take your seats. We'll be starting with the musical rendition within next 5 minutes. So it would be great if you would have everyone inside the hall. Post that, like announced, we'll be having the awards ceremony. For now, request everyone who are outside to please take your seats. Thank you.
Korean din jese man. Ingodi. E bigi na hoye.
Check, check, check.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again to the second IndiGlobal Education Festival. I request all the audience to please take your seats. We will be beginning with the music rendition for the evening. So when we say the word festival, we relate it to some rhythm, some music, and some food tapping. So here we have our very own wonderful artists come to entertain us. We have the saxophonist Anthony, all the way from Bihar, coming to entertain us. A huge round of applause for Anthony here. And we have other three beautiful instruments. On the keyboard, we have Mr. Venkatesh. On the very rhythmic and beautiful sitar, we have Mr. Naveen. And on the octopad, we have Funny. So everyone, please hold your horses. Request everyone to please take your seats. We will be beginning with the music rendition right now. Thank you, enjoy, and have fun. glitch here. But we'll be beginning now. Request everyone to please take your seats and enjoy the evening. Thank you.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यः कोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा मङ्गलं भगवान् विष्णु मङ्गलं गरुडध्वज मङ्गलं पूर्णिकाक्ष मङ्गलाय तनोहरि. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I like to give me my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. I am Anthony from Bihar, Patna. Today I am going to present some instrumental renditions based on Rag Dish. Songs are Vande Mataram, which is written by none other than Sri Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay ji. I hope you will like it, my own fusion version Vande Mataram. Now, without any further delay to do, let's start. Thank you. think you will enjoy it. And now I'm presenting some fusion songs. Rag Kalyan, Rag Yaman, and another one. And another one, Kafi. All are Bollywood-based songs. I will present in front of you medley songs. Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful track. And we have one last track by our saxophonist, Mr. Anthony. After that, we'll proceed with the award function. So this is the last track for the night. Thank you.
hello, 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 hello. A huge round of applause. So, Mr. Ashish Mittal says they deserve a standing ovation. Thank you. And on October, we have Mr. Funny. And on keyboard, Mr. Venkatesh. Thank you very much. I would request our program chair for IndiGlobal Education Festival, Mr. Naveen Mittal, to, as a token of appreciation, please present a memento and a trophy to and you can, you. Sure. Mr. Naveen, yeah. Sit down. Mr. Funny. Mr. Venkatesh on keyboard. Yeah, no, he's from Patna. So with this, we will move on to our much-awaited awards, IndiGlobal Awards ceremony. And after the ceremony, the award ceremony would be followed by dinner out here. And let's begin with the award ceremony.
Check. Can you please switch on to the presentation mode for our award ceremony that we are moving into? PPT China DNR.
So here the time comes for the much awaited IndiGlobal Awards. IndiGlobal Awards in the field of education is to recognize the leadership that goes into bringing in the transformation, the kind of excellence that is needed in the education sector to set milestones and move ahead and bring that progress. So this is an effort to recognize that leadership, that kind of excellence, innovations and best practices, those who have contributed in the field of education, skill and HR. So with a huge round of applause, let us welcome our program chair, Mr. Naveen Mittal, on the dais to give away the awards. So our first award will be presented.
It's in a category of Excellence Award, which goes to Dr. Praveen Mamidela, Telangana University, for upgrading curriculum in universities.
And also playing a key role in Telangana social welfare, residential institution society, and also tribal welfare, residential institution society.
Give it up for Dr. Praveen Mamidela, please. Moving on to our same category, Excellence Award is presented to Sai Shri Infra Developers for innovation in educational labs and research infrastructure. Okay, I don't think they are there. Is anyone there from Sai Shri Infra Developers?
For innovation in educational labs and research
Infrastructures.
Sai Shri Infra.
Okay, moving on in our same category, in the Excellence Award category, we have Magnetic Infotech in Technology and Innovation in Higher Education. Okay, we have people joining in from Magnetic Infotech for innovation in higher education. Can we hear it up for Magnetic Infotech, please? Okay, calling on again, we have Sai Shri Infra Developers here. We have someone from Sai Shri Infra Developers here joining in for the award in the Excellence category for innovation in educational labs and research infrastructure. Give it up for Sai Shri Infra Developers, please. Moving on, in the Excellence Award category again, we have Garaka Someshwar Rao, who's from Hello Kids Fun Time. Do we have Mr. Someshwar Rao here, please?
Under the preschool category.
In the preschool category, Hello Kids Fun Time, Mr. Someshwara Rao. Our next category awards is for the Leadership Award being given to Raman Preet, Chairman, Pune Institute of Business Management. Leadership Award for Mr. Raman Preet.
For years of contribution in the management in higher education.
Can we hear it for Mr. Raman Preet, please?
On behalf of Mr. Raman Preet, we have Mr. Chetan from Pune, Maharashtra.
In the same category, the Leadership Award, we have PVRK Murthy, Chairman, Sri Gayatri Institutions.
Sri Gayatri,
Congratulations.
Sri Gayatri Institutions from Karimnagar, Telangana.
Can we hear a huge round of applause for all our awardees here, please? In the Leadership Award category, we have Sita Murthy, Director, Education, Silver Oaks International School. Okay, moving on. Leadership Award for Dr. Sri Kanta Swami, Senior Consultant and Expert, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Can we hear it for Sri Kanta Swami, please?
For over 40 years of dedication and contribution in the field of education, Mr. Srikanta Swami, in research and innovation.
Congratulations, sir. Coming back to the award in the excellence category, can we have Mrs. Deepa, branch owner, Hello Kids, Athena. Mrs. Deepa, please. Oh, we have here Mrs. Deepa.
Mistress Deepa in Hello Kids preschool category.
Next to leadership award. Moving on in the leadership award category, we have Dr. Prasad Rao, founder and CEO, Paramita Schools, Karimnagar.
Dr. Prasad Rao, Enuganti, founder and CEO, Paramita Schools, Karimnagar.
Can we please hear it for Dr. Prasad Rao? And finally, moving towards the end of this segment, in the Excellence Award category, can we have Sangha Hima Bindu, branch owner, Hello Kids, Athena.
Ms. Sangha Hima Bindu, branch owner, Athens in
Cherry Valley.
Cherry Valley.
Congratulations, ma'am.
So with this, we come to end of this night's award ceremony. There would be award ceremony next tomorrow as well. Maybe it's an opportunity for all the awardees to join and have a group picture with our esteemed program chair.
We can request all the awardees to please come onto the stage.
With the trophies.
Trophies. Also a reminder, we'll be having a continuing session tomorrow, that is 17th of September. Request every one of you all to please join us and have a wonderful congregation here. Thank you. Request all the awardees to please come onto the dais, please, for one last group picture. And then following, we have the dinner. So once you all get the pictures clicked, you all can move for dinner to the respective dinner places. Thank you. Good night.
Or else we can. Yeah, yeah. बोली आउँछ भने बोली बोली
Check. I repeat again, and a reminder, we have a continuing session tomorrow, that being the 17th of September. Again, the second IndiGlobal Education Festival, a lot of panel discussions and other stuff happening. So request every one of you all to please join us here tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Request every one of you all to please join us here at 9:30 a.m. For now, we have the networking dinner, being arranged outside. Request every one of you all to please have dinner and then leave. Thank you. Good night.